That day, magical gates suddenly appeared in the air, portals leading to dungeons. Behind each gate was a completely different world filled with countless terrifying monsters of all shapes and sizes, and the monsters inside poured out en masse. The only ones who could stop them were those who had awakened magical powers. They used their awakened abilities to fight together and defeat the illegally invading monsters. In that fierce battle, amid melee beasts and flying monsters everywhere, heroes from one squad fought side by side, searching for gold. Ingolf von Dietz, searching for gold, Claudia Bourgeot. Each of them had different powers. One could control fire, searching for gold, Nathaniel Koval. One could control wind to fight the flying monsters, searching for gold, Iwako Hideki. There was also a girl of unknown identity with a cold face who fought heroically with a thunder spear, searching for gold. After an intense fight, the five stood on the same front when a monster suddenly leapt to attack an ordinary, non-magical civilian. That person fell to the ground screaming in panic. Dietz looked at Bourgeot and told her to go help the civilian. Hey, go help those in trouble. But Bourgeot lazily propped her hand on her cheek and said indifferently, but there are too many. While the others were still shirking responsibility, the greenish monster raised its claws toward the civilian who was kneeling face down on the ground, clutching their head and trembling. Just as the monster seemed about to crush them, a foot came from nowhere and stomped straight into its face with a devastating blow, denting one side of the creature's face. The struck monster flew back and slammed into a wall with a thud, creating an explosion. A tall man wearing a suit and a long cloak tilted his head slightly to look at the man kneeling on the ground and smiled, asking, "Is everyone all right?" He confidently told his teammates, "I'll handle this," searching for gold, Misato Kyoichiro. With a snap, Kyoichiro leapt up from the ground. He focused his power into his right hand and aimed straight at the crowded horde of monsters below. Kyoichiro's eyes flashed with a cold light. He used a flurry of strikes to hit weak points and killed all the monsters before him with a single blow. His teammate Hideki watched in amazement and exclaimed, "He's incredible, facing so many monsters alone," while Koval stood silently behind, observing without comment. The woman in the tight red outfit looked toward the gate without much surprise. With magic of the time attribute, he can see the future and thus knows what the monsters will do next. They all drew the same conclusion at once when they saw Kyoichiro rushing to slay a dragon-like, fire-breathing monster with a confident smile. He was no longer merely human. The battle paused temporarily after the monsters that came out of the gates were all wiped out, their bodies strewn across the city's rubble. Kyoichiro, leading the treasure-seeking group, stood before a snake-like giant monster right at the gate and told his teammates behind him, "All right." He swung decisively and beheaded the monster in one strike. "This is the last one." Then, Kyoichiro was confident. "With this power, I can protect everyone's peace." He placed his hand on the gate that opened into the dungeon entrance and said, "Now, I will seal the gate." But as soon as he finished speaking, some force knocked him through the gate. Kyoichiro stared wide-eyed. He knelt and put one hand on the ground to brace himself against the force but still slid a long distance. When he looked up, he saw that the other side of the gate had been sealed, and his trusted teammates were on the other side. Kyoichiro frowned, not understanding what was happening. "What is this?" "That is," a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. "I've never seen a future like this." Kyoichiro stepped up to the sealed exit and looked at his teammates. "Were you all in on this? Why would you do this?" Koval laughed with glee. "Why, you ask?" Now he and the others no longer hid their greedy, cruel smiles. He shoved his hands in his pockets, standing among the five with a contemptuous grin. "It's because you didn't know that you were vulnerable to betrayal." Kyoichiro forced himself calm and asked again, "What?" The woman in the tight red outfit glanced at him arrogantly. "You're a level 100 monster who can use time attribute magic." Bourgeot curled her lip and added, "We just want to make money safely." Dietz ground his teeth in anger. "And yet you kept insisting on helping people." Hideki pointed at him reproachfully, saying, "You put us in this dangerous situation." And Koval smirked triumphantly to conclude, "But today will be the last time." He raised his hand in a mocking farewell to Kyoichiro's former comrades, then turned his back and walked away happily. "We'll see you again." On this side of the gate, Kyoichiro kept pounding the barrier, watching the backs of the traitors. He still harbored a faint hope. "Are you serious? Let me out of here." Kyoichiro painfully wondered, would they betray me for reasons like these? He recalled the days they fought side by side, how harmonious the six of them had been. As leader of the treasure-seeking group, I only did my best to protect the world from monsters and to protect everyone. I was always the one charging into the front line to fight. Kyoichiro gritted his teeth and kept punching the seal. His eyes flashed with rage. Why? Before he could find an answer, the horde of monsters behind him surged forward like starving tigers. Kyoichiro spun around and with one strike killed one of them. But then he realized with shock. Behind him were countless monsters, swarming like flies. He used his power. His eyes lit up as he looked into the future. Can I escape from here? My future is... The future he saw was a scene that broke him completely. Death. Dying under the fangs and claws of those monsters. Kyoichiro laughed. It no longer exists, does it? Alone. He faced a swarm of monsters that lunged crazily to reach him. He gritted his teeth and channeled all his fury into his fists. Kyoichiro leapt into the air to strike down at the mass of monsters. But they surged on like ants, wave after wave. After a prolonged fight, Kyoichiro, covered in wounds, collapsed to the ground. He bowed his head and let his arms fall, blood streaming from his injuries until it pooled into a large puddle. He couldn't change the future. He lifted his head. His gaze was icy. Perhaps there was no other choice. Kyoichiro watched the monsters still surging toward him. Other than accepting death, what else was there? They swarmed over his battered body, tearing him apart, fresh blood splattering everywhere. But Kyoichiro kept resisting. He kicked the nearest monster into the air, though countless others still surrounded him. I won't die in vain like this. Kyoichiro's hands still tried to use his magic to grab the monster's head. I'll be reborn and become stronger, he thought madly as he continued fighting. Then he'll reach the peak of power and take revenge. This rage, I will engrave it in my heart. Kyoichiro swung his fist into the air. Until the day I can avenge and wash away my regrets. A powerful energy surrounded Kyoichiro's body and surged straight up from his palms, temporarily blasting the surrounding monsters away. Kyoichiro's whole body seemed to be in agony, blood pouring from every orifice. The light persisted, then condensed into a blinding glow. Scene shifts to another place. Someone abruptly opened their eyes. They wore a patient gown, sat up, slipped on slippers and tried to stand. He looked at himself in the mirror. A slightly pale teenager was reflected in the glass. He touched it, a mix of quiet joy and coldness in his eyes, and said this rebirth seems to have succeeded. The patient in the gown was the body Kyoichiro had reincarnated into. Only then did he assess his surroundings. Is this a hospital? Those machines look odd. How many years have passed? If 100 years have gone by, then I won't be able to take revenge on them anymore. He thought with hatred as he remembered the smiling faces that had betrayed him. Kyoichiro noticed something. He picked up the student ID of this body. Student number 1200002, name Ase Kayasuk, attribute, void. The card confirmed that about 20 years had passed since then. His eyes suddenly lit with astonishment. Kyoichiro read the attribute line of the former owner of the body. This was void attribute. He immediately broke into a smug smile. Heh. That smile then twisted into inhumanness. Kyoichiro laughed like a madman. He recalled that in his previous life his teammates had feared him because he was the strongest thanks to the time attribute. But as time went on he realized he could not grow any stronger. Even seeing the future couldn't perceive the true depth of the void attribute's power. He couldn't use his own ability to gauge the strength of someone with the void attribute. Kyoichiro looked down at the hands of this new body. Poor kid. Undoubtedly, the void attribute was the strongest, like an indefinite, unordered void, and in his previous life no one had possessed it. Because it was so rare, no one knew how to train it. He looked at the card again. No wonder this boy remained at level 1. Kyoichiro looked at the naive student photo on the card and thought the boy had probably been mocked as having no attribute more than once. He placed the card over his heart and said, "Don't worry, kid. I will make your name renowned across the world as the strongest explorer. Thanks to foresight, I know how to train the void attribute. You can rely on my past life's power to see energy flows and learn to cultivate them into fruitful strength." He activated the strength of this body. A powerful light enveloped him and lit up the room. With this power, I will become absolute. I will make those traitors. He clenched his fist, smiling maniacally. Regret betraying and driving me to death. He recalled Kaval's smiling face at that moment, and the former comrades who had once been close to him, grinning with glee as they betrayed the one who always trusted them. To take revenge on them, I must level up first. From this moment on, the Kyoichiro of the previous life will die. You will be Kyosuke. He lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes. The entire space was pitch black. The void attribute, true to its name, related to conditional magic void. Its essence lay in the ability to freely turn imagination into reality. He shut his eyes tight and concentrated. Magical energy began to stir. Imagining is something anyone can do, like an art student picturing the shape they want to draw. But when transferring it to paper stroke by stroke, it never matches the perfection of the imagination. Making it real is the hard part. Fortunately, this body was gravely injured. Kyosuke's body was still wrapped in white bandages around the abdomen. If I impose the image in my head onto this body, he frowned and concentrated, trying to visualize it. The magical energy he tried to focus flowed in streams with a shimmering, mystical light, imagining each cell being healed by magic as it traveled to every cell in Kyosuke's body, using his power to mend those injuries. The wound on his arm was gradually enveloped by that beautiful golden light. The energy sparkled like a band of galaxies. Kyosuke's arm wounds were quickly healed. The magical energy gradually dissipated. He sat up excitedly and looked down at the arm that had just been wounded, now whole with no trace left. Yes, success. Kyosuke pressed his thumb against the skin of his right wrist. Since it was only rudimentary magic, the recovery speed wasn't high, and the inside of his body wasn't fully healed yet. He thought that if he used it repeatedly, the level would rise. By repeating the visualization to heal wounds, he would recover completely soon. The ability to turn imagination into reality would also improve. The void attribute's magical energy was vast. It comprised many different elements converging, and could expand the range of what could be made real. Thanks to that, many types of magic could be created and used. He alone could master all elements from wind, earth, and fire to lightning, and eventually the images in his mind could be realized exactly in the world. Mirrored shields would no longer hinder him. They would shatter to give the void attribute space to expand. It would grow vast like the universe. Kyosuke smiled. At that moment, a middle-aged doctor holding his chart stood at the door in surprise. "You're awake? Finally." Kyosuke turned to look at him. The doctor hurried over to examine him. "Don't move too quickly. You were seriously injured after the monster attack." He pushed the blanket aside and sat up on the hospital bed. "So that's what happened to this kid." The doctor smiled brightly. "Despite being in critical condition, you woke up as if the Saintess had granted a miracle." Kyosuke looked up curiously and asked, "What did you say? Saintess? What do you mean?" The doctor was surprised. You don't know?" He honestly shook his head. The doctor's face flushed with reverence as he thought of the Saintess of the 5 holy stars. Kyosuke's expression went blank. "I don't know either. What are the 5 holy stars?" He adjusted his glasses and frowned as he rechecked the chart. "Right, you just awoke. Confusion is understandable." He gave some instructions and left the room. "Never mind. I'll run a full check now. I'm going to prepare the instruments. Stay seated here." After the doctor left, Kyosuke pulled back the blanket and sat up. "Saintess, 5 holy stars. Are they some clan or adventurer group that rose in the past 20 years? He went to the TV remote on the table. Leveling up was mandatory, but he also needed to grasp the current situation. He picked up the remote and pressed power. The TV sounded on. A special report today about the dungeon disaster level 555 20 years ago. The broadcast showed images of that time when monsters flooded the streets. Great, a special about the event where I was betrayed. Kyosuke focused on the news. The culprit was. The screen displayed an image of himself from his previous life, the leader of the treasure-seeking group, a time attribute user, level 100, named Misato Kyoichiro. Kyosuke jolted in shock. What? He couldn't believe it, staring at the screen. Am I the culprit? What the hell is going on? The screen replayed scenes of monsters pouring out of the gate and ravaging the city in smoke and flames. He had foreseen the disaster but told no one, planning to exploit the chaos to dominate the world. The remaining members of the treasure-seeking group stopped that from happening. They were the great heroes called the 5 holy stars. The TV showed his 5 former teammates. After a fierce battle, Misato Kyoichiro was defeated and the dungeon was successfully sealed. The report's voice echoed. It was a miracle known to all. Even now, the 5 holy stars still lead the world in many fields. Kyosuke froze before the TV. Today we will invite experts to. He abruptly switched off the TV. Kyosuke's bowed reflection appeared on the screen. He covered his mouth and laughed, the laughter growing more and more maniacal. He sank into rage. Not only had they betrayed him, they had defiled his honor. They had sacrificed themselves. Visions of his bloodied face flashed in his mind. Meanwhile they were hailed and welcomed like celebrities, like true heroes, shamelessly taking the glory and being praised by the whole world. The remote in Kyosuke's hand trembled with anger. I won't forgive them, never. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. All of them. I will send every last one of them to hell. The hospital room grew silent. He calmed himself and exhaled. Kyosuke turned toward the bedside cabinet. He had to be careful. He couldn't fall into their sight. He placed the TV remote on the cabinet. Then he reached for his phone. Right. The teenager looked at the phone screen. The school this boy attended was. He smiled with interest. The phone lit up. Just as he thought. The principal of the Takigo Adventurer Training Academy. 5 holy stars, Iwako Hideki. Kyosuke gripped the phone. Just waking up and already knowing where this was. Lucky. He sat back on the bed, chin in hand, pondering. But Iwako is very cautious. He's not someone who easily shows flaws. His gaze flicked to the ID card placed on the bedside. The student card showed his identity and current level. The level gap is too large now. I can't defeat him. Kyosuke collapsed back onto the bed. He spread his hand and stared at it intently. I can't do anything at level 1. Now I'll work to level up and find him. He clenched his fist, eyes resolute. Just wait, you're my first target, Iwako. A few weeks later, sunlight streamed dazzlingly into the room. Kyosuke stood before the mirror and stretched to warm up his body. Great, now I can move without issues. He put on his jacket as the doctor behind him couldn't believe it. No, impossible. He had fully recovered in just weeks. The doctor happily thought of his idol. Could this really be a blessing from the saintess? Kyosuke tightened his tie, turning his back to the doctor. No, doctor. His face went cold. Everything is thanks to my own power. Kyosuke left coldly, stepped out the door and raised his hand. All right. Thanks for taking care of me. The doctor watched him go and replied, sure. Take care of yourself too. He was discharged and stood under the clear blue sky. Now I'm done with the basics. He put the ID card into his trouser pocket. His current level was sufficient. Let's warm up a bit and then head into a dungeon, he said with a confident smile. Sounds good. Kyosuke recalled the conversation with the doctor at the hospital. The doctor sighed as he recounted the current situation of this body. I heard him. Apparently Kyosuke's entire family died in an accident. He slipped his hands into his jacket pockets and walked alone along the main road. He spoke to the former owner of this body. I do feel sorry for Kyosuke back then. Then he closed his eyes and thought. But for me it's a good thing, because it means I can do whatever I want. Kyosuke took a step forward. Across the street ahead was a gate. Curiously he pulled out his phone and checked the map. This is the place? After assessing everything for a while, Kyosuke pulled up his hood and face scarf, his eyes resolute. If I want to level up and get stronger, I want to try my luck here. He went to the security guard, took out a card, and placed it on the desk. The man immediately grabbed his wrist to hold him back and shouted, Hey, you there. Kyosuke jerked his hand back and gave the guard a cold look. What is it? The guard, flustered under his stare, began to tense up. He had seen the information on Kyosuke's card. You're only level 27. This area requires adventurers to be at least level 30 to form a party and enter. And you were planning to go in alone? That's practically suicide. The guard, worried for his safety, grabbed Kyosuke's wrist again to advise him, but Kyosuke remained calm and said, I suppose that's true for ordinary cases. But our main character shrugged off the helpful guard's hand, holding his card up for the guard to see clearly. I'm a student of Takigo Adventurer Training Academy. If I just sign the consent form, it will be fine, right? Kyosuke had prepared before coming. He stood looking at the guard. I already researched this while I was in the hospital, he said. The guard hesitated awkwardly. Well, yes, but While the two of them were still arguing with no resolution, a voice rang out behind Kayasuk that made him open his eyes wide. Come on now. He turned to look. By the tree across the road, 3 people were watching him. The one leaning against the tree spoke. That's enough. The orange-haired guy grinned and said, they're only saying that because they care about you. Another mocked him with a sneer. Aren't you just a newbie? You'd better know your place. Kayasuk glanced at them and didn't reply. He turned back to continue talking with the guard watching the gate, pointing at the tablet screen on the guard's desk. I just need to sign here, right? Without waiting for his answer, Kayasuk picked up the pen and decisively signed his name under the words I agree displayed on the screen. The guard still tried to stop him. Wait, but Kayasuk didn't care. After signing, he tossed the pen on the desk and left coldly, leaving the worried security staff behind. Now there should be no more problems. He walked alone toward the gate, waving to the guard who still wanted to stop him. Anyway, thanks for your concern. Thanks. Seeing him walk off, the guard quickly pointed at the 3 people gathered under the tree. Hey, you guys. Sorry, but please keep an eye on that kid. The guard really was kind. He told the 3, letting him go alone is like sending him to his death. The shortest guy with the center-parted hair curled his lips in irritation and said, Ha! He stepped forward, acting tough. Why should we do that for that brat? But before he finished, the purple-haired guy with glasses, who hadn't spoken, laughed and patted his teammate's shoulder. Actually, this could be fun. The glasses-wearing guy said, if no one's watching, then the other 2 stared at him in surprise. He wore a sly expression, his eyes malicious as he looked at the other 2. Whatever happens, it won't matter, right? The 3 of them picked up the vibe and grinned sneeringly as they sprinted toward the gate. A brat acting tough. He still has 100 years of training to go. The kind guard, unaware he'd asked the wrong people, cheerfully waved at them in thanks. Sorry for the trouble. I'm counting on you. The 3 entered the gate after Kayasuk. Beyond the gate was a long tunnel lit by torches on both sides. But down that endless path they couldn't see the protagonist's figure anywhere. The glasses guy said with delight, sure, just the usual. The orange-haired one laughed and added, kill the brat, then blame the monsters. The 3 remembered the person they'd killed in the dungeon before. The young man's body was covered in wounds and blood splattered the walls and floor, while they stood there with hands in their pockets admiring what they'd done. Thanks to those idiots. And our coin purses kept getting fuller. They killed lone people who entered the dungeon past the gate and looted everything from cash to jewels. The 3, imagining that profitable, murderous prospect, eagerly dashed deeper inside. 10 minutes later, they were still sprinting. The glasses wearer, already tired, asked the orange-haired one, it's been straight all the way, right? The orange-haired guy, also gasping, replied, yet we still haven't caught up to that kid. Suddenly they stopped. The orange-haired guy pointed ahead as if he'd spotted something. Look, ahead of them, Kayasuk was facing a swarm of monsters in the dungeon. Finally caught up. Energy radiated from him. Kayasuk's gaze was ice-cold. He swept his hand once, and a fierce flame burst forth straight ahead. Kayasuk raised his hand to head level, conjuring magic like a whirlwind as his right hand spun continuously. Then he thrust it forward. The vortex and the fire surged ahead powerfully. Kayasuk's fire was so strong that when it swept through the monsters, they were incinerated before they could flee. In moments, the once massive horde was reduced to ash and the tunnel was clear again. The 3 who had followed Kayasuk stood behind, astonished. The glasses wearer gaped. No way. The short one couldn't believe his eyes. It alone defeated an S-rank monster. The corner of the orange-haired guy's stiff mouth curled up as he pointed at Kayasuk. More importantly, wasn't that a rare drop? What glittered before them was a bag overflowing with gem-like items, with more jewels scattered across the ground around it. The 3 bastards' eyes lit up at the sight of the loot bag. They couldn't shut their mouths. If we sold that, we could live the good life for 6 months. Noticing Kayasuk had been quietly picking up the gems without reacting to their presence, they began plotting. He still hasn't noticed. Idiot. That rare drop is ours. Just kill him, they said. Easy. The 3 quickly set their dirty plan in motion as one leapt up. The orange-haired guy had latched onto the tunnel ceiling. The glasses wearer looked up at his comrade's position and smiled. The short one had also taken his place. The glasses wearer turned and nodded to confirm once more. The three thieves simultaneously unleashed their magic toward Kayasuk. Now kill him. Our protagonist pulled his mask down and swore. Damn it, he used magic, turned with fury, and snarled at the cowards. You think doing that makes you clever? Kayasuk used his ability to smoothly dodge their water and wind attacks, no matter the era. He sliced through the wind blade and the water column of the two with no effort at all. There are always scum trying to steal others' things, huh? The orange-haired guy and the center-parted one dropped down in shock at Kayasuk. What, he dodged the attack? Impossible. Does he have eyes in the back of his head? The glasses wearer couldn't believe it. He conjured a fireball with a showy flourish and leapt behind the mane. Just beginner's luck. Die. Kayasuk didn't dodge. He turned and channeled power into his fist. A straight punch to the glasses wearer's stomach made the fireball in his hand vanish completely. He immediately spat blood. The blow was so powerful it sent him flying, and the large body slammed hard against the tunnel wall. Dust cleared. A section of the tunnel had been crushed. The glasses wearer lay sprawled against the dungeon wall while Kayasuk calmly continued his hunt. He spoke to the man who had been knocked out. With vermin like you, I'll crush you without mercy. The two accomplices froze in panic, not daring to make a sound. Kayasuk stamped the ground. I won't hesitate to use you as stepping stones. He was like the Reaper incarnate, eyes full of hatred as he stared at them. The grudge I carry officially begins now. Outside the gate, the sky remained clear and peaceful. At that moment, another person entered the dungeon. A handsome man in a cloak stood with arms crossed, head held high. Iwako's subordinate, Yoichi Tsudai. I came after hearing that an academy student had entered the dungeon alone. He looked at the three bodies on the ground. Why were there newly dead adventurers here? Iwako stared at the scene and wondered what on earth had happened. Cut back to the outside world. Night had fallen, and an apartment building still had its lights on. Kayasuk sat in his room looking at the ID card in his hand. On a D-rank dungeon, I could have leveled up and tested void magic. He studied the information on the card carefully. His new magic was information concealment. Kayasuk grinned maliciously. He could fake his level and even erase dungeon entry data. Pretty useful. He lay on the bed and checked the news on his phone. So tomorrow's my first day at the academy. Huh. A notification popped up on the phone screen from the previous day. Pay up. Hurry. Wake up, you attribute-less idiot. He frowned and realized something. So that's it. The next morning, students were on their way to school. Kayasuk slung his bag and headed to class when someone called his name. Kayasuk. He turned to look. An energetic, lively, cute girl waved at him. His classmate, Asahi Karen. Good morning. Feeling better now? Kayasuk replied politely, thanks, I'm fine now. She looked very worried for him and sighed in relief when he said he was okay. I'm so glad. I was really worried. Kayasuk glanced at his friend indulgently. So he did have someone who cared. A voice cut into their conversation. Look who it is. Kayasuk tilted his head. The speaker continued mockingly. Isn't that the attribute-less guy who barely survived? Kayasuk looked over to see three guys with green and red hair approaching with sneers. Since you had to protect a weak level one like him, you owe me something. The leader boasted, you must have brought it with you, right? I'm a bit short on cash right now. Hearing that, he immediately remembered last night's message, so it was those bastards. Karen stepped in front of Kayasuk. She seemed a little scared but bravely defended him. Stop right there. Kayasuk just got out of the hospital. Her action surprised him. He noticed her hand gripping the bag strap trembling continuously. Kayasuk looked at Karen. He stepped forward to stand between her and them. Thanks, but I'm fine. The two lackeys behind them doubled over laughing like it was the funniest thing, clutching their stomachs. Damn. Listen to this attribute-less shrimp talk. Don't act tough just because you're standing in front of a girl. The leader cracked his knuckles, sneering. Let me remind you. You're useless, you can't even cast magic. You're the ones who need to be reminded of your place. Kayasuk retorted bluntly. The three immediately stopped laughing, as if they couldn't understand how he could say that. Huh? Our protagonist stood before the bastards who'd bullied him and said with conviction. Unlike you scum. Rest easy, kid. I'll make your name renowned across the world as the strongest adventurer. He raised his hand. I'm the one who keeps promises. Kayasuk's gesture made the leader lose his temper. He conjured a fireball above his head. furious and losing control as he shouted at the main, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Karen, worried, warned him, "No way, you can't use magic outside the dungeon, it's against school rules." But the guy ignored her and barked, "Shut up. This attribute-less trash is the one who's wrong for daring to defy me." He hurled the fireball at Kayasuk. "Take this." Kayasuk stood there unflinching. Kayasuk frowned. His right hand also summoned fire magic. With a flick, his fireball shot forward. Kayasuk's fireball was 3 times larger than the others. The 2 fireballs were about to collide. There was an explosion as the 2 fireballs collided, scattering countless embers between them. The 2 lackeys gaped in panic. "No way. Isn't that the same kind of magic? Since when could he use that?" The leader was also stunned, unable to trust his eyes. "What the?" Kayasuk glared at the bastard coldly. "Is that it?" His words were an insult to the bully. He ground his teeth and hissed each word, "You piece of shit." The leader immediately turned to call for backup. "Hey you lot, stop standing there. Take care of him." The 2 lackeys obeyed and unleashed their magic toward the main. "Yeah, try this. Still wind and water. Like those defeated robbers in the dungeon." Our main didn't even bother to drop his bag. He raised his hand and used both water and wind magic at once. With a single flick of his hand, his spell met the 2 attackers head-on. The 3 bullies were truly terrified now. What the hell is this? How many types of magic can he use? I've never heard of anything like this. Before they could stop panicking, Kayasuk asked one short question that froze all 3 in place. "Satisfied?" Kayasuk snapped his fingers. "Now it's my turn." A massive aura surged up behind him, rolling like a storm. Kayasuk advanced step by step with clenched fists. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." "Well, not yet." The 3 bullies panicked and turned to run for their lives. "Holy shit!" The main's voice was like a demon from hell. "Kayasuk, you begged us for help, didn't you?" He grabbed the leader by the shoulder. "So what did you lot do back then?" His eyes now showed no emotion, cold and detached like a killing machine. "Enough. I don't need your answer." He clamped his hand over the leader's mouth, making him sweat with fear. "You vermin." The leader grabbed Kayasuk's arm with both hands, but couldn't resist that overwhelming strength. Kayasuk coldly judged him. "You always say the same things." He was scared to the point of tears, and so, "No matter what you say, I won't stop this punch until it lands." With eyes full of hatred, the main stared straight at the bully. His fist was the convergence of countless types of power. Without hesitation, he struck the leader in the face. The man immediately sprayed blood from his nose and passed out. His whole body flew like a rocket before finally stopping. The leader lay sprawled on the main road, smoking, motionless. Karen covered her mouth with both hands in fear. "Ase Kayasuk." The 2 lackeys panicked and helped the unconscious leader up. "No one would dare look down on you anymore from now on." Kayasuk smiled wickedly. "Let's walk together on the path to become the strongest adventurer." Apologies echoed across the school. We're sorry." The 2 lackeys supported the leader who could no longer walk on his own. "We're sorry. Okay?" After they got some distance from our main, the leader ground his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn, after leaving the hospital he changed completely. Kayasuk closed his eyes and said softly, "In the end he's nothing special." Karen stuck her head out, bewildered, and didn't reply. They walked side by side down the hallway. Their classmates all looked at them with unfriendly expressions. Everyone glanced awkwardly, then turned and whispered among themselves. Kayasuk noticed his classmate's strange attitude. Was he drawing too much attention? As the protagonist and his classmate were about to enter the classroom, someone grabbed a student's shoulder from behind and said, "Wait a moment." The person asked, "You are Ase Kayasuk, right?" Kayasuk glanced back at the speaker. A handsome man with a cold expression tilted his head and politely asked, "Do you have a moment?" Kayasuk wondered who he was. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. He looked noble. What a headache. Should I ignore him? After thinking it over, Kayasuk raised a hand and awkwardly smiled as he declined. "Sorry, class is about to start." The man cut him off before he finished. "Wait, I haven't told you my name yet." He stood erect in the hallway. "I'm Yoichi Tsudai, leader of the Cat Nars." Karen halted in surprise and looked at him. "Cat Nars?" Kayasuk's expression went ice-cold. "The society formed by Principal Iwako." Kayasuk's hand on the door froze. Tsudai continued, I'll ask again, Ase. He smiled darkly. Could you spare me a moment of your time? Kaisuke was silent. Then he turned and smiled. If that's the case, it seems there's no other choice. Cut to an empty classroom. Tsudai looked at him seriously and asked straight away, were you the one who defeated the adventurers discovered in the D-rank dungeon last night? Kaisuke acted nonchalant as if it had nothing to do with him. What are you talking about? But inwardly he kept wondering. Such information should have been kept secret. How did he know? Kaisuke's face was cold as he stared at the other. Tsudai pressed on. I was told a student entered the dungeon, so I came to investigate. While in the dungeon, I discovered a notorious gang that hunted rookies. But when he found them, they were nothing but corpses strewn on the ground. And moreover, Tsudai grimly recounted what he saw when you used magic. This morning you even used multi-attribute magic, right? Kaisuke inwardly smirked, meaning he doesn't know the specifics of my magic. He waved his hand and grew harsher. Now tell me the truth. Were you the one who took them down? Kaisuke rummaged through his pockets. Because I was ambushed this morning, I really don't remember clearly what happened. He pulled his ID card from his jacket pocket and laughed helplessly. I'm only rank 1. How could I have done that? Tsudai looked surprised at the card Kaisuke produced. The card's information was clear. The student card did show rank 1, and the attribute listed was void. He looked at Kaisuke's harmless smile and sneered inwardly. Just some nobody, and he dares waste my time? Tsudai clenched his teeth in anger. Then he turned, pushed the door open, and left. Before exiting the classroom, he added perfunctorily, sorry for calling you in. He stood in the doorway and looked back. Don't do anything suspicious. Extra trouble is annoying. Kaisuke stood in the hallway watching Tsudai's retreating back. He thought to himself, that Tsudai guy, it seems I can use him. Thinking that, Kaisuke smiled slyly. He could approach Iwako without raising suspicion. Is there a way to make him my pawn? Kaisuke wondered as he dealt with the gullible Tsudai. Wait. Now's the perfect time to test that magic. Kaisuke smirked calculatingly. Cut to an office. Tsudai stood at attention reporting his findings to a man seated with his back to the bookshelf. My report on last night's events in the D-rank dungeon ends here. The other man sat with one leg crossed and his chin propped on his hand. You messed up too? Hideki, hair slicked back and hands ringed in glittering jewelry, frowned reprovingly. I told you to be careful who you use. Takigo Adventurer Training Academy. 5 Saints Insignia. Principal Iwako Hideki. Tsudai bowed deeply. I sincerely apologize. I will try to calm the situation immediately. Hideki rose, of course. He stepped in front of the bowed Tsudai. If your involvement in the rookie hunting incident is exposed, I will be criticized as well. Hideki grabbed Tsudai's face and pulled it up so he faced him. His face like a demon scared Tsudai. Don't forget that. If anything goes wrong, even you will be fired immediately. Tsudai bowed his head very low and shouted, I understand, Principal Iwako. In a corner out of Hideki's sight, Tsudai gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Why do I have to deal with this pile of trash? If I'd known it would end up like this, I would have squeezed more hush money out of those bastards. Turns out he wasn't so clean either. He took bribes from the bandits Kaisuke encountered. He clenched his teeth and forced down his anger at being reprimanded. Hideki turned back to his desk. Nonetheless, there was one thing I still don't understand. Tsudai looked up and asked curiously, What is it, sir? He picked up his tablet. According to your report, the student in question should be at least a 3rd year. But there were no 3rd-year students who entered the dungeon last night. The tablet clearly showed that. Hideki put the tablet back on its stand and said, Well then, maybe they were killed by monsters while hunting rookies, and you're lying to cover it up, he said, folding his hands behind his back as he passed Tsudai, asserting something that made him ashen. He moved to the window, hands clasped behind his back, staring out at the clear blue sky. Rather than believe one of my students could single-handedly defeat rookie hunters, this is the more realistic conclusion. Tsudai seemed to realize, I see, is that it? Hideki didn't turn around, yes. Unless something extremely unusual happened, he widened his eyes at that. Well, Tsudai recalled the oddity Hideki mentioned. Oddity? It seemed the odd thing was Kaisuke's student card listing a void attribute at rank 1. He quickly spoke up, Principal Iwako, could a special attribute be connected to this? Hideki put a hand to his chin and tilted his head in thought. A special attribute, that's a possibility. Hearing that, he seemed to realize something interesting and smirked. Sudai, grinning confidently, placed a hand on his chest. Principal Iwako, please let me handle this case. His attention returned once more to our protagonist Kayasuke. I'll be quick. Sudai sneered with malicious eyes and vowed to resolve the matter completely. On the wall, a torch blazed, casting red-hot embers. A few boys in matching outfits were unleashing powerful streams of energy in the same direction. Seeing the monkey going berserk ahead, one of them shouted urgently, I see it running that way. Suddenly the monkey grew gigantic and let out a terrifying roar, its blood-red eyes seeming to devour everything around it. At that moment someone concentrated a surge of power in their palm, forming a vortex-like circle. The energy shot directly into the rampaging monkey, making it howl in agony. The students watched terrified as the monkey began to fall, cold sweat breaking out. Sudai was the one who just defeated the monkey. He called out loudly to the others, students, do not break formation. The trainees who'd seen the display wore expressions of admiration and exclaimed in unison, Yoichi is amazing. After all, he was chosen by Principal Iwako. Maybe I should join the cat Nars too. Sudai stared at the piled-up monsters and said softly, all right, I've cleared all the monsters in this area. Those behind him chorused, well done, Yoichi. He turned his back and left, instructing them, I leave the rest to you. Those students replied, understood. Then, it's time to do why I came here, Sudai told himself, slipping a hand into his coat to retrieve something. Sudai pulled out a small chain with a strange surface and gently placed it in his palm. Reveal Ase Kayasuke's location to me, he said, then flung the chain forward, imbuing it with a weird blue energy. The chain began to stretch rapidly. The hand holding the chain's end began to feel a force pulling it along. He thought to himself, just as I suspected, he's far from the other students. Receiving the signal from the chain, Sudai quickened his pace and followed the direction it pointed. I don't know what he's planning, but that works in my favor. Sudai began to imagine, his thoughts growing strange. If so, no one would suspect his death was anything but a tragic accident. I only happened to look for Master Ase. These sorts of things happen all the time in dungeons, he thought, grinning slyly. As if remembering something, he thought, first, the trainee hunter incident. Then the chain of troubles since the moment he was discharged from the hospital. He recalled the scene he'd seen from above. Also, I'm really curious about what they said. Sudai remembered the time in the classroom. At that point he had asked wearily, is it true? A group of youths were kneeling before him, some with bandaged faces. A red-haired one hurriedly told him, it's true, believe me. The attribute-less guy attacked us with the exact kind of magic we use. Not only that, the bastard created a gigantic fire we'd never seen before. The blonde's voice recalled something horrifying. In that blonde's memory, Kayasuke walked with a massive flame dozens of times his height roaring behind him. Sudai looked at them in disbelief and exclaimed he couldn't believe it. Suddenly he stood up and said nonchalantly, fine. I've asked everything I needed to. The group panicked and trembled as they asked. So then, Sudai, turning away, paused and said coldly, teach them a lesson. I don't need weaklings who lose to an incompetent like that. No, that can't be. That's not what you promised, the red-haired one shouted, reaching out and trying to follow him but was held back by those around him. A blue-haired youth, his face badly injured, suddenly spoke up. That one has, his words made Sudai, who was about to leave, pause. No longer human, he blurted. His face showed terror as if he'd seen a demon, his gaze vacant. At that moment the chain led Sudai to a vast place where only his footsteps echoed. As he walked he thought about that expression. The fear wasn't normal. Sudai told himself that to be safe he'd put him in the Cat Nars special class. But he only showed extremely strong illusions. He kept walking, monsters' corpses defeated lying scattered behind him. Surely he used a magical weapon or something. I'm pretty sure he dealt with the trainee hunters by dirty means, he thought, laughing smugly. Sudai looked down the path and saw a goblin corpse riddled with wounds lying on the ground. Another monster corpse. Did Ase Kayasuke do this? He wondered, puzzled. He examined the blood on the creature and analyzed to himself. Just one ordinary strike? Seems their claims aren't entirely nonsense. But this power isn't frightening at all, he said, his face showing smug satisfaction. Sudai thought of Hideki, dean of Takigo Academy, judging silently. Even Iwako, kicked out of the Pentagonal Saints, could do this. His thoughts were certain. I have no choice but to follow his orders now, but one day I will surpass him and replace him at the head of the Pentagonal Saints, ruling the world. Sudai fantasized grandly. A smug smile spread across his face. His eyes looking ahead deepened. He schemed inwardly. But to do that, I mustn't let anyone know about my ties to the trainee hunters. As for Ase Kayasuk, who could cause more trouble later, I need to make sure a small accident happens to him by chance, he said, smiling with the corners of his mouth nearly reaching his ears. The chain continued to lead forward. Sudai told himself. He must be nearby. The chain in his hand finally slowed as if it had found its destination. He reeled it in and hid behind a corner to observe. Sudai wondered. All right, what is he doing in a place like this? Sudai looked over and his face contorted as if seeing something horrible. His eyes wide and cold sweat pouring out uncontrollably. In front of him, Kayasuk was sitting atop a pile of monster corpses, a smug smile on his face. The man spoke, "You're late. I was getting bored waiting." Sudai quickly hid behind the wall again, his entire body trembling. He thought, my presence should have been completely concealed. Kayasuk smiled and calmly asked, "So you were wondering how he detected my presence, weren't you, Yoichi?" He gritted his teeth, eyes full of contempt. He thought to himself, can he read my mind? At that moment Sudai stepped out and snapped, "What the hell are you?" Hearing that, Kayasuk replied calmly, "I heard Iwako chose you, but you're not as impressive as I expected." Kayasuk looked down with a cold glare and a low voice. "The way you hunt rookies and extort their money is just like that coward Iwako." Sudai's face showed some anger. "What? How did you know about that?" Kayasuk jumped down, his voice slow. "Yoichi, do you really enjoy tormenting others?" Light poured over his back, making his whole presence feel overpowering. He asked softly, "But you've never understood what it feels like to be hunted, have you?" "Now I'll teach you that feeling," Kayasuk said coldly. "With that magic, I will make you pay for me," he said, Kayasuk's face cold as he looked at the man before him, expression tinged with eagerness. Seeing Kayasuk's overwhelming stance, Sudai shouted in anger, "You're a dangerous bastard." "Too dangerous," he growled, his eyes growing more furious. As he finished speaking, he summoned his sword, a blinding golden blade radiating a wondrous power. "For my ambition." Sudai lunged, attacking while declaring bluntly, "I will defeat you here at any cost." Kayasuk easily avoided Sudai's attack, remaining relaxed with his hands casually in his pockets. Kayasuk concentrated a surge of power in his palm and taunted, "Is that all? Is that really your true strength?" He unleashed the flame in his hand, colossal as if intent on devouring everything in its path. Sudai swung his sword, still extremely arrogant. "You think you can beat me with that level?" As he spoke, Sudai looked up to see a mysterious blue lightning bolt fired at him. By reflex, Sudai raised his sword and blocked the attack. Beneath his feet a few stones had fallen, but a golden aura surrounded them. Surprisingly, those stones rose as if to strike. Sudai gripped his sword tightly, taking up a ready combat stance. Sudai glared at him angrily and ground his teeth. Damn it! He can actually use multi-attribute magic. What exactly is his void attribute like? He began, but before he finished, Kayasuk leapt from behind him, eyes razor-sharp. Sudai seemed to notice something. His eyes widened. He turned around and quickly raised his sword to block the blow. "Damn it, you just keep getting in the way of my plans." Sudai ground out each word. After the collision, both were knocked back, sliding and leaving a long streak on the ground. Kayasuk said indifferently, "Your plan?" Sudai replied, confident, "Yes, one day I will surpass Iwako." He laughed loudly and voiced his ambition. "Then I will replace him and become one of the Pentagonal Saints." Kayasuk asked coldly, "Why Iwako? Why him? There are many other Pentagonal Saints." Sudai squinted, smiling as he said slowly, "Because him. He's someone who was once expelled from the Pentagonal Saints. If I become a saint, I will have the right to dominate the world," he said as if stating the obvious. He suddenly paused, then cheerfully added, "So if you think about it, targeting the weakest makes sense." Kayasuk turned his head, his face full of disgust at Sudai's dirty scheme. He said one word, "Coward." Hearing that, Tsudai angrily demanded, "What did you just say?" A layer of strange blue light radiated around Kayasuk. He rested the sword on his shoulder and said to Tsudai with one hand propping it, "I was worried you might have approached Iwako first, but if your ambition is that petty, then I have nothing to worry about." Kayasuk looked down, his face filled with disgust and contempt for Tsudai's actions. Hearing this, the cheerful Tsudai suddenly lost control. His eyes widened as he stared at Kayasuk before him. The man with the sword lunged in fury, shouting, "Shut up! What's wrong with wanting power, money, and women?" he yelled, brandishing his sword in a flurry as he fought and screamed. He shouted into Kayasuk's face, trying to prove himself right. "Power that lets you trample others with no one daring to speak. That's the power I want," he roared, face to face with the calmly composed Kayasuk. Tsudai laughed savagely and ambitiously. "If I become a pentagonal saint, I can do whatever I want, and once I attain that position, I will learn the saintess's weakness, and then I will make that woman mine." Tsudai voiced his vile and sick thoughts that would make others despise him. The two continued to fight. Kayasuk replied coldly, "It seems what you say isn't even worth my listening to. It's time to end this," Kayasuk said, delivering a powerful sword strike that sent his opponent flying. Tsudai looked at the cracked fragments of his sword and screamed in fear, "No way, my sword." Kayasuk tossed his own sword aside and said, "Thanks to your useless babble. I've already prepared that spell." Hearing this, Tsudai cried in terror, Don't come near me. "Now, let me see how you dance," he said coldly, his dark eyes flashing with a sharp light. No sooner had he finished than Kayasuk stepped forward and cast a spell on him. Absolute hypnosis. As the spell took effect, Tsudai, who had been struggling, went completely still. His face became blank. Then he collapsed like a statue, producing a loud thud. Kayasuk gazed down thoughtfully, thinking to himself, "This spell requires the caster to first shatter the target's spirit, but once activated—" "Hey, get up," Kayasuk ordered, and each of his joints slowly began to move. He felt as if some force lifted him, his whole body still rigid like a log. Tsudai tilted his head and replied in a hollow voice, "Yes, sir. I have stood up." Kayasuk smirked, watching the man with interest, thinking to himself, "It seems to have worked." He gave a slow command. "For now, focus on completing the mission. I will give further orders later." Tsudai replied oddly, "Yes, I understand, seeming a bit uncomfortable. Kayasuk ordered, "Return to your normal way of speaking." After those words, the other man's eyes brightened and he returned to normal, no longer vacant like before. Tsudai turned and walked back the way he came, answering, "I will return to lead the group." Kayasuk watched him walk away slowly, his face inscrutable. Suddenly Kayasuk smiled, a flash of triumph in his eyes. At that moment, as Kayasuk stepped out of the dark place, a sweet voice rang out. Karen ran up, worried, and asked, "Kayasuk, where have you been? I was so worried." Kayasuk smiled apologetically. Sorry, I was just talking with Yoichi for a bit." Karen, slightly surprised, wondered, with Yoichi? What were you two talking about?" He replied calmly, "Just a little about how to make dreams come true." Karen smiled and asked, "Did you get any good advice?" He pictured Tsudai's vacant face under his hypnosis and couldn't hide a flicker of pleasure, answering calmly, "Yes, I got excellent advice. One of my dreams will surely become reality." Karen cheerfully said, "I hope your dream comes true soon." Kayasuk replied, "Yeah, I hope so too." Then someone called out, "Special class is almost over. Everyone, gather immediately." Karen heard the announcement and urged, "Let's go, Kayasuk. We can't be left behind." Watching Karen's retreating back, Kayasuk thought, "I'm really glad I joined this class, because finally I have a pawn Iwako won't suspect." He smiled, a slight, pleased smile tinged with hard-to-spot smugness. In Principal Hideki's office at Takigo Academy, Hideki sat in the comfortable principal's chair, turned around, glanced irritably at the man before him, and asked, "So, any progress on the apprentice hunter's case?" Tsudai respectfully bowed and handed the file to him. "Yes, sir. As expected, a student with a special ability is involved in the case." That file belonged to someone they all knew. The familiar ID photo attached. The student was Ase Kayasuk, A first year with the void attribute. Sudai reported seriously to his master. I detained him at the usual location and interrogated him. He admitted using multi-attribute magic to defeat the apprentice hunters. Hearing this, Hideki paused at the odd detail and narrowed his eyes, asking again, multi-attribute magic? What are you saying? Just as you'd expect, Hideki will be surprised by what I've gathered, Sudai said with a sinister smile. But he didn't fully admit it, so as not to spoil the plan. He said, the details aren't clear yet. Give me more time and I'm confident I can investigate further. Then he suggested, speaking of which, it's been a while. It's been a long time since we worked together. Why don't you take action yourself this time? He added, a crafty look and dangerous glint on his face, lips curling as if plotting something. Hideki showed no suspicion. He looked up at the ceiling, thought for a moment, then agreed, sounds not bad. He cracked his knuckles with a snap, his gaze full of boredom seeking new amusement. It's been a long time since I tortured someone. I'll make him pay properly for all the trouble he caused you and me. Sudai didn't hesitate. Then before he could finish, the phone rang and cut him off. Hideki frowned at the ringing landline and clicked his tongue, wondering who would be calling at this hour. Hideki waved his hand to signal the man before him to go ahead. I'll come later. Yes, sir. See you then. The man bowed respectfully and stepped down. Hideki picked up the receiver and said, Iwako speaking. A sharp female voice piped up. Oh, isn't this the great principal? Thank you so much for choosing our company in yesterday's bid. Hideki recognized the voice at once and snapped, don't play games. Lei Ruashi, the woman on the line, sounded fashionable and important at first impression. Short, stylish hair, an air of wealth. She smiled. Aren't you falling for it? After all, we're partners sharing government subsidies. You're the CEO of Lei Company, the pentagonal Saint Lei Ruashi. Hideki leaned back comfortably and said, you haven't changed at all. I don't have time for banter. I have to deal with that matter personally. So sorry. I'm busy now. Let's talk another time. Roshi retorted sarcastically. What could keep a principal who rules the academy and lines his pockets like you busy? Hit where it hurt, Hideki snapped angrily, watch your mouth. But he had more pressing concerns, so his anger subsided. Forget it. I'm investigating a student with the void attribute. Roshi asked in surprise, the void attribute? What can a loser like that do? Hideki didn't elaborate, answering tersely, yes, but still, it's a special attribute. His expression and tone changed immediately. So anything could happen, right? Roshi thought for a moment, her beautiful face taking on a somewhat terrifying expression. She spoke up, you mean something like Kyoichiro's time magic? At the familiar name, Hideki's face changed. He gripped the phone tightly, his eyes full of hatred. Hideki barked into the receiver, don't mention that name. It makes me sick. Roshi had to pull the phone away as she snorted, you're still hot-headed as ever. Her gaze also held loathing for that name. She sympathized with him, but I don't blame you. Since he awakened that power, the balance of power among adventurers has completely shifted. The balance of power among adventurers has completely shifted. Her full red lips curled into a dangerous smile. She didn't want to interfere. Fine. I'll contact you later. Goodbye. The line went dead with a dial tone. After hanging up, Hideki turned sour, threw the phone down hard on the desk, and spat angrily, selfish vixen. But it wasn't just Roshi who angered him. There was also that old friend they'd mentioned. He grumbled, still, hearing that damned name again after all these years makes me furious. Hideki's face darkened, his eyes scheming. He growled, isn't this the perfect time to unleash all this fury? After some time, Hideki, following Tsudai's instructions, went himself to investigate that unusual first-year student. He entered the forest, only a few steps from the factory. Arriving at the door, he walked and thought, now, how should I torture him? Pouring water, nail-pulling. An array of horrible punishments flashed through his mind. A lock appeared on the door. Hideki used his fingerprint to activate it. His face looked utterly evil, eager to indulge his perverse pleasure in tormenting others. He smiled slyly. I'll vent the anger I couldn't take out on Kyoichiro on this boy. The door activated. He was pleased. Good. It's open. Hideki opened the door and said, sorry to keep you waiting, Tsudai. But inside the factory it was empty. No one to be seen, no Tsudai, only old tools and spare parts. Unexpectedly, Hideki was surprised. There's nobody here. While he was distracted, Tsudai raised his sword and attacked from behind. Hideki noticed and turned to see the blade swing. His eyes widened in surprise, but with profound strength, he caught the glowing blade with just 2 fingers without even looking back. Hideki, furious at his subordinate's betrayal, snarled, "It seems you underestimated me. Probably from the arrogance bred by all those compliments, right, Tsudai?" The man suddenly looked panicked. His painstakingly prepared plan had collapsed. Hideki flew into rage. His palms glowed as he prepared a retaliatory strike. "Do you really think you can defeat me with just that?" A very long golden chain appeared, winding swiftly around Tsudai. Hideki's eyes were murderous, wanting to eliminate him immediately. He yanked the chain hard. In the blink of an eye, it had coiled tightly around Tsudai's body from head to toe. It even gagged him and hung him upside down high in the air. After tying Tsudai up, he angrily delivered a kick. "No way someone like you could be my match." Bound tight and helpless, Tsudai was kicked away, unable to cry out even from the pain. He stepped closer and said, "You picked the wrong enemy, you bastard." Tsudai struggled and screamed, terrified as the man's footsteps drew nearer. Hideki came before him, fists clenched in fury. "You destroyed yourself with those foolish ambitions, Yoichi Tsudai." A voice sounded still as stupid as ever. "Huh." Hideki was startled, his heart leaping. There was another person here he hadn't noticed. He turned and stammered, Who is there?" In the darkness, Kayasuk stepped out and said, "Kneel before the strong and prey on the weak." He looked at the man before him mockingly. "You seem as greedy and foolish as ever." Hideki's eyes bulged in anger. Someone dared to run rampant in his territory. He threatened, "How dare you insult me? I'm the academy principal." He's the same as always, fond of flaunting authority and using power to oppress others. Kayasuk stepped forward and calmly replied, "Destroying yourself over foolish ambition. Sounds like the perfect self-introduction for you, Iwako Hideki." Hearing that, Hideki boiled with rage. His face flushed and veins bulged. He snarled, "Who the hell are you, bastard?" Kayasuk strode out coolly, hands in his pockets, walking slowly. Hideki recognized that he wore the school uniform. Hideki shouted, "I'll expel you. Give me your student ID number." The angrier Hideki got, the more delighted Kayasuk became. He grinned wickedly and soothed, Now, calm down. Finally we've reached this step, so let's talk slowly for a bit. Just the 2 of us." Kayasuk has waited a long time for this day. The grudge from his past life will be settled little by little. Outside, dusk fell and the treetops were dyed a nostalgic gold. A fitting scene to resolve old matters. Seeing Hideki losing his temper, Kayasuk calmly suggested, "Why not have a little talk with me, Iwako Hideki?" He boldly called the man's name straight out. Though he was the principal of a major school, for a lowly student to dare call him by name made Hideki grind his teeth. "How dare you mock me?" His hands began to glow as before when confronting Tsudai. Chunks of earth around them were lifted into the air as his power manipulated the ground. Hideki clenched his fist, eyes flashing with anger, confident. "I'll show you how wide the gap in strength between us is. Take this high-level earth magic." An enormous hand, modeled after his own but 100 times larger and made of rock and soil, rose up from the ground and soared into the sky. It clenched into a massive fist and lunged like a punch. Hideki's pupils glowed yellow as he used his power to control the earth, the hand forming into a fist just like the giant mock-up. He curled his mouth in contempt. "A student like you can't possibly dodge this." He thrust the powerful fist toward Kayasuk, shouting, "Die!" Immediately, instead of moving himself to strike, the giant fist, under his control, flew straight at Kayasuk. Kayasuk remained brazenly calm as the fist flew right up to his face. A tremendous collision sent earth and stone scattering and raised a thick cloud of dust. Hideki looked up at the sky and laughed with satisfaction. "This is the price a mediocre student like you pays for opposing me." Through the smoke after the attack, the factory could be seen. Half collapsed, the ground cracked by the immense force, no sign of anyone inside. With such power, an ordinary student would be shattered or at least dying. Hideki smirked smugly. "Maybe I was a bit heavy-handed. I'll think of another place to torture him, and I still don't know who you are, but I'll stay to watch you die. The explosion's dust had splattered mud on his face, so he reached into his jacket for a handkerchief to wipe himself. Wiping his face with the handkerchief, Hideki slowly approached the half-destroyed factory to witness Kayasuke's death, complaining, "What a nuisance." He looked ahead in surprise. When the smoke cleared, a lone figure still stood at the center of the rubble as if nothing had happened. Hideki froze. What? Kayasuke walked slowly toward him. Although Kayasuke had originally proposed a peaceful talk, the man had rudely started the fight first. So Kayasuke frowned and asked calmly, "I told you I only wanted to talk a bit." He had no injuries or scratches, not even dust, leaving Hideki astonished. "What, you're completely unharmed despite being hit by my high-level spell? No student has ever been like this." He angrily pointed and demanded, "What the hell are you? Say your name now." Kayasuke smiled at the question, rubbing his chin teasingly. "Who am I? Haven't you figured out who I am yet?" His face darkened and his eyes flashed with a counter-question. Of course he couldn't imagine reincarnation, so Hideki replied, "What? I don't know any bastard like you. Don't joke around. Tell me your name." Kayasuke rubbed the back of his neck, smirked, and said softly, "I truly am very hurt. Iwako, could it be that you've really forgotten me? Your current image is exactly like Kyoichiro, the friend from Hideki's past, who once spoke to him in this same tone." He panicked. His face drained of color. His mouth drooped into a whimper. "No, you are." He was utterly shocked, his legs buckling slightly as he turned away, unwilling to accept the truth. Impossible. Hideki couldn't believe his eyes. He clutched his head, refusing to accept it. That person was clearly. His eyes lit up as he remembered something. His face was no longer fearful. "You bastard. Don't put on that cheap act. You watched the news about the past, didn't you?" He snapped, glaring at Kayasuke with contempt. He gritted his teeth. "That one Misato Kyoichiro." He raised his hand and cast a jade-green power. Hideki shouted angrily, "He's already dead." A whirlwind of earth and stone formed around him. Kayasuke closed his eyes and sighed as he looked at his former friend. He stepped slowly closer and said, "You're always like this, only believing what suits you and ignoring what you don't like." Hideki could no longer contain himself. Terrified inside but outwardly aggressive, he threatened, "Don't talk nonsense. Take one more step and I'll strike you." Kayasuke curled a lip. "I see. You were swayed by the sweet words of those around you." As he spoke, he cast a spell, gathering energy into a small yellow orb that grew in his palm. Unknown to Hideki, who was panic-stricken by Kayasuke's words, Kayasuke asked sharply, "And because of that, you betrayed me, Misato Kyoichiro, didn't you?" His gaze was so strong it seemed to pierce Hideki's heart. The greatest hatred came not from outsiders but from his closest friend. Hit in the heart, Hideki shouted, "Shut up." Then, full of rage, he hurled a powerful attack at him. But having openly stepped forward to confront him, Kayasuke had planned for this. His eyes flared as he raised his hand to gather power. As Hideki's attack lunged, Kayasuke cast magic. A streak of golden light sliced across the jade-green strike. His attack was nullified, instantly dissolving to Hideki's stupefaction. He stared wide-eyed at the familiar technique and murmured, "What, this magic?" It was the same move Kyoichiro had used back then. In his memory, that friend used a similar technique to slay monsters. His redirected attack struck the ground nearby with a loud crash and choking smoke. The two men regarded each other like strangers yet acquaintances, the surrounding trees violently shaking from the blast's force. Hideki collapsed to his knees. Impossible. He couldn't believe his eyes. "I'm sure we sealed him in the prison." Seeing his old friend break down before him, Kayasuke stepped forward to explain, "I was imprisoned and thrown into the depths of despair." Kayasuke bowed his head and looked at the wretched Hideki, the one who caused the tragedy in his life, his eyes burning with hatred from his past life. Hideki stammered, "You're really Misato Kyoichiro?" Kayasuke knelt on one knee and replied, "It took quite a while, didn't it?" He broke into a bright smile and said, "Long time no see. I'm glad you still remember me, Iwako." Hideki, kneeling on the ground, looked up dazed and asked hesitantly, "You're Misato Kyoichiro?" Suddenly he sprang to his feet decisively. He waved his hand and shouted, "Don't take me for a fool. Do you mean to say he's dead and returned to this world? Clinging to his own conviction, Hideki cast the skill once more. He said decisively and with malice, "If you're a ghost, you'd better stay quiet and mind your place." This time not one but 5 strikes launched at Kayasuke simultaneously. He lightly shifted his foot. He smoothly dodged all of Hideki's moves without using his hands, both hands tucked neatly into his pockets. Kayasuke looked up into the sky. The earth fist he controlled immediately slammed down from above onto the ground, and Kayasuke evaded it with graceful timing. Hideki clicked his tongue in annoyance and spat, "You insolent brat." He calculated silently to himself, "But I must seize the upper hand. Even as a golden seeker I didn't join battles, so to this day the saints still mock me for that." Rage boiled within Hideki. He clenched his fist and ground his teeth. "But that doesn't mean I'm weak." Instantly Hideki spun lightly, like a conductor, sending earth and stone swirling in a storm, his power glowing jade green. Hideki said proudly, "This is the technique I've painstakingly perfected for 20 years. Wind-earth, a twin-branch magic, countless chunks of rock, large and small, were carried by the vortex like a hailstorm." He opened his mouth and shouted, "Take this." The rocks hurtled forward at nearly the speed of light. The gusts of wind-driven earth and stone surged like powerful jade-green streaks. The hail of rocks struck the ground where Kayasuke stood with devastating force. With such relentless assault, the ground there exploded, flinging debris everywhere. Because he used a combined technique, Hideki dropped to his knee, panting yet still smug. "Well, how do you like that? This is my strongest spell." He carefully peered toward the blast to see how his enemy fared. Smoke and leaves swirled everywhere. Seeing the black smoke, unlike the previous attack, Kayasuke did not counterattack this time. He thought to himself, "He isn't fighting back." A look of delight crossed Hideki's face and he smiled faintly. Then he tilted his head to the sky and screamed with joy, "I did it. I really did it." His face, consumed by ambition, now revealed greed, malice, and cruelty as he shouted, "I've defeated that bastard Misato Kyoichiro." Hideki raised his fist as if to show he achieved what he couldn't before, sneering, "You think after all these years I'm still the same? Idiot! No matter how strong your attribute or time power was, it's all in the past. Do you know how many years have passed? 20 years, 20 damned years. The me you knew back then is no longer who I am now." Having achieved the feat of defeating Kyoichiro, he could brag for the rest of his life. "Defeating you partly restores Hideki's confidence and proves his current strength," he said satisfied. "Don't you dare underestimate me." He grinned maliciously. 20 years have passed. My level has risen. It's only natural that I'm stronger now." Hideki breathed a sigh of relief at having destroyed his enemy and was pleased with the result. He squinted as he thought of his rivals. "Finally I defeated Kyoichiro. Now I won't let them look down on me anymore. The true strongest among the pentagonal saints is me." Hideki sank into complete madness, countless evil thoughts showing on his wicked face. A voice rang out, "Finished already?" Hideki's face fell, his pupils shrinking in fear. He panicked, "Your Kayasuke is intact," calmly brushing dust off his clothes with his hand. His face darkened as he pointed at him and shouted, How is this possible? Took all those blows and still." Kayasuke smiled in admiration. "You've learned some strong spells too. Truly a hero of this age." A strange white aura appeared around him before anyone noticed. Kayasuke said, "Now, I can vent my anger without holding back anymore," he said with a bright, squinting smile. He clenched his fist. Powerful energy flared with different colored glints. Hideki's face drained of blood. He was in utter panic. "This one, he's a monster." He tried to steady himself, "But I can't retreat now after all the effort I put in to reach today." Hideki refused to give up and continued to cast earth magic. "I won't let you mock me any longer." A giant hand formed from earth magic lunged toward Kayasuke's position. It immediately closed around him, squeezing tightly. Hideki inwardly exulted. Got him now. But Kayasuke disappointed him, murmuring, "Oh dear, you still bark as loud as ever." Kayasuke used water magic to stop the hand from crushing him, because Hideki's power was earth. When it met water it turned into soft, muddy sludge and lost the hand's original form. He taunted, "You think that's enough to beat me?" The mud and earth, transformed, flowed back toward Hideki. He panicked, "No, don't. Stay away from me, get back." He used wind magic to push them away. Kayasuke waved his hand, creating a streak of wind magic similar in nature but unlike Hideki's jade-green wind. His was emerald. His wind magic formed a massive vortex that sucked up all of Hideki's wind spells. The vortex's range grew and its power became immense, choking the area with dust. Hideki had to shield himself from the fierce swirl. The vortex drew closer and closer to him. Hideki was struck by his own attack in reverse. He was hurled backward, his head slamming into a nearby tree as he screamed in pain. Not done, Kayasuke cast fire magic and stood before him. Hideki crawled backward in fear. Realizing he couldn't win, Hideki knelt and begged. "I'm sorry, Kyoichiro. I'm begging you, please spare me." He looked utterly pitiful, his clothes and face smeared with mud. Hideki slammed his head against the ground. "I'm sorry for what happened 20 years ago. So please," at his desperate plea, Kayasuke remained silent, pressing his lips together. While he bowed his head to the ground, Hideki smiled slyly. "Kyoichiro is a kind idiot. If I act like this, he'll surely. Truly a fox can't change its nature. He's still the same, only caring about his own benefit." At his desperate plea, Kayasuke remained silent, pressing his lips together. Contrary to his expectations, Kayasuke replied coldly, "Shut up." He suddenly looked up and said, "Huh, you mean this is how you trapped me back then? You think I'll let that happen again?" A terrifying aura emanated from Kayasuke. His face darkened, his old hatred immense. Forgiving him so easily would be unworthy of what you put me through. Hearing that, Hideki leapt up in fear and said hurriedly, "Wait, Kyoichiro, we were friends once, weren't we?" His fury reached its peak, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Kayasuke growled, "You have no right to say that, especially after turning me into a vengeful demon." He gathered power in his fist. He punched Hideki's hateful face without mercy. Not just once. He unleashed a barrage of punches over Hideki's entire body, repaying the grudge from their past life up to now. After taking so many blows, Hideki couldn't resist and spat blood. Regret gnawed at him. He realized the image of Kayasuke before him was like a demon punishing the crimes he had committed. Hideki gasped his last, "You shouldn't have messed with this guy." Finally, a mighty palm strike landed. A powerful blast that sent him flying for miles like a rocket, tearing through even large trees. Hideki's head slammed hard against a tree trunk. Kayasuke stood before him and said, "You should thank me for not killing you. I still have one question to ask." Hideki was now an empty shell, completely unconscious. His body burned by ice and fire, bruised all over, frothing at the mouth. Seeing him like that, Kayasuke said, "But you won't hear me anymore, right?" The sunset light hit half of Kayasuke's face as he coldly stared at the traitorous enemy, as if partly settling a long-held grudge. Hideki slowly opened his eyes as pain spread through his body. Kayasuke looked down from above in an icy tone. "Hey, you're finally awake." He panicked and retreated a full 100 meters. His face turned pale and his voice trembled as he shouted, "Please, don't kill me." Kayasuke smiled faintly with a hint of contempt. "Oh, I won't kill you." He tilted his head up with casual composure, which only terrified him more. But his pupils glinted gold as he threatened in a low voice, "You'll answer my question, won't you?" His hand reached into his chest as if searching for something. "All right, first." He pulled out a phone. The screen was lit, showing a name. "Tell me about this woman." Hideki's eyes widened as if he recognized the person. He jumped up in alarm. "My phone." But Kayasuke coldly stared at the first name on it. "In your call history, this lay called you today." The gentle expression on Kayasuke's face turned to anger. "What did you two talk about?" A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek as he stammered. "That, because Lei is coming to Japan in 3 days, I thought she wanted to talk about that." But a knowing smile appeared on his lips, as if he finally understood. Memories of past betrayal surfaced. 3 days from now, Lei will. His hand relaxed slightly. Confidence showed on his handsome face. "I've decided what to do." Hideki hurriedly caught the phone as Kayasuke tossed it back. "Here. Treat Lei as you normally would for now." He suddenly raised a finger to his lips to signal silence. "But don't tell her anything about my identity." He thrust a finger at him and declared firmly, "While you were unconscious, I placed a charm on your heart." A flame slowly appeared in his palm. "If you tell her who I am," as he clenched his hand, The flame quickly erupted into a terrible explosion. This drained even more color from his face until he looked lifeless. Then boom. Remember to keep your promise. He turned his back and walked away, leaving him behind. Inside, he was quietly pleased to have fooled Hideki. He hadn't actually used that magic. Meanwhile, the man clutched his head in panic, lips pressed tight. But with Iwako's personality, a threat like that was more than enough. In the end, he collapsed to his knees with no will left. I won't put you under absolute hypnosis, Iwako, because I want you to be desperate while fully conscious. A sinister smile silently appeared on Kayasuke's face. The flight attendants were carefully pushing service carts down the cabin. 3 days later, Roshi gazed thoughtfully, glancing at the hazy scene outside the airplane window. The bodyguard walking beside her quietly reminded her, "Ms. Lei, we're almost there." A flight attendant's announcement slowly came over the PA. "Ladies and gentlemen, the plane will soon be landing at..." Suddenly someone screamed, drawing her attention. A group of hijackers appeared out of nowhere and seized the flight attendant. "This plane is under our control now." One of them aimed a gun at the passengers and ordered, "Everybody get down." Then Roshi suddenly stood up as if unconcerned by the chaos. She calmly stepped toward the hijacker who was shouting, "If you don't follow my orders." Suddenly she was right beside him in an instant. With a decisive move, she knocked the hijacker down. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening. In moments, she had completely neutralized the rest of them. The passengers in the cabin were astonished by her appearance. They cheered for her charismatic, powerful presence. The pentagonal Saint Lei Roshi were saved. In the end, the hijackers were apprehended as soon as the plane landed. The welcoming man bowed sincerely to offer his thanks. "Ms. Lei, I don't know how to thank you enough." Her youthful face broke into a kind, unpretentious smile. "I'm glad I was on this flight. Thanks to that, the airline's reputation was spared a stain." She then glanced at the gun in her bodyguard's hand. More importantly, it seemed to be a special model undetectable by scanners. Roshi's tone dropped a few degrees, as if negotiating covertly. "Recently, many groups have been using devices made from dungeon materials, so..." She placed a hand on the man's shoulder with sympathy and understanding. "I need to equip my staff with some self-defense items." A dangerous smile curved her lips and her tone turned threatening. "Like the weapon you're carrying." He bowed his head in fear and hurriedly replied without protest, "Of course. I'll arrange it immediately." In the airport, dozens of people were moving about, searching for their flights. She pressed the phone to her ear and quietly instructed, "It's me. Let the hijackers go." Her bodyguard glanced at his mistress and smiled softly. "Everything went smoothly, didn't it?" She fully agreed, unable to hide her amusement. "This is rather entertaining." Recalling the earlier chaos on the plane, her voice rose. Planting those hijackers ended up being the decisive move that made the deal succeed. The man's cowering, deferential manner from before amused her. The cheers from the crowd outside the queue lifted her spirits. "Look, this also serves well to polish her reputation." The crowd kept excitedly chanting her name. "Ms. Lei, truly a hero, Lei Roshi indeed." A practiced smile appeared on her lips as she waved warmly. A convoy of cars pulled up in front of a solemn-looking school. She stepped out of the car with composure and walked ahead. "Now, it's time to handle the matter that brought me to Japan." A wooden door bore a sign reading, "Principal's Office." Hideki stood dazed, looking out with a face covered in wounds. A soft sound now was enough to draw his attention. Roshi entered from outside with a friendly manner. "Excuse my intrusion, Iwako." She sat down leisurely and spoke with him. "You said you investigated a student with the void attribute. Any progress?" His eyes shifted slightly. Feeling uneasy, he chose his words carefully. "No, it turned out to be a false alarm. As you said, that student was just a useless failure." She sipped her tea calmly and continued. "Is that so? A rare attribute, so what?" In the end, it was nothing special, but Hideki felt like an ant on a hot pan. If he said the wrong thing, the charm would activate. He only needed to answer normally. She gently set the teacup down and her tone grew serious. "Then let me get straight to the main issue." Darkness quickly obscured most of the cruel expression on her face. "About the new drug we're developing? Who should be our next test subject?" She crossed her long legs lightly and remarked, "You've been good at exploiting this academy's systems." Meanwhile, In Kayasuk's earpiece, audio from the principal's office played. First, start with the student roster. Standing on the rooftop, he muttered under his breath, "How despicable." His face turned icily cold as he declared in a low voice, "The next one who tastes despair will be you, Lei Roshi." The TV in Kayasuk's room crackled on with the day's news. Yesterday, the pentagonal Saint Lei Roshi set foot in Japan. He listened silently to every word with an indifferent expression. She received much praise for subduing the hijackers, who had, seeing Roshi's smiling image on the news, he thought to himself, Lei Roshi, one of those who betrayed me 20 years ago. She casually glanced at the ornate hourglass in her hand. She made special weapons from dungeon materials and seemed to have amassed a fortune from that trade. But he recalled the situation he had overheard. Based on his earlier conversation with Iwako, it seemed she was using this school for shady dealings. He stood up, put on his coat, and thought, outwardly a hero, yet behind the scenes exploiting others for gain. A sneer appeared on his thin lips. I can't let this go. Then he stepped out the door and headed straight toward his target. The scene shifted to the school's hallway, bustling with laughter. He held his phone in his hand, mulling over tactics. But how should I strike? The phone screen showed the latest report on Roshi. Security has been strict here ever since she set foot in the academy. Finally, he had decided on his own course of action. First, investigate the situation. Just then, someone called from behind, Kayasuk. Recognizing who it was, he greeted softly. Is that you, Asahi? Karen replied cheerfully in a gentle voice. Good morning. She stepped closer to look at his phone. You reading about Mr. Lei? He glanced over coldly and tossed out. Yeah, I'm just skimming. Karen's petite face showed unabashed admiration. Mr. Lei is amazing. Yesterday she defeated those hijackers. She paused briefly before continuing. And the great serpent Changsan clan is also very famous. His eyes lit up at the new information. Changsan clan, she explained innocently as they walked. It's the family Mr. Lei founded, and it has many powerful members. He briefly remembered those bodyguard-like figures. I see the people in black protecting Lei are from that clan. Karen excitedly went on praising. Many students here plan to join the military. What about you, Kayasuk? He let out a soft laugh, wanting to refuse. No, but he suddenly hesitated. As if remembering something. Wait, a slender hand lightly stroked Kayasuk's chin as he calculated carefully. If I use that clan, I can get close to Lei. He finally moved forward with steady steps. All right. He waved goodbye to Karen and didn't forget to say a few words. Thanks, Asahi. Because of you I know what to do. She stood at the classroom door watching his hurried back. A big question mark popped over her head. It's nothing. Inside the elegant wooden cabinet were a series of prestigious awards. Hideki, sitting at his desk, was startled by the phone's ring. Hello? He carefully lifted the receiver and spoke in a soft, whisper-like voice. It's me. He looked up at the deep blue sky and murmured, Hey, Iwako, I need a favor. On the other end came the man's hesitant, timid reply. What's the matter? He merely smiled faintly and requested in a low voice, if Lei contacts you. The scene shifted to some kind of laboratory. A man tied up and kneeling on the floor was surrounded by several researchers. The door was suddenly thrown open and light fell on a familiar silhouette. Roshi stood with her hands on her hips, full of confidence, and asked, Well, how does it look? The man, pale with panic, begged. Please, don't inject that drug into me anymore. If this continues, I'll die. A stiletto heel was suddenly brought before his face, making him even more terrified. She decisively kicked him to the floor without mercy. Despite his trembling, she remained cold and made her decision. No way. I won't listen to the opinion of a lab rat. Her red lips curved into a meaningful, delighted smile. Don't be so pessimistic. She carefully ground her heel into his cheek, causing his pupils to contract. If your body is compatible with this drug, you'll become even stronger. She turned and walked away, lightly snapping her fingers as a signal. So, begin. Seeing the syringe filled with red fluid, the man screamed even louder. Please wait. But the medics quickly injected the fluid into his neck. His whole body went rigid and his scream cut off midway. Immediately the screams turned into agonized wails. The man struggled for a while and finally collapsed. His face went blank and his speech degraded into meaningless moans. After watching, she couldn't help but sigh. Language lost this time? It seems the drug won't work unless there's some magical ability. The door opened again with a soft sound. We still need more data. A bodyguard followed and cautiously reported the next steps. We'll soon need more test subjects. She crossed her arms in agreement. Indeed, a wicked smile appeared on Roshi's lips as she tapped her fingers crazily. As usual, we'll disguise it as recruitment for the great serpent Changsan. She casually entered the elevator while contacting Hideki. Hello, Iwako. About the test subjects we discussed earlier. Leaning gracefully against the elevator wall, she requested softly. I need people skilled in magic. Could you select a few students from your academy? On the other end, he remained silent and didn't answer immediately. After a moment, he finally spoke up with a suggestion. If so, how about this? She stood in the elevator and listened to every word. We can hold a selection trial right at the academy. That way it's easy to filter out the capable ones, right? The corner of her mouth curved slightly, her face betraying a malicious intent. Sometimes you do come up with good ideas. The elevator announced, ground floor. She stepped out calmly, filled with delight. The date and details will be announced later. On the other end, Hideki quickly hung up. He put his hands behind his back and silently gazed at the sky through the window. I've done as you asked, Kyoichiro. The scene cut to the crowded main hall as someone announced, I have an announcement. A bodyguard on the podium announced solemnly. The Great Serpent Changsan has decided to hold a selection examination to recruit new members. This caused an uproar among the students below. Really? This is our chance to join that famous family. Kayasuk couldn't help but smile faintly as he stood in the ranks, his gaze fixed on the man on the podium. So the path to approach Lei has opened. That morning on the sports field, students and judges gathered. A judge spoke. Thank you for attending the Great Serpent Changsan selection trial. A male judge with long hair began to outline the rules. I will explain how this trial will be conducted. While the judge explained the procedures, Kayasuk silently calculated. To join the Great Serpent Changsan and get close to Lei, I must pass this trial. When I approached Iwako before, I tried not to attract attention. But this time it's the opposite. I'll draw the attention of Yang Xinyu, Lei's right hand, and the judges. I'll display my strength. Standing lost in thought in the corridor, a voice suddenly called out, Kayasuk. It was Karen approaching to greet him. Are you entering the trial? Kayasuk nodded softly. Yeah. You too? His eyes flickered. I don't want her involved in this, but Karen smiled shyly, cutting off his thoughts. I know I don't really belong here, but I have my reasons for participating. With a determined smile, she looked at Kayasuk. Do your best so we can both get through the trial together. Kayasuk told himself he must pass at all costs. At the stadium, the judges announced, we will begin the test to measure your mana. He then pointed to a golden orb. This measuring device will display the mana of anyone who touches it. We will conduct mana measurements here, so please step up one by one. The first young man stepped forward and touched the mana meter. After he left, there was a sigh and the judge announced his score. The judge called the next name. Next, Ase Kayasuk. Kayasuk stepped up with a friendly smile. Please, go ahead. He held his student ID out and stepped forward. Seeing the information on the card, the judge showed no expectation. Void attribute level 30. Looks like no hope. Kayasuk placed his hand on the mana meter. A blinding light erupted, shocking the entire hall. The judge, dazed by the light, still couldn't grasp what had happened. The students around were stunned too. What the hell is that, crazy? Kayasuk remained standing by the meter as everyone present gaped. He turned back and asked confidently, that's it, right? The judge, still unsure, replied, Kayasuk walked away while the panel began recording his rank. Among all who had been measured, only Kayasuk achieved an S rank. The next part of the exam was the magic skill test. Kayasuk started forming a sphere of earth and stone. A judge behind commented, he only made a lump of earth? Having lots of mana alone isn't enough. Suddenly the corner of Kayasuk's mouth curled into a knowing smile. In his hand now was a water attribute sphere. Witnessing this, the judges were astonished that Kayasuk could form two spheres of different attributes at once. His smile hadn't faded as a fire attribute sphere formed. Not stopping there, Kayasuk continued to create 2 more spheres of different attributes. Everyone around was shocked by his power. One man exclaimed, "Did he just create all the basic attributes at once?" Kayasuk smiled smugly. "How's that, huh? A person with the void attribute, always considered worthless, can do this and surprise you, right?" From afar, Karen ran over and praised, "You're amazing, Kayasuk." Kayasuk encouraged her back. "Thanks. Do your best too, Asahi." It was Karen's turn. She prepared to take her test. Karen concentrated her mana to showcase her ability. The withered plants on the shelf began to revive under her magic. The stems straightened and started to blossom. Finally, from the wilted sprouts, Karen transformed them into large, healthy flowering plants. 2 male classmates sneered at her ability. "She only revives wilted flowers, nothing special." Only Kayasuk noticed the special aspect of Karen's magic. It was light attribute magic, a rare attribute, but the judges might find it hard to evaluate. "I pity her, and I hope she doesn't get entangled in this." Taunted, Karen bowed her head in embarrassment and walked away. The long-haired male judge had noticed her and left a note on his phone. "Asahi Karen, worth considering as a test subject." The judge announced the next round. "Finally, we will hold one-on-one duels." The long-haired judge pointed to the people behind him. "Your opponents are them." The students were stunned. "You want us to face members of the Great Serpent Changsan?" The judge reassured them, "Don't worry, we won't judge solely on wins or losses. How you fight matters." Outwardly he said that, but inwardly the judge looked down on them. No academy student stood a chance against a Great Serpent member. A cocky blonde challenged Kayasuk. "So you're the student who caused a commotion in the tests?" He flexed and threatened, "It seems you showed off and did well in the other tests, but I'll show you none of that matters in real combat." Under the pressure from the muscular man, Kayasuk merely offered a polite smile. "Yes, I hope I can learn much from you." The blonde declared confidently, "I'll defeat you in one strike." He used his earth attribute skill to form multiple earth spheres. Then dozens of identical spheres shot straight at Kayasuk. Unfazed, Kayasuk calmly used his magic to block the attack. The earth spheres were then reflected back toward the opponent by his magic. The blonde was hit by his own magic. He gritted his teeth. "What? He destroyed my spell in one move." Gathering himself and looking forward, Kayasuk was gone. The blonde stared in confusion. Where did he go? Suddenly Kayasuk appeared behind him with an ice knife at his throat. He smiled smugly and whispered in the blonde's ear, "You call casting a spell to create an opening real combat? I've learned a lot." The match result was announced. The winner, Ase Kayasuk. The long-haired judge in the crowd was stunned. He defeated a member of the Great Serpent? Who exactly is this student? Night fell. Roshin sat in her room listening to the judge's report. "Lei, the trials have concluded." She asked about candidates. "Did you find anyone interesting?" The judge on the line replied, "Actually, there's one student quite noteworthy." Roshin showed interest. "A noteworthy student?" The judge continued, "Yes, he passed the trials with overwhelming strength. However, it seems he has the void attribute." Roshin pondered, "Void attribute? Could this be the student Iwako has been investigating?" Thinking that, she sat up and laughed out loud. "Haha." Roshin's eyes brimmed with excitement. "It seems I'm about to have an interesting lab rat." In the auditorium, the long-haired judge announced, "I will now name those who passed the trials." First, his stern face stared ahead. A firm voice rang through the room. "Ase Kayasuk." The surrounding students began whispering. Of course he passed. His test was insane. Kayasuk smiled with satisfaction. Everything was going according to plan. Now I can approach Lei. The judge continued reading the list. Next, Asahi Karen. She replied happily, "Yes, sir." Kayasuk looked over, a little surprised. Asahi was chosen too? He began to ponder. "I didn't think having a rare attribute alone would be enough to pass. It seems Lei is using academy students to scheme something. There must be some reason behind Asahi being chosen." Karen was so happy with her result that she beamed with joy. Kayasuk also smiled at her, though he let out a helpless sigh. He looked at Karen and told himself, "It's fine. I won't let them touch Asahi. I just need to reach my goal and protect her." On another day at the Great Serpent Changsan, a few days after the trials, they stood before the building. H. Lei Company, Japan branch. In the office, the long-haired judge was greeting the students. Welcome those who passed the trials. He began explaining the schedule. Today we will conduct suitability tests before officially admitting you into the Great Serpent Changsan. Additionally, Lei Roshi will also be present. At those words, the judge's expression Sun-Ly changed into something extremely frightening. She will meet you after the tests conclude. Please follow me. Kayasuk and Karen followed the group. While Karen curiously looked around, Kayasuk thought, I want to meet Lei immediately, but I can't leave Asahi behind. Karen was excited. Entering such a large building is really thrilling, right? Kayasuk replied, yeah. Karen turned to him with a happy smile. I'm really glad to possibly join the Great Serpent Changsan. Kayasuk asked, by the way, why do you want to join the Great Serpent Changsan? Karen scratched her head shyly. My mother is in the hospital and the treatment is expensive. Kayasuk nodded. I see. So you've decided you're joining because of your mother, not because of me. Now I have to try even harder to protect her. The long-haired judge stopped before a basement. We're here, Kayasuk asked. A basement? They all went down into the basement and stopped at the hall. Kayasuk scanned the room, testing equipment, so it's probably them. The long-haired judge ordered, close the door. The door slammed shut, leaving everyone bewildered. Kayasuk observed, they don't intend to let anyone leave. These people work seriously. Seeing this, two young men stepped forward to question him. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The long-haired judge finally revealed his terrifying face and barked, order. The two young men were so frightened by his words they trembled. The long-haired man explained, as I said before, we will now begin the suitability test. Specifically, we will test compatibility with a new drug currently being developed in secret. This drug is formulated from ingredients gathered in dungeons and can greatly enhance a user's physical strength and mana. The red-haired youth stammered, what? The blue-haired one smiled. Well, that's good news then. Kayasuk asked, does this new drug have any side effects? The long-haired man pointed to the screen. It's faster if I show you. A male student tied up for an injection begged, please stop, The other students who witnessed it were astonished and terrified. The boy quickly fell unconscious, drooling involuntarily from his mouth. The blue-haired youth shouted, what the hell is this? The judge replied calmly, what you just saw is someone incompatible with the new drug. Does that answer your question? The two youths vehemently protested, don't be ridiculous, we'd never accept that drug. Having said that, they cast spells and prepared to attack the judge. The two charged at the long-haired judge, threatening, let us out of here now. Meanwhile, Kayasuk calmly warned Karen, Asahi, don't leave my side. The long-haired man clenched his fists tightly. He calmly knocked out the two troublemakers in the lab. The two went unconscious immediately after the judge's blow. After the strike, the long-haired man looked at the two and muttered, damn. The number of samples has decreased. His gaze began to shift, turning his attention to others. The long-haired man pointed at Karen and ordered, we'll start with that girl over there first. He loaded the drug into a syringe. That girl must be a light attribute student. I'm very eager to see the experiment's results. Then he stepped closer to Karen, making her terrified. Immediately Kayasuk moved to stand in front of Karen. His expression hardened as he protected her from the approaching villain. The long-haired man asked, what are you doing? Kayasuk answered, stopping a coward like you from getting near her. Kayasuk's words made the long-haired man clench his teeth in anger. He ordered his big henchman in front. Hey, hold him down. The man threw a punch at Kayasuk, but Kayasuk evaded it with his speed. Kayasuk's speed surprised him and he couldn't keep up. With a single move, Kayasuk quickly took down the large henchman. Those nearby who witnessed it were also surprised. What? The first man was handled, and Kayasuk moved like shifting sand. The next two were also swiftly defeated by him. The big henchman cried out in pain and collapsed to their knees after Kayasuk's blows. The long-haired man couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. He took down so many people in a single strike. Having dealt with the obstructing thugs, Kayasuk turned around. He gave the long-haired man a cold stare and warned, you're next. The man stiffened under Kayasuk's intimidation. Faced with the disadvantage, the long-haired man decided, it's come to this. If I catch that girl. His sudden lunge made Karen scream in fear. No. Kayasuk grabbed the hand the long-haired man used to reach for Karen. I told you. I won't let you near her. He angrily withdrew his hand. Damn, who is he after all? An ordinary student couldn't do that. Kayasuk's gaze turned frightening. Now, steel yourself. At that moment Kayasuk stood like a hero blocking Karen's path. The long-haired man ground his teeth in anger. Damn it. Kayasuk instructed, Asahi, stay behind me. Though scared, Karen trembled and replied, Thank you, Kayasuk. Watching him protect her, Karen thought to herself, Kayasuk is amazing. A moment ago I couldn't even keep up with his movements. I knew he'd gotten stronger, but I didn't expect it to be this much. The long-haired man regained his composure and warned, You bastard, don't act high and mighty. He wasn't intimidated and spoke up, Let me ask you something. Why are the academy students being used as test subjects? What is the reason? His sharp gaze fixed on his opponent. Hearing Kayasuk's question, the long-haired man smiled slyly. He arrogantly answered, It's simple. Those who follow Lord Lei can receive his blessing. Once we succeed in developing this drug, he'll become even stronger than before. Kayasuk frowned. You think committing such inhumane experiments is acceptable just for that goal? The long-haired man confidently uttered in human words, We just make use of what's available. That's all. Then, suddenly, he broke into a strange smile. Being our test subjects is an honor for them. Kayasuk recalled Karen's words in the company hall earlier. My mother is in the hospital and the medical bills are expensive. Joining the great serpent Changsan would really make me happy. Remembering those words made him clench his fists tighter. The long-haired man casually pointed at Karen. That girl too. She was overjoyed to become one. Kayasuk's voice brimmed with extreme hatred. Shut up. A great power now surged throughout his body. Magic radiating from him made the long-haired man uneasy. Kayasuk hissed each word in anger. Who do you think you are? A piece of trash who tramples others like you can't understand how Asahi feels. Karen looked at the boy before her, moved. Kayasuk, the long-haired man doubted, what is this overwhelming pressure? Is he really just a student? Although unsettled, a smile still tugged at the corner of his mouth. With confidence he spoke to Kayasuk, Normally I'd tell you to know your place, but I don't dislike your audacity. So, why don't you submit to Lord Lei? If you hand that girl over, you might even be promoted to a high-ranking officer. I'm sure Lord Lei would be pleased. His words made Kayasuk angrier. I told you to shut up. I won't forgive people like you. The long-haired man loosened his tie. You'll regret this. Then he began to display his power. The long-haired man's eyes flared a powerful golden glow. His power caused the ground beneath him to shatter. Kayasuk realized, it's a body enhancement magic. The long-haired man asserted, yes, combined with my martial arts, this is an invincible technique. Then he started taunting, if you've got guts, come at me. The long-haired man's feet left the ground as he surged forward. He swung a fist at him. Take this. The punch came down hard but missed Kayasuk entirely, leaving the long-haired man stunned. This power, the man continued with a face full of confidence. Seems you dodged that one, huh? Kayasuk observed, I see, so that's what body enhancement magic is like. It's really strong. If that's the case, the long-haired man lunged at Kayasuk again. I dare you to dodge this one. Kayasuk closed his eyes to cast a spell, focusing and turning imagination into form. Seeing him stand still, the long-haired man mocked, what the hell are you doing? Giving up? His fist drew near die. Kayasuk snapped his eyes open. Void magic. He stopped the long-haired man's punch, activating it. The man couldn't believe what he was seeing. No way. Does he have power equal to mine? No, he's even stronger. Kayasuk smiled challengingly at the long-haired man. Looks like I can use body enhancement magic too. Thanks. It's because of you that I could imagine it. Seizing the moment, Kayasuk delivered a powerful blow to the long-haired man. He was grievously wounded by Kayasuk's strike. The opponent's whole body was sent flying, rocks and earth-shattering. Thrown to the ground, he refused to accept this defeat. No way. A fleeting thought crossed minds. Who exactly is he? Kayasuk stood silently, staring at the long-haired man with hatred and contempt. Afterwards Karen was deeply grateful. Thank you, Kayasuk. Our hero gently asked her. Asahi, are you okay? Glancing at the others behind him, Kayasuk offered. I'll clear the way, so you should leave. The two youths hesitated. But what about you? Kayasuk didn't answer. He used his strength to smash a large glass window frame. To the astonishment of the three friends behind him, Kayasuk strode out proudly. He left with only one line. I have business to attend to. On Roshi's end the phone rang urgently. Lord Lei, There's an emergency. It seems Lord Yang has been defeated and the students have escaped, Roshi exclaimed. What? The caller continued. There's an extremely powerful one heading straight this way. As the line cut off, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Roshi was momentarily stunned. What the hell happened? It was Kayasuke standing at the door. Roshi asked cautiously, Who are you and why have you come here? Kayasuke's expression changed to something terrifying. His calm but threatening voice rose. Simple. I have come to repay you a debt from 20 years ago. Roshi couldn't fully grasp what Kayasuke meant. A debt from 20 years ago? What are you talking about? Kayasuke stepped closer calmly. It seems you still don't understand. Do I need to explain it to you in detail? Since the SSS tier dungeon 20 years ago, you pentagonal saints have been hailed as heroes. Hearing the mention of the past, Roshi's expression grew tenser. Kayasuke continued, Suppose the conspiracy of someone was crushed that day. Roshi turned away calmly. What nonsense is a student like you babbling? Do you intend to lecture me on history? Ignoring her, Kayasuke went on. Now the pentagonal saints are leaders in every major field worldwide. They're praised as heroes who defeated evil. Roshi interjected, So what are you? Kayasuke cut her off. Nevertheless, the truth is completely different. Roshi frowned, her voice laced with annoyance. What are you saying? Kayasuke explained further. His aura suddenly changed. You used your own teammates as sacrifices to reap results and build your reputation. Even now, you still trample on the wills of those who stood by your side. Am I wrong? Hearing Kayasuke's accusation, Roshi burst into laughter. She sneered at Kayasuke's words. I was wondering what nonsense you're spouting. Don't tell me you believe those ridiculous conspiracy theories. Undeterred by Roshi's attitude, Kayasuke insisted. It's not just a conspiracy theory. I know what you did. You pushed your teammates into that gate. Kayasuke's indictment turned Roshi's face pale with guilt. She frowned suspiciously. How would an ordinary student know that? Sensing Roshi's internal conflict, Kayasuke spoke. You still don't understand, Rei? Who do you think I really am? Changing his expression, Kayasuke emphasized. I am Misato Kyoichiro. At that name, Roshi became panic-stricken. No, impossible, Kayasuke interrupted forcefully. That already happened. I used the very power you once called monstrous. A level 100 able to wield time magic is truly a monster. Every word from Kayasuke deepened Roshi's fear. She was shaken by the truth, unable to believe it. No way. Kyoichiro, are you really here? Kayasuke affirmed. I also know exactly what Rei's company has been secretly doing. If I expose that, your reputation will collapse. Roshi angrily waved her hand and snapped. Don't toy with me. Kayasuke continued advancing slowly. Don't toy with you. Those words should come from me. Because of what happened 20 years ago, and for trampling on the hopes of a girl who gave everything. I will never forgive you for that. At the threat, Roshi suddenly smiled. She arrogantly lifted her chin. Don't underestimate me. You are no longer in Misato's body. Roshi gripped the staff tightly. So you dared to show up before me. I will make you regret it. She launched her magic at Kayasuke. The force shook the room so much that cracks spread everywhere. With his speed, Kayasuke dodged one of Roshi's attacks. Roshi held the staff proudly and introduced, What do you think? This is the power of the weapon developed by Rei Corporation. It's forged from materials from the dungeon. Something harder than any metal. Let me show you how sharp it is. Saying that, she leapt into the air and struck at Kayasuke. Facing Roshi's continuous attacks, Kayasuke dodged them all. Powerful blow aimed straight at his face but failed to hit. Seeing that, Roshi sneered. It seems dodging is the only thing you can do. Suddenly she realized something was wrong. Why are the strikes not landing? Kayasuke said tersely, I see. While dodging Roshi's attack he observed. You've been too busy playing corporate queen. Your moves have become sloppy. You're no better than Iwako now. Kayasuke appeared behind her, freezing her in place. She screamed at Kayasuke. Enough of your nonsense. At that moment Roshi's weapon passed through his body. She was pleased. Hit. I've hit him. Before she could savor it, Kayasuke's voice rang out. Too bad. Kayasuke had appeared behind her, leaving her stunned. Instantly she froze in place. Why you? Then Roshi clenched her teeth and realized. Is that void magic? I've never heard it can work like this. If that's the case, The weapon was readied once more to strike again. She began imbuing her weapon with fire attribute magic. Her eyes flared with anger. I'll finish him with the next strike. I'll shut that mouth of yours. Brace yourself. The power seemed intent on burning everything as it surged forward. Roshi began charging wildly with a great blaze. The spear, infused with fire magic, drove straight into Kayasuk. But with little effort Kayasuk held the spearhead back with 2 fingers. Roshi exclaimed in shock, impossible. It appears that was all your power. Kayasuk glared and mocked, you're even worse than 20 years ago. Seeing the situation grim, Roshi decided, if so, then I have no choice but to use that. She took a stance to cast another spell. Kayasuk hadn't recovered when, you intend to, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Roshi then took a red syringe in her hand. She then aimed the needle straight at herself. Immediately a stream of purple magic appeared and enveloped the woman's body. Kayasuk's face instantly showed tension. He furrowed his brow. Roshi's whole body began to transform. Are you going that far? Her gaze carried murderous intent as she spat the chilling words, you monster. Not long after, the purple aura slowly dissipated, revealing Roshi's body now fully transformed into a half-monster state. After finishing her transformation, she let out a contemptuous laugh. Ha ha! Now you can't defeat me. In response to her words, the male lead calmly retorted. On the contrary, you plan to beat me using a performance-enhancing drug? Do you think it's that simple? Answering that question, Roshi maintained her earlier contempt and said, don't underestimate me. Do you know how much time and money I poured into this drug? I gathered materials that can only be found deep within dungeons and spent years researching this drug. Since I witnessed that extraordinary power 20 years ago, I've been trying to reach that threshold of strength. And now I've found a power that surpasses them all. I should be thanking you, Kyoichiro. Back from Kayasuk's perspective. By this point he could no longer stand idly by and listen to this cruel woman. He cut in. Huh? Pathetic. Surpass them all, really? You boast about relying on a drug. Kayasuk said, his face icy and questioning. This left Roshi momentarily stunned. She asked back, what did you just say? Before she could finish speaking, our protagonist assumed an attacking stance. Sorry to cut your monologue short, but it's time I ended this. With that, Kayasuk's hands were engulfed in blazing golden flames. Opposite him, Roshi also seemed eager to send Kayasuk to meet the ruler of the underworld. She took a fighting stance. Enough! Finish this. Let's see who's truly stronger. No sooner had she finished speaking than her body lunged forward, swift as the wind, closing in right in front of Kayasuk. However, facing this attack, the protagonist merely tilted his body slightly to the side and easily dodged. Unfortunately for the wall behind him, it took a direct hit from Roshi and was shattered into countless chunks of rock and debris scattering everywhere. As for Roshi, after launching her attack, she turned to Kayasuk with a mocking remark. See that? This is the result of my research. I will send you to the afterlife once more, she said as she lunged again with terrifying speed, causing Kayasuk to inwardly startle. Before he could defend himself, Roshi's giant hand struck him directly in the chest. The powerful force sent the protagonist's body flying backward like a cannonball. Seeing she had landed a hit, Roshi smugly thought to herself, I've won! Unfortunately, her triumph was short-lived as she suddenly felt a sharp pain shoot up from her foot, forcing Roshi to hurriedly glance downward. She discovered that, at some point, a shard of sharp ice had pierced through her left foot. The pain shot straight to her brain, causing her small frame to collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, Kayasuk remained calm, hands in his pockets as he walked up to her and said, I planted that the moment you launched your attack. Kayasuk's meticulous preparation threw Roshi into a panic. Sweat poured from her as she said, How could you? Hearing this, Kayasuk leisurely explained without holding back. Thanks to your lackeys using it earlier. I saw how you use body enhancement magic. Your drug is indeed impressive, but in the end it only grants you a bit of berserk power. With a tone full of contempt, Kayasuk caused Roshi to clench her lips and retort, How dare you mock the Chungor of my research? Not letting her finish, Kayasuk shouted, Don't make excuses. You trample on others and now you dare call that progress? You truly disgust me. The more he spoke, the angrier Kayasuk's face grew. his eyes filling with murderous intent. This set off alarm bells inside Roshi without stop. With no other choice, she hurriedly concentrated power into her palm and, despite the injury to her left foot, lunged to attack Kayasuk. She kept shouting, "Shut up!" Unfortunately for her, faced with such a simple attack, Kayasuk merely extended his hand forward and gripped her wrist, while his other arm delivered a shattering punch straight into the belly of this wicked woman, causing her so much pain that she vomited blood. At that moment, nothing remained in Roshi's heart but shock and unwillingness. My power has no effect, so this is Kyoichiro's current strength. Before she could do anything more, she was flattened like a dead dog. Meanwhile, Kayasuk, having defeated his old enemy, coldly left the scene. As he walked, he said, "Lei, this was never true power to begin with." Then, just after leaving the building, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind the male lead. Hearing it, Kayasuk turned and recognized the speaker as his friend Asahi. "Ah, Asahi, are you okay?" Kayasuk replied with a smile. "Glad you're all right." At the same time, not far away, a group of reporters began buzzing about the building explosion. "Hey, just like the tip said, Lei's company has been attacked." Their words made Asahi suspicious, and she turned to the boy beside her to ask, "Was that you?" Of course, Kayasuk feigned ignorance. "Who knows?" He shrugged, then sank into thought. Now the truth about Lei's crimes is exposed. The test subjects are safe, and Lei has lost everything. Turning to Asahi's viewpoint, as if noticing Kayasuk's troubled expression, she anxiously said, "Hey Kayasuk, I still don't understand what's going on. But if you hadn't been there, I probably wouldn't be standing here now. So, I'm really grateful to you." Asahi's words surprised Kayasuk a little, but he quickly forced a faint smile and reminded himself, "That's right, I almost forgot. Helping others used to be my reason for living." Time passed quickly, and by that evening news of the attack on Lei's company had spread everywhere. A female anchor's voice came from the TV. "We have received reports that illegal human experiments were conducted in a secret underground laboratory owned by Lei, Roshi, one of the 5-star saints. The incident was discovered after the site was attacked by an unknown assailant. She is currently showing signs of amnesia, and the identity of the perpetrator remains unknown." Back with Kayasuk, hearing the anchor, he was slightly curious. "I wonder how the others will react?" Then suddenly the anchor's tone grew urgent. We interrupt to update breaking news. Nathaniel of the 5-star Saints has just issued an official statement." Those words caused Kayasuk's expression to change abruptly, his face filling with murderous intent as he stared back. On the TV, the blond man began to speak. "On behalf of the 5-star Saints, I stand here to deliver an urgent message. I can only say that we are deeply saddened by the matter involving Lei. Roshi was our comrade. We feel profound remorse for not recognizing her fall sooner." He spoke with great sorrow, but how could this act fool Kayasuk's eyes? In fact, it only made the male lead feel more irritated. "You didn't notice? So the 5-star Saints intend to pretend they knew nothing, just like they did 20 years ago. They haven't changed at all, lying without batting an eye, willing to do anything to protect their exalted heroic status. People like me and Asahi aren't even considered worthy of their expectations. We're just stepping stones." Nathaniel Cavell, judging by how he acted back then, very likely was the one who led the effort to push me into exile. And no wonder, he's always been calculating, careful with every step. Right now, no one knows his whereabouts. Kayasuk calmed down slightly and pulled out his phone, as if intending to contact someone. In another development, inside an unfamiliar church, a girl knelt before an altar, as if praying. Behind her, another stranger stepped forward and said, "That is what he said, Lady Claudia, up front." Claudia didn't bother to turn and coldly replied, "Is that so? I understand, go." Having said that, she folded her hands and continued her prayer. "My lord, please guide us toward a future filled with light." Cut to the training room, where a man named Ingolf received a reminder from his subordinate. "Lord Ingolf, the council meeting is about to start." Hearing this, Ingolf tossed a weight to the floor and growled, "I understand. I'll be there immediately." That dog Lei. What the hell was she thinking? Ingolf's voice was full of anger. Before long, a closed meeting of the five-star saints convened, and of course the chairman was Nathaniel. Seeing everyone present, he spoke up, "All right, everyone, let's begin the five-star saints council meeting." On the TV screen, Claudia maintained her praying posture and declared, "So the attacker exposed Lei's illegal experiments? How despicable." Nearby, the bulky Ingolf agreed in a gruff voice, "What the hell was that Lei bitch doing? She stained the honor of the five-star saints." Hearing these words from both, the blonde Saint Nathaniel slowly sat down and voiced his opinion. "Is that right? However, these experiments were carried out by Lei alone and initiated by her. The rest of us five-star saints were completely unaware of this. For someone like Nathaniel, how could he not have known? Yet he chose to place all the blame squarely on Lei. As for the traitor Hideki, he immediately grasped Nathaniel's intent and inwardly admired, "That's Nathaniel. He's always rational. In other words, they're dumping all the guilt on Lei and abandoning her." I don't know about Claudia and Ingolf, but Nathaniel certainly knew about Lei's experiments. Yet he abandoned her so easily. The more Hideki thought about it, the more he broke out in a cold sweat at Nathaniel's decisiveness and coldness. After about 2 seconds he calmed a bit, then glanced worriedly at a letter beside him and reminded himself, "No, what's important now is to follow his instructions." On the other side, the ugly Claudia suddenly spoke up, "I'm quite curious about the attacker." To explain, Hideki answered, "As for that, there is a sealed letter sent to the academy from the person who attacked Lei," he said as he held the letter up for everyone to see. This made the others gasp. "A letter from the attacker? Iwako, read it aloud," the group urged. Then Hideki looked at the letter in his hand. "Of course, I will read it now." The letter read, "I have returned to the present world from within that gate. I will deal with all of you. So wait for me, Misato Kyoichiro." The moment they heard the name on the letter, the three others' expressions spun, especially Nathaniel's. Her face was sweaty with worry. Her voice trembled with a hint of hope. Could someone be impersonating Kyoichiro? In response, the blond man fell a little silent, then shook his head. No, he couldn't know about what's inside that gate unless he'd been there himself. The sender is definitely Kyoichiro. Hearing this, the nun stroked her chin and thought a moment. Maybe he used time magic? Before she could finish, the bulky Ingolf snapped. Why should we worry? If Kyoichiro really has returned, we just need to bring him down once more, the large man said with murderous intent. And of course, Nathaniel fully agreed. Ingolf makes sense. Think about it, we don't need to act hastily. Claudia still seemed a bit uneasy, about to say something, but Nathaniel cut her off. Why don't we observe what Kyoichiro will do? Thus, the brief meeting ended in haste. After turning off the monitor, the bulky Ingolf walked toward the window, looked out, and said angrily, Kyoichiro, you are the one I will never forgive. In another development, after the meeting ended, Principal Hideki Iwako hurriedly reported the situation to the protagonist. His voice came through the phone. So, following your instructions, I carried out your orders. Hearing this, Kayasuk calmly said, Understood. Having said that, he leaned back contentedly, continually calculating what to do next. So Nathaniel didn't act immediately. He's very cautious. Well, that's fine. Once they realize I've returned, they won't be able to sit still any longer. First, I'll deal with those whose whereabouts I already know. With that thought, he cheerfully ordered his hound. All right, Iwako, act. On the other end, Iwako's anxious voice sounded, What shall we do next? Seeing his tracker so nervous, as if about to soil himself, Kayasuk quickly reassured him. It's not that difficult. Just arrange to transfer me to an academy connected to Ingolf. Seeing that, Hideki seemed to guess Kayasuk's intent and asked, So next, you're targeting Ingolf? Kayasuk admitted bluntly, Yes. Using a short-term study abroad program will be easy, right? Turning to Iwako, since he was on Kayasuk's side, even if unwilling he had to warn. Let me be clear. Ingolf isn't like me or Lei. You won't find any bad rumors or shady deals about him. That pointed warning from the sharp-faced man made Kayasuk fall silent for a moment. But then he calmly said, Even so, at the very least I want to see his face. Leave the formalities to you. Having said that, he hung up, cast a cold glance at the view outside, and murmured, "Even if there are no rumors about him, that doesn't change the fact that he betrayed me 20 years ago." Time passed quickly. Thanks to Awako's arrangements, our protagonist soon received a spot to study abroad. Cut to Kayasuk's location. He scanned the surroundings and whispered, "So this is Germany?" They confirmed a link between this country's academy and Ingolf. "I'll use the German academy to get close to him, but for now I have to get to the academy first." With that thought, the protagonist moved quickly. Before long, he was drawn by a noisy shout, "You leech-like bunch!" And of course Nathaniel fully agreed. Ingolf makes sense. Think about it, we don't need to act rashly. However, Kayasuk couldn't understand what they were saying because of the language. Come to think of it, they were speaking a completely different language here. Then I'll use Void to auto-translate, Kayasuk thought. Without hesitation, he activated his magic and reached out around him. Soon, voices began flowing into his ears. The man in brown laughed and said, "Don't say that. Come on. Miss, what's wrong with coming with us for a bit?" Beside him, the man in the black coat chimed in, "Come with us. It won't waste your time. Come with me." Responding, the black-haired girl kept an annoyed expression and replied, "You're why I call you leeches. I'm not going with some street scum like you." Her words seemed to anger the two thugs. "What did you say, girl? Too sassy. We'll teach you a lesson." As he spoke, the man in black reached forward and grabbed the girl's shoulder hard, darkening her expression. But at that moment a voice intervened. "Hey, why don't you scram and leave her alone?" The sudden shout drew the three forward. The brown-haired one turned to question Kayasuk. "Huh? Who the hell are you?" Kayasuk began swearing back. "I said get the hell out of here, you trash." The non-stop insults drove the two thugs into a rage. Without hesitation, both of them concentrated power into their fists, forming blazing golden flames and charging forward, determined to teach Kayasuk a lesson. "You dog! Don't you dare look down on us!" they shouted, launching their fiery punches at Kayasuk. Unfortunately for them, they had no idea how strong the person in front of them was. With a single flick of his hand, Kayasuk easily sent them flying, leaving them flat as dead dogs. This startled the black-haired girl. Just one strike and they were already defeated? So who is this student? Luckily Kayasuk hadn't hit them too hard. Soon the two thugs regained consciousness and fled in haste. "We sincerely apologize." Watching their clumsy retreat, the black-haired girl turned and thanked Kayasuk. Yeah. Thanks for helping me." Hearing that, Kayasuk gave a slight shake of his head. "No problem." Saying that, he scanned the area again. The extras kept gossiping and some even pulled out phones to take pictures. That made Kayasuk uncomfortable, so he said, "Looks like we've attracted a crowd. Let's get out of here." With that, the two of them quickly left the chaotic area. Behind him, the black-haired girl seemed to be thinking to herself, "The last time someone helped me like this was when I met that person." Time passed quickly. By now, Kayasuk and the stranger had walked quite a distance. After noticing there were no more people gossiping around them, the stranger spoke up. "Oh, hey, I just want to thank you for what you did. Because of you things didn't get worse." For Kayasuk, handling those thugs was just a casual deed, so he didn't care much. "I told you, don't worry about it." Inwardly, he also pondered the girl's attitude. She's probably just a responsible type. That said, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Unlike Kayasuk, who had many questions, the black-haired girl turned to him and asked, "By the way, your uniform, are you a Japanese student?" The question snapped Kayasuk back, and he nodded. Yes, that's right. I just arrived today as part of a short-term exchange program. I'm on my way to the training academy," he explained calmly, and whether by coincidence or not, the black-haired girl smiled and offered, "If so, let me take you there to say thanks." With someone willing to guide him, our protagonist, not foolish, accepted. He nodded and said, "Thanks a lot." So the two of them continued walking together for a while, chatting as they went. Kayasuk asked, "Are you traveling around the world?" To that question, the stranger shrugged and admitted, "Yeah, well, I have my own circumstances." Her casual, vague answer made Kayasuk curious. "Is she about my age?" It's rare to see a girl traveling alone like this. Unable to hide his curiosity, Kayasuk asked, "Don't you encounter danger traveling alone? Didn't you just get caught up in a situation like that?" Hearing him, the stranger waved her hand repeatedly and laughed. "Oh, I'm fine. I may look it, but I know a few spells." Her words did not reassure Kayasuk. If anything, they worried him more. He thought inwardly, but didn't she just get grabbed a moment ago? Putting that aside, the short-haired girl stroked her chin and continued, "So, are you studying at the training academy?" Kayasuk replied, "Is there a problem?" The black-haired girl glanced at him. "Well, achievements. Many students there think the same way. They even have a ranking system in class like a hierarchy. And there's also a reward system based on performance." Hearing that, Kayasuk simply nodded. "I understand." In his mind, he quickly grasped what she meant. It seems they take merit-based systems even more seriously than in Japan. According to Iwako, Ingolf often holds regular training sessions for upper-tier students. Meaning, if I want to approach Ingolf, I have to make my mark in that merit-based environment. This is perfect, exactly the kind of challenge I like. Thinking that, Kayasuk couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Returning to the stranger, she soon pointed ahead and reminded him, "Look, we're here. This is the Lansing Training Academy." Having arrived, Kayasuk waved goodbye to the stranger. "That's enough, thanks." From behind, the black-haired girl waved back. "No problem. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Shirato Sayuki." As she spoke, she held out her hand. Seeing that, Kayasuk reached out as well and introduced himself. "I remember.
I'm Issei Kyosuke."
The moment he heard his name, Shirato's expression changed. She looked moved, as if she couldn't believe it. This caught Kayasuk's attention and he asked, "What's wrong?" Quickly, Shirato composed herself and shook her head. "Ah, it's nothing. Your name just reminds me of someone I know." "Well then, goodbye. Good luck at the academy." With that, the black-haired girl turned and left. As Kayasuk watched her walk away, he felt a twinge of thought. Shirato. Something about her lingers in my mind. But oh well, never mind. Let's go. Saying that, he quickened his pace and entered the school grounds. However, not long after, trouble found him when he heard an arrogant voice. "Hey you there, is that you?" The voice belonged to a cocky redhead. Responding to that attitude, Kayasuk stayed calm and said, "And who are you, you thug?" His words infuriated the redhead. He shouted, "Who are you calling a thug? It's not like we get Japanese exchange students here every day. I thought you were nothing special. But so you don't misunderstand this place, I'll give you a little welcoming ceremony." He said this while pressing his face close to Kayasuk's to intimidate him. To Kayasuk, a single glance was enough to tell what the redhead meant. It only made him sigh inwardly. "Ugh, barely arrived and I've already met a creep." As she said, "Maybe he wants to test me with a fight." With that thought, Kayasuk casually tossed his bag aside and said, "Fine, I'll fight you." Seeing that, the redhead agreed immediately, even a bit delighted. "Good that you're reasonable. Then let's fight." With that, he began to use his power. He manipulated chunks of rubble to hover around and shot them forward like bullets. However, this still wasn't enough to trouble our protagonist. With a single, effortless wave of his hand, Kayasuk easily dispersed the entire attack, leaving the redhead's face stunned. Not giving him even a few seconds of surprise, Kayasuk's cold voice rang out. "You have numbers, but your strength is too weak. If you're going to use earth magic, at least do it like this." Accompanying his words, a giant sphere of earth appeared in his hand. Then, without hesitation, Kayasuk hurled it forward with great force. The redhead barely escaped, but the boulder smashed into the wall behind him, creating a large hole. Just looking at the damage it caused was enough to make the thug tremble all over. Finally, at this point, he realized that the person before him was truly a monster. He wondered inwardly, who the hell is this monster? In another development, the scene shifts to Iwako. She was walking while contacting someone on the phone. "Yes, that's right," she said coldly, holding a stack of documents filled with all kinds of information about the protagonist. "I met Ase Kayasuk this past Saturday. I will remain in Germany and continue to observe the target." Back with the protagonist, He had just received his student ID from a staff member and quickly left the administration office. As he walked, Kayasuk looked at the card in his hand and thought, all the paperwork is done. Finally, I can enter the local dungeon. Before, this student ID was automatically translated for me, so it's a bit different from when I was in Japan. From Kayasuk's view, his student card displayed basic info. Lancing Training Academy, Ase Kayasuk, Attribute Void, Level 41, 0 points. Seeing 0 points, he quickly guessed. This must be the points system Shirato mentioned. It seems to track dungeon exploration and performance. Thinking that, Kayasuk shoved the card into his jacket pocket and reassured himself, whatever, I don't have classes today. I should go see what the German dungeons are like. With that, Kayasuk hurried off, unaware that, behind him, the redhead he'd beaten earlier was silently watching Kayasuk from the rear, his face thoughtful as if pondering something. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the gate of an unidentified dungeon. Before entering, Kayasuk reminded himself once more, if I want to get close to Ingolf, I need to reach special class rank first. Maybe I'll start accumulating points in this high-level dungeon. With that, without hesitation, our protagonist stepped inside. Soon the interior of the dungeon appeared before Kayasuk, a wide corridor. From afar, a few skeletal soldiers began to loom and approach, which piqued the black-haired youth's interest. Let's see what kind of monsters will come out. Undead now? Are there some strong ones? I haven't encountered these kinds of monsters in Japan, but I learned their weaknesses back when I was Misato Kyoichiro. Acting on that, Kayasuk used his magic, coating his palm with a bright yellow flame. Meanwhile, across from him the skeletal soldiers, smelling a living person, charged like rabid dogs. One gripped its axe tightly and swung hard forward. Luckily, Kayasuk was quick enough to dodge to the side. Otherwise, he would likely have been split in two by that force. Kayasuk prepared to counterattack. He thought to himself, undead collapse under powerful strikes and fire. With that in mind, he unleashed a flaming punch, striking the skeletal soldier's stomach with full force, causing its spine to snap in two and its upper body to be blasted far backward. Seeing their comrade taken down in a single blow, the two remaining undead stood dumbfounded, too stunned to act. Seeing that, Kayasuk deliberately reached out and taunted, come on, bring it on, rush me. Time passed quickly. Now the floor around was littered with shattered bones of the undead, while Kayasuk strolled forward nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets, muttering, this must be the final room. The boss is probably waiting here. With that in mind, Kayasuk hurried forward, and soon he encountered the dungeon's boss. At a glance, it looked like a lich. The powerful aura it radiated made even Kayasuk quietly admit to himself, this is the boss? The presence is really heavy. First, let's try fire and see how it goes. I'll strike it first with fire magic. With that thought, Kayasuk quickly hurled a fireball forward. However, the lich reacted extremely fast. It swung its staff to one side and released a purple energy that shot out and met the fireball head-on, causing both attacks to dissipate in midair. Seeing that, Kayasuk wasn't too surprised. It neutralized the fireball? Well, it's a boss after all. Turning back to face it, the lich began to take the initiative. It concentrated mana into its staff and unleashed a stream of purple liquid that looked extremely dangerous. Although he didn't know exactly what that attack was, Kayasuk nimbly jumped back to avoid it. Sure enough, the next sight made his face go stiff because the floor beneath had been corroded into a large hole. Kayasuk's scalp tingled. That orb melts everything it touches. It's an advanced magic. However, I can also use it to create an advantage for myself. Thinking that, a grin quickly appeared on his face. Whether the lich felt provoked or not, a second later it fired 3 more magic spheres in succession toward him. But our protagonist had already formed a plan in his head. He thought, I'll focus wind magic into my sols to boost my thrust. Thanks to that magic, Kayasuk's speed noticeably increased. His body became a streak of green light, easily evading all the attacks, until he closed in right in front of the lich, leaving it dazed. Not stopping there, Kayasuk taunted, let's see if you can withstand an attack of your own making. At that moment, in Kayasuk's palm was an energy sphere of the lich itself. Before the lich could react, Kayasuk slapped the sphere into its face, causing its features to corrode visibly. A pained sound echoed all around, accompanied by green smoke. In the end, its body helplessly began to disintegrate. Turning back to Kayasuk, he had to admit the effectiveness of that magic. It worked, but since it's an advanced spell, I can't reproduce it perfectly. I need to upgrade void magic first. More importantly, there's still someone else here. Thinking that, Kayasuk gently called out, "I know you're there. Come out." Sure enough, not far from Kayasuk, the redhead's silhouette stood there as if he'd been there all along. Realizing he'd been spotted, he could only give a cold chuckle, then slowly step out and say, "Haha, didn't expect you to be that quick. I watched you fight. Hope you don't mind." In response, the protagonist's face was icy. "So, you here to challenge me again?" After speaking, Kayasuk quietly assessed the redhead. Seems he still hasn't learned his lesson, but that aura, he's definitely hiding something. Across from him, the redhead slowly approached and said cryptically, well, maybe it's time to clear things up." As he spoke, he pulled something out of his trouser pocket, a movement that immediately put Kayasuk on alert. He hurried into a fighting stance, his mind racing to anticipate the opponent's intent. Damn, he really has something planned. It can't be an enhancer like Bruisin. Could it be a hidden weapon? Completely contrary to what Kayasuk expected, the redhead suddenly dropped to his knees, bowed his head, and begged, "Please, accept me as your disciple." His sudden action left Kayasuk dumbfounded. His mind was in chaos. What is he trying to do? And what's with that cup? Kayasuk wondered silently. Quickly, as if reading Kayasuk's confusion, the redhead proactively held out the cup and explained, "This is the Japanese Dajiza, right? I heard you're even supposed to offer sake to show respect. I couldn't help myself. I'm drawn to your power. Please teach me magic." Seeing his pleading posture, Kayasuk shuddered and took 2 steps back. "Are you kidding me?" he muttered. But the redhead wasn't finished and continued, "That fight was awesome. I feel so stupid for picking a fight with you." From Kayasuk's perspective, he could only sigh at the situation. Great. Now things have just gotten more complicated. Thinking that, Kayasuk suddenly realized something and hurriedly turned to pat the red-headed youth on the shoulder. The redhead even thought Kayasuk was about to accept him as a disciple, but a second later, not far from them, a huge explosion occurred, sending rocks flying everywhere. The blast was caused by the massive hand of a bone dragon slamming into the ground. Turned out the lich earlier was not the true boss. Seeing its form, the redhead's face went pale while Kayasuk's brows furrowed. So the lich from before wasn't the final boss. Looks like the real boss is only just appearing now. Beside him, the red-haired friend, after looking at the shape of the boss monster, quickly recalled something and said, "If I'm not mistaken, I've seen this in a book before. It's a bone dragon, a monster that wiped out an entire village long ago. They say Lord Ingolf only barely had the strength to defeat it. So how is it here now?" he said foolishly, while Kayasuk, after hearing that, turned his head and coldly replied, "I understand." Kayasuk's icy demeanor startled the red-haired youth behind him, who hastily tried to intervene. "Wait, don't tell me you actually intend to fight it? That's way too reckless. No matter how strong you are." Before the youth could finish, Kayasuk cut him off. "Relax. And from what you said, Ingolf wasn't the one who killed it." Silently calculating in his head, he thought, "I see." For the 5-star saints, admitting that Misato Kyoichiro was the one who actually killed the monster would be troublesome. So they distorted the story for posterity. Typical cowards. "Well, now I just need to kill it again. All right, let's fight," Kayasuk said in a cutting tone. And as if provoked by him, the bone dragon didn't hesitate. It slammed its gigantic bony hand straight down, sending a shockwave rippling outward in all directions. Seeing that, the red-haired friend panicked. Before he could react, the shockwave hit directly, hurling his small body backward. Only Kayasuk remained standing. However, after that attack, Kayasuk's expression darkened slightly as he thought to himself, "Damn, it's stronger than it was 20 years ago. But that doesn't matter." Having decided, Kayasuk drove force into his saws and dashed at the bone dragon like lightning. He leapt up, pressed close to its skull, his hand wreathed in a blazing golden flame. Kayasuk whispered, "Take this," then unleashed his 1,000-pound punch straight into its massive face, shattering the skull into fragments in an instant. Not far away, the red-haired youth watched almost petrified with excitement. "Oh my God! Did you see that? My master blew that monster apart." Hearing him, Kayasuk complained, "You're going too far. Weren't you just saying fighting it was suicidal? I don't want to explain much, but this isn't over yet," Kayasuk said as he turned his face forward. The red-haired youth's cheerful expression froze. Sure enough, the bone dragon's head began to regenerate as if nothing had happened. It's regenerating?" the red-haired friend shouted in astonishment, and Kayasuk took the chance to enlighten him. "Bone dragons have higher vitality compared to other undead. If you hit them half-heartedly, they'll just stitch themselves back together." The red-haired friend was puzzled, wondering how Kayasuk knew this. However, the protagonist didn't want to answer, as he was quietly formulating his plan. "It's tougher than I thought. If so, the next step is," as for the red-haired youth, seeing Kayasuk deep in thought, he too sank into his own musings. He guessed, is Kayasuk planning to try something else? But how could he face that monster? Opposite them, the bone dragon was losing patience. It opened its mouth and let out an ear-splitting roar, then spun around. It whipped its massive tail straight toward the two of them, causing both to panic and hurriedly duck to dodge the attack. However, the bone dragon's assault didn't stop there. Immediately, it redirected its tail toward the most dangerous target, Kayasuk. Still, the hulking monster's speed wasn't enough to trouble the protagonist. With a light sidestep, he easily evaded the tail strike. On the side, the red-haired youth was a bit worried for Kayasuk, since Kayasuk was only on the defensive. He didn't know that Kayasuk was quietly waiting for an opening. His eyes tracked the monster closely as he thought, "Not yet. Make the image clearer." That's the nature of void magic. Born from imagination, the clearer the image, the stronger the power. He thought this as he began to gather some kind of magic in his palm. Unfortunately, the bone dragon had no idea. It still opened its jaws wide and lunged to attack. As it closed in on Kayasuk, it expelled a blast of heat with devastating force. Seeing Kayasuk take a direct hit like that, the red-haired youth was nearly scared sick. He shouted, "Master!" However, a second later, the youth's eyes betrayed his astonishment, because when the light faded, what appeared before him was Kayasuk clamping down on the bone dragon's razor-sharp jaws, no matter how much it thrashed. Kayasuk's hand tightened as he simultaneously used his magic, forming a spiraling torrent of water that enveloped the dragon's body. Finally, he froze its entire body outright, rendering the gigantic skeletal form utterly immobile. Watching the battle end, the red-haired youth gaped in disbelief. "Unbelievable! You're way too strong." Time passed quickly. Not long after, the two left the dungeon. And of course the red-haired youth kept chattering behind the protagonist. "Master, wait for me." Kayasuk sighed in exasperation when he heard that. "Why do you talk so cheesily?" The red-haired youth smiled back. "Well, I say it out of respect." Then he noticed Kayasuk intently studying his student card and curiously asked, "What are you looking at on your card?" Kayasuk nodded and explained, "I'm just wondering how many points a single dungeon run yields." "You're Mateo, right? How do those points affect class ranking?" Kayasuk asked, and Mateo stroked his chin and thought for a moment before explaining, "This is just a rough guide, but every 10,000 points moves you up one class. So to reach the special class, Kayasuk would need about 30,000 points. Unfortunately, dungeon points are fixed per type, and the bone dragon you just defeated doesn't grant any extra points." After hearing that, our protagonist quickly did the math. "I got 500 points from that dungeon, which means I'd have to run dungeons 600 times just to qualify. Looks like getting into the special class will take quite some time," the protagonist said casually, while Mateo, somewhat surprised, exclaimed, "So you're really aiming for the special class?" At that, as if remembering something, Mateo cheerfully suggested, "Ah, there's a shortcut to earn points faster." Before he finished, Kayasuk pressed his killer stare close and demanded, "Tell me." Mateo shouted in fright, "Hey, Too close. Apparently, the Celestial Festival will take place in 1 month. It's an event where students are matched to compete directly against each other in assigned challenges. And the winner will receive 20,000 points. At the mention of that prize, Kayasuk's gaze sharpened like never before. Nice! If I take first place, I can close the gap with Ingolf in an instant. Thinking that, Kayasuk clenched his fist and declared, I'll take first place in this celestial festival. Time passed quickly. 1 month later, on the day of the Academy's celestial festival, all students hoping to earn extra points had gathered at the event venue. The announcer's voice echoed around, All right, the celestial festival will now begin. In a corner of the square, Kayasuk, intent on quickly joining the special class, of course couldn't be absent. Beside him stood Mateo, who cheerfully said, Finally the festival is here, master. Kayasuk only gave a cold nod in response. Inside his mind he was calculating how to swiftly secure first place in the contest. If I accumulate enough points and take first here, I'll be promoted to the special class. If that happens, I'll be 1 step closer to the bastard who betrayed me 20 years ago. Not paying him any mind, from the high platform the professor's explanatory voice continued, Your objective is simple. Seize the gem atop the tallest tower. The method doesn't matter. You may fight your way up or climb directly. The choice is yours. Show us the strength you've trained for. The firm tone made Mateo unconsciously break into a nervous sweat. Meanwhile, Kayasuk broke into an amused smile. He thought to himself, Sounds exactly like something a results-driven student would do. Perfect for me. A moment later, having regained his composure, Mateo repeatedly punched forward to warm up and babbled, Master, we must take first place at all costs. Hearing that, Kayasuk could only sigh wearily. When I heard the Celestial Festival only accepts pairs, I didn't know what to do. Luckily, I already had someone ready. Before he could think further, a familiar voice called from ahead, Hello? Hey? Kayasuk. The newcomer was none other than Shirado. Her arrival surprised Kayasuk and he asked, You came too, Shirado? Shirado smiled and replied, Yeah, I'm here to watch you shine. Standing beside them, Mateo eagerly asked upon seeing the pretty girl, Who's this beauty, master? Is she your girlfriend? In response, the protagonist delivered a sharp chop to his head. Don't be ridiculous. Before their greeting could continue, the students suddenly became agitated and shouted at each other, Hey, look over there! Before them was a large screen, and what astonished everyone most was the figure appearing on it, none other than the traitor Ingol. His appearance filled the protagonist's face with murderous intent, as if he wanted to rush forward and fight immediately. Cut to the stands above. A black-haired professor smiled and said, Lord Ingolf, we're honored you could join our festival. Ingolf replied with a light shake of his head, Don't mind me. I'm just curious about this festival, to see if any of these young mages are golden eggs. Back to Kayasuk. His face still radiated killing intent, and witnessing his posture, Shirado seemed to be pondering something. Soon after, the announcement rang out, Students, please enter the tower. Following the order, everyone quickly filed into the tower. Very quickly, the interior came into view. It was a spiral structure with many staircases winding straight upward. Over here, seeing everyone rush off, Mateo said, All right, let's go, master. Kayasuk nodded in agreement. However, things were not going to be that easy. Before the group could step onto the stairs to the upper floors, a sudden explosion occurred. The blast was caused by a giant wolf. Its appearance drained the color from Mateo's eyes as if he were about to die. He groaned, Gods! Right from the start? Kayasuk shrugged and replied, Of course, they said creatures are ranked beforehand. Hearing that, Mateo hurriedly turned back to ask, What should we do now, master? Before he could finish asking, he realized that, at some point, the protagonist's figure had vanished. Mateo scanned urgently and saw Kayasuk lunging forward, throwing a straight punch into the giant wolf's face, sending it sprawled aside like a dead dog. After taking down the monster guarding the stairs, the protagonist calmly turned back and reminded, What are you hesitating for? Move it. Mateo flustered and nodded. Okay. I'm coming. Thus, the two quickly ascended to the second floor. At the same time outside, their entire battle was being broadcast for everyone to watch. Sure enough, the traitor Ingolf began to take notice of him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, "Humph. A Japanese, is it?" Unlike his reaction, the other students admired them with smug amazement. Holy crap! That student killed the monster in one blow. Even Shirato broke into a cold sweat at the strength Kayasuk displayed. She whispered, "I knew he wasn't ordinary." Cut to Mateo's position. He just landed a finishing blow on a monster when Kayasuk asked, "You okay?" In response, Mateo gave a thumbs up and asserted, "I've still got plenty of energy, master." Seeing his junior was fine, Kayasuk moved on quickly. "Good, then don't dawdle. Let's keep going." Mateo trudged along behind him, so the two continued upward along the stairway until Kayasuk noticed something. He shouted, "Stop!" Sure enough, at that moment a large explosion suddenly erupted before them. But this explosion wasn't caused by a monster, it was caused by humans. The one who struck was a blonde student using magic to block their path. His eerie laugh rang out. "Hee hee, you won't get past us." Mateo, angry, clenched his fist, raised it toward them, and cursed, "You bastards, that's dirty play." Hearing that, the two students felt no shame. Instead they jeered back, "What did he say? Too far away? I can't hear." "Then see you later, losers. Just sit and watch." With that, the two quickly ran forward, driving the red-haired youth into a fury. "Hey, come back here," he shouted, then turned to ask his master, "Master, what do we do now?" Kayasuk replied nonchalantly, "Do what? Easy. Just fly over them." Mateo, still not quite understanding, but immediately after, Kayasuk grabbed his shoulder, jumped straight forward, and carried the youth along as they flew. Cut to the blonde's position. Before the two of them stood a large door, like a boss chamber. Seeing this, he said happily, "Nice. This is the final room. This is easier than I thought." Beside him, the blue-haired guy replied excitedly, "Exactly. There's no way we'd lose to some Japanese loser, right?" That was what they thought. However, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind them. How could that be? The sound made the two bullies startle and spin around, then shout loudly, "What the? How did you get here?" Answering their question, Kayasuk replied with a face full of contempt, "I don't want to tell you this, but the obstacles you set up barely slowed me down at all." Behind him, Mateo was nearly exhausted, but still forced out a few words to echo his master. "That's right. There's no way we'll lose to you clowns. You're dead meat," he said, trembling, pointing ahead, while the two students, sensing Kayasuk wasn't ordinary, took the initiative to cast spells first. "Don't underestimate us. We'll crush you," the pair shouted. However, their spellcasting speed seemed extremely slow in Kayasuk's eyes. Before their magic could even form, he lunged forward and delivered a chop to both of their necks, which made both their eyes roll back until they passed out on the spot. Seeing that, Mateo was surprised at first, but immediately became ecstatic. "Wow! I didn't even see him move at all." Putting that minor clash aside, the two opened the door and entered the final chamber. Inside the room sat a crystal orb on a stone pedestal. Kayasuk guessed that the crystal was the gem they needed to retrieve for the task. And Mateo excitedly said, "That's right. We're the first ones here, but nothing would be that easy." Kayasuk quickly realized, it's not over yet. Right after he said that, several knights suddenly appeared around the crystal, as if summoned from somewhere, leaving the two bewildered as to where they came from. This made even the professors watching outside gasp in confusion. "What is this? What are those armored knights?" This wasn't part of the program. Only the traitor Ingolf felt pleased, because he was the one who had set this up. He thought to himself, "Good, let's see if they can overcome this challenge." Next, Ingolf's face curled into a sly smile as he said, "I mean, if it ends too quickly, what's the fun in that? Right?" Sitting beside him, the black-haired professor could only force a laugh. "Haha, you're heartless." Responding to that, the big man remained resolute. "If they want to become great mages, what's a little challenge to them?" Then he quietly calculated inwardly. Of course, no student can pierce that many foes. How could they break through and take the gem? Let's see what they've got, he said with interest, before focusing intently on the TV screen in front of him. Cut to Mateo. After seeing a horde of summoned monsters, he panicked. Master, what do we do? He cried. Kayasuk had only one reply for this situation. If we don't defeat them, we won't get the gem. We have no other choice. Hearing that, the red-haired youth hurriedly asked in more detail. Defeat them? But there are so many. They look tough too, Kayasuk answered with a face full of seriousness. Even so, I have to do it. If I want to achieve my goal, then I must. Seeing the determination on his face, although Mateo was still a bit worried inside, he forced himself to say, All right, then I'll support you, even if only a little. He said this while cracking his knuckles to warm up, not noticing that while he babbled on. A humanoid behind him swung its sword and attacked at lightning speed. Luckily, Mateo reacted in time and ducked to avoid it. If he hadn't, he'd have met the Grim Reaper. Elsewhere, Kayasuk was facing an attack from another humanoid. However, its strike wasn't something our protagonist needed to worry about. Immediately, he used body-strengthening technique, which wrapped his whole body in a pale golden aura, then gently pinched the tip of the sword with his fingertips. Next, Kayasuk channeled energy into his right hand, formed it into a tight fist, and punched straight forward, sending that humanoid flying into the air. The sight left the students watching outside gaping in shock, murmurs ringing out, He's fighting barehanded? Back at Kayasuk's position, he surged forward and unleashed another fiery punch, which sent the humanoid's body crashing backward and knocked a whole group of them sprawling to the ground. Thus, with a single blow, none of the humanoids around the protagonist could remain standing. Witnessing this, Mateo couldn't help but secretly admire. Master is truly amazing. Not only him, even the big Ingolf watching had to privately acknowledge. That Japanese brat, his magic is pretty useful. Is he planning to take them all down by himself? But it won't be that easy. He thought this as he slammed his fist down on the table. Sure enough, just as he had imagined, less than 3 seconds after the humanoids inside the tower were defeated, another batch was summoned outside. This made Mateo's eyes go wide with fear. They're cloning themselves again. What were the Academy thinking to let these attack us? At the same time, Sayuki had the same thought. With numbers like this, he can't beat them. But I still want to see if he can break through. So, Ase Kayasuk, what do you plan to do now? She pondered silently. Back with the protagonist, a humanoid wielding a giant axe charged in and swung straight at him. Luckily, Kayasuk was quick and jumped back in time to dodge. He glanced around slightly and calculated the number of enemies in his head. There are about 30 of them. That's a lot, but compared to back then, this is nothing. Unaware of Kayasuk's thoughts, the humanoids in front began to attack again, giving him no time to rest. Now 2 humanoids hurled their spears forward like arrows. In response, Kayasuk used earth magic to raise a wall of dirt to block the attack. However, the humanoids coordinated very well. While some attacked from the front, others circled to his back to strike from behind. Kayasuk soon noticed this. He swung his arm and used wind magic to slash out a wind blade, blasting all the humanoids behind him far away. But soon other humanoids began replacing them and slowly closed in on Kayasuk. His eyes narrowed in annoyance as he thought, defeating them one by one achieves nothing. I want to wipe them out with one powerful spell. But in a situation like this, I don't have time to build a new image. That means the best choice is a spell I've seen before. That way I won't waste much time reperforming it. Fine, just use it recklessly. Kayasuk sighed as he began to recall the magic that Headmaster Iwako had once used. Then he activated his void magic. The earth and rocks around him suddenly shot upward, as if controlled by an invisible force. Watching this, the big Ingolf jumped to his feet in astonishment. It seemed he recognized the spell. Back at Kayasuk's position, he began to swing his arms to both sides, combining earth magic and wind magic, bombarding all around so that no humanoid could withstand the assault. Its power was so great that the group of students outside could feel the shockwave it produced. Soon after, the magic gradually faded, leaving the room littered with the scattered remains of the humanoids. At that point, Kayasuk had already stepped up to the crystal orb. He closed his hand around it and whispered, "Done." Elsewhere, Mateo, who had been hiding somewhere, saw Kayasuk complete the task and happily ran out to celebrate. "He did it!" "No, he really did it, master." The group cheered, congratulating the protagonist on his success. On the side, Sayuki widened her eyes in astonishment at the male lead's power. Fusion magic? He can use that too? His strength is terrifyingly profound. Cut to Ingolf's position. He burst out laughing with delight. Haha, so he can use the spell Iwako spent 20 years developing, and he's only a student. Ase Kayasuk. Huh? Very interesting. If he gets into the special class, I'll make sure to train him properly. He said this with a sly, fox-like grin. In the auditorium, a man on the stage announced that it was time to reveal the students promoted to the special class this term. "May I invite Ase Kayasuk to the stage?" Kayasuk calmly pulled out his chair and politely stood, not responding. Below the stands, a group sitting at the edge murmured quietly, "He's really good. Only here a month and already this achievement. You saw him at the festival too." One guy sat with his arms crossed and jealously muttered, "Crazy. Someone can actually do that?" Beside him, Mateo tapped his chin and smirked proudly. "He's my master. Doing this is normal." The man on the podium spoke again. "Next was the armband ceremony, and we have a special guest." Suddenly, Kayasuk's pupils changed. He frowned and wondered silently, "A special guest? Don't tell me," the man croaked. "Please warmly welcome." A man in ceremonial dress drew the curtain and slowly stepped out. He smiled and revealed the guest. "Lord Ingolf, this stage is yours." Hearing such an imposing name, the crowd below stirred in shock, whispering, "What? Really?" Dietz calmly took the armband. Nearby, Kayasuk cast an emotionless glance at the man and judged. "Ingolf, he actually came to the academy himself. What is he plotting?" Dietz came close to him, studied his face, sneered and said, "You entertained me quite a bit at the Celestial Festival." Kayasuk's expression shifted. He politely lowered his eyes and answered hesitantly, "It's an honor." He slowly handed the armband to him, and Kayasuk took it gently. Suddenly, Dietz leaned close and whispered coldly in Kayasuk's ear, "Ase Kayasuk, come to my domain tonight." Under the stands, Mateo and the others all wondered aloud, "What's going on? What did he say to him?" On the stage, Dietz waved to them, while cheers rose non-stop from below. The noise continued as he swept his cloak and left the room. Kayasuk clenched the armband, stared coldly at his contemplative image, and thought, "Ingolf, what exactly are you plotting?" The sky was pitch black. A grand, luxurious castle loomed. At that moment, in the great hall, the butler raised his hand to his chest and bowed respectfully. "Ase Kayasuk, yes? We have been expecting you." Kayasuk slipped his hands into his pockets, his face calm, followed the butler and wondered, "What does Ingolf want to say to me? Wait, does he already know I'm Misato Kyoichiro? Damn, I wanted more time to prepare. If he already knows, I have no choice left." The butler stopped at a door. Kayasuk paused and observed. Seeing the door slowly open, Kayasuk steadied himself and thought, "Here and now, this could turn into a battle." He looked at the room and then at the sumptuous spread Dietz was seated before. He gave a faint smile, holding a knife and fork to cut the beef, looked up at Kayasuk and said, "You're here, sit. We'll talk after we eat." Kayasuk stepped closer to the table and replied politely, "If I may." His gaze was icy. He wondered suspiciously, "So, what's this about?" After the meal was cleared, Dietz looked straight at Kayasuk with a calm face and said, "Once again, your performance at the Celestial Festival was impressive, especially the match on the top floor. You truly caught my attention. Now, there is one thing I want to say." He lowered his face. A killing glint flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "What are you hiding, exactly?" That look made Kayasuk shiver. He thought anxiously, "Damn, he knows?" Under the table his hands tightened together as he considered, "No. This can't be. If he really knew I was Kyoichiro, he would have said it outright. He's clearly probing for something else." Dietz leisurely touched his coffee cup and continued, "The fusion spell you used on the top floor, that was Iwako's life's work. He spent 20 years creating it. How could you use it? Hearing him, Kayasuk couldn't help but smile. He regained his composure and guessed, just as I thought. He's only curious about my magic, Kayasuk said, looking him straight in the face and explaining, back in Japan, Master Iwako personally trained me. Dietz sipped his hot coffee and rasped. So that's when you learned the fusion spell. Kayasuk replied politely, yes. Kayasuk put on a pleasant, practiced smile and proudly said, he's a great teacher. I owe him a lot. Hearing that, Dietz chuckled casually, pondered for a moment, then said, it seems that's something he would do. He uses it very skillfully. However, don't overuse that power, or you'll end up like Misato Kyoichiro, the one who nearly tore the world in two. Hearing Dietz mention his former name, his face showed no surprise. He turned his back to Kayasuk and brought up the old topic. Surely you've heard of the SSS-grade catastrophe dungeon from 20 years ago. He became intoxicated with his power and eventually devised a warped plan. Dietz's face was full of anger and envy as he barked that he lured the monsters out of the dungeon. The plot was to eliminate everyone else, his allies, the rest of us. Kayasuk's expression shifted. He froze at Dietz's words, thinking what? On his side, jealousy carved deep lines into his eyes as he continued grimly. Also, he could become the sole surviving hero. So Kyoichiro executed that plan that day. Fortunately, we stopped him before everything went to ruin. Now Kayasuk's fingers clenched into a trembling fist beneath the table as he wrestled with his thoughts. Damn it, what the hell is this? Those bastards, I can't let this slide. Suddenly Dietz turned and warned in a low voice. That's why I warned you. Don't let power consume you. Kayasuk cut in and replied seriously, I'm fine, sir. Power is meant to fight evil. His face was full of confidence and determination as he spoke, and I'll do whatever it takes to become stronger than anyone else. Reflected in Dietz's eyes was Kayasuk's image, and within it the figure of Kyoichiro. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he rasped, just like at the festival. You are utterly fascinating. Very well, I'll reward that spirit of yours. At that moment Dietz leaned closer. Kayasuk looked up suspiciously and asked, reward? He lowered his gaze and replied, that's right. For the next training session, I will spar with you as your training partner. His eyes probed Kayasuk and he said with a cold smile, of course, if you agree. Kayasuk stood, pulled out his chair, and replied politely, I understand. I'm honored. Under his guidance, the two of them stared straight at each other. Night fell and stars appeared in the sky as familiar people walked the streets. Kayasuk's face was icy as he walked and pondered. Ingolf. That's the best reward I could ask for. Just wait. I'll crush you with everything I have and settle the grudge I've carried for 20 years. The regular training day for the special class. At the school, in the corridor outside the training classroom, a group of soldiers chatted lazily. Hey, today's the regular training day for the special class, right? One of them, a book slung over his shoulder, said idly to his companion, so jealous. They get to meet Lord Ingolf. I wish he'd train me too. Before he finished, he felt a chill down his spine and shivered as he glanced behind him. The murderous gaze belonged to Kayasuk, who sat on the bench glaring at the one who had spoken. Both turned pale. The other stammered in panic, come on, let's go. The first one nervously said, aha. They scrambled away in a panic, leaving Kayasuk alone with a cold face as he muttered, Ingolf. Finally, I can settle this debt. He promised to spar with me during today's training. He might just want to teach some curious brat a lesson, but not me. I'll utterly crush him and make him regret betraying me 20 years ago. Right now, at the school's training ground, a hoarse voice called out, all right, the regular training session begins now. Please welcome Lord Ingolf. As he finished speaking, someone slowly came into view. Dietz walked while watching the soldiers' movements and replied. Immediately Kayasuk's gaze narrowed. He calmly thought, he's here. He stepped forward a few paces and reminded them, I trust you, the Academy's finest students. You train your skills every day as usual, but sometimes observation is training too. So today, I've decided to heat things up with a sparring match. No need to worry. I have chosen my opponent. Dietz looked straight at Kayasuk, smiled faintly, and called him. Ase Kayasuk, step forward. In a flash, Mateo was already in the stands, his eyes wide as he blurted, Holy, worth skipping class for Master is actually fighting Lord Ingolf. He suddenly noticed someone below and wondered. That girl was at the Celestial Festival too. Mateo rubbed his reddened nose and guessed, I get it. The thing between Master and her is progressing. Below, Sayuki felt a chill along her spine. She folded her arms and thought, I sense a strange gaze somewhere. Oh well, a 5-star sage praised as the world's hero. Let's see what he'll do. Facing such an opponent on the field, Dietz's long robe fluttered slightly as he murmured, Now, shall we begin? Kayasuk's eyes calmly assessed. He thought, Ingolf is one of the toughest of the 5-star sages. He's on a completely different level from Mawako or Lei, but the one who will kneel today will be you. Seeing him ready, Dietz clenched his fingers, unleashed power, and announced, I'll strike first. Power flowed into his hand as he swung it quickly. He aimed straight at the chosen target. A tremendous crack echoed. That punch was coming at Kayasuk. He hurriedly raised his hand to dodge. The soldiers nearby also jumped back and murmured in astonishment. What, the wind magic? Even Sayuki hastily raised her hand, thinking to herself, no. The shockwave from that punch alone tore the air apart. At that moment Kayasuk crouched and unleashed his full power, sneering contemptuously, so he's using strength arts. I'll counter with earth magic. The earth and stones rose from the ground and slammed into Dietz's magic. His expression remained calm as power still emanated from his hand. He looked at Kayasuk with admiration and said, You blocked it. Kayasuk rose lightly, brushed sand from his clothes, and asked with a wry smile, That was strength arts, huh? No wonder the blow was so heavy. Kayasuk glanced down at the stone and mused, I barely managed to stop it with reinforced rock. The force of that strike is insane. Suddenly Dietz gave a harsh laugh and scoffed. You're mistaken. I haven't even used strength arts yet, he said as he tore at his sleeve. Kayasuk's expression tightened slightly as his eyes stared straight at him. A sphere of golden light formed in Dietz's hand as he said coldly, Now, I'll use this. He finished and hurled the sphere straight at his opponent. Kayasuk's expression changed. He startled and exclaimed. Then he quickly dodged the fireball coming toward him. Dietz unleashed a continuous barrage of fireballs at his opponent. The magical strikes put him on the back foot. He desperately evaded. On the stands, Mateo frowned worriedly for him, thinking, no, Master's being pushed back? What kind of attack is that? Meanwhile Dietz looked invigorated. Assuming a guard he rasped, trying to escape with wind magic, are you? You have keen instincts. But this battle isn't over. With that, he gathered his strongest magical force and hurled it at Kayasuk. Before the sphere reached him, he strained and hastily dodged. He clenched his fingers, ground his teeth, and glanced at him, thinking about breaking the momentum. Now's not the time to hold back. He sprang to his feet. Dietz's face darkened as he wondered inwardly. He stopped. Could it be that he's going to counterattack? Sayuki's expression grew serious. She pondered silently. That's what he used at the Celestial Festival. Fusion magic. Kayasuk's eyes lit up, filled with killing intent. He used magic to raise fragments of stone and hurled them straight at the target. Dietz quickly blocked his attack. His face turned ferocious, eyes whitening as he grit his teeth to resist. Suddenly a deafening explosion rang out within Kayasuk's sight. Through the billowing black smoke, Dietz knelt there stunned. He frowned, thinking sullenly that the shockwave had reduced the impact. That Ingolf. He's grown stronger in 20 years. Dietz muttered with a sneer, lowering his head. A murderous gleam filled his eyes as he snarled, Good, very good. I shouldn't hold back anymore. A blinding power flared behind Dietz. Kayasuk raised his hand to block his view. Under his palm, he calmly uttered a single word. Dawn approaches. He stared ahead and wondered, what is that magic? Dietz lowered his gaze to Kayasuk, his face taunting as he said coldly, Come then. Continue this fight. A tremendous magical force burst from Dietz. Kayasuk inhaled. This was a spell even he didn't recognize. He saw Dietz beckon provocatively, so he learned that technique in the past 20 years. Keeping a cool head, he assumed a stance. Fine, let's see how he strikes. Kayasuk's eyes flashed. His hand extended forward as the ground began to crack. He started with this move. Dietz frowned and dodged the earth magic. His eyes narrowed like blades. This attack hits wide, he can't dodge it, and the ground where Dietz landed split beneath him. making him stagger. Seizing the moment, Kayasuk spread his arms to activate the next technique. Once his stance was broken, he'd unleash a fusion spell to finish him. A powerful strike launched on his command, fusion magic. Watching from outside, Mateo cheered more enthusiastically. Great! Master just unleashed fusion magic. Sayoki beside him was also drawn into the match. He's unbalanced in midair. This is the perfect opportunity. Just as she predicted, this blow would land. But nobody knew that a corner of Dietz's mouth had quietly curled. He braced himself and let out a loud shout. Kayasuk was slowed by the movement for a few beats. What is he doing? Those boulders were stopped by him with his bare hands. Little by little, Dietz gradually wrested control of the swirling earth and stones aimed at him. The technique was literally torn in two by him. The earth and rocks all split aside to both sides. Dietz remained coldly standing there. Kayasuk couldn't believe his eyes. He just cut through my fusion spell? Sayoki couldn't help sweating at that tremendous power. Unbelievable, he neutralized a spell at that level. He said to him in a low voice, "That was an excellent attack." Dietz's body remained intact and shrouded in magic, but it cannot pierce my mana armor. Only then did Kayasuk realize mana armor. I get it. That golden light is his armor. He tightened his hand a little, withstanding a fusion spell without a scratch. That durability is insane. He scoffed. This armor doesn't just protect me. Dietz stepped forward. It turns my body into a weapon, combining offense and defense. That is the essence of my mana armor. With a whoosh, he lunged forward wearing a triumphant smile. I'm coming. He launched himself into the air, fist clenched. Kayasuk hurriedly leapt back a step. With a single strike, he shattered the spot where Kayasuk had just stood. Mateo jumped and shouted, "What?" Chunks of rock kept striking Kayasuk. Took a long while for the dust to settle. He wiped the blood from his cheek, thinking, Ingolf, damn it, he's much stronger than 20 years ago. Dietz still stood unfazed as before, and his mana armor was extremely troublesome. His eyes narrowed. His mind was no longer as comfortable as before. I have a counter, but that spell isn't complete. I don't know if I can cast it. At that exact moment he said, "You're not charging? Fine then." Then Dietz dashed like lightning. "I'll finish this fight." Kayasuk frowned angrily. "Damn it. I've got no other choice." With one hand he gripped the other, gritted his teeth, and channeled power into his palm. Seeing that, Dietz smiled inwardly. He's trying to make something. Does he think that can stop me? Suddenly the space around him went dark. Dietz was bewildered and didn't understand what was happening. Seeing him brace and continue the technique, Dietz narrowed his eyes maliciously. Dietz's right hand swept up and knocked Kayasuk away. He couldn't dodge in time and took the blow squarely. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he clicked his tongue in regret. Indeed, I'm still not proficient with it. It took him a while to steady himself and face him. At this rate, suddenly Dietz loosened his fist. To Kayasuk's amazement, he said, "That's enough." Dietz said indifferently, "That's more than enough for a sparring session. Today ends here." This only made Kayasuk's face darken further. His hand clenched so hard it trembled. He casually announced to the students that the regular training session was over and dismissed them. The students hurriedly praised him. "Lord Ingolf, that performance was truly wonderful. It really inspired us." Someone chuckled that Ase put up a decent fight, but in the end Lord Ingolf had constantly cornered him the whole match. Another nodded. The 5-star saint is indeed top tier. Only Mateo went over to comfort Kayasuk. "Master, you did very well. Against Ingolf, no one would blame you." He said nothing, only told himself he had underestimated him. Right now he couldn't beat Ingolf. His fist curled with determination. I must push void magic further and become stronger. Around them, the students' chatter continued cheerfully as usual. Sayoki was quietly watching Kayasuk's back. No one here realized what potential Ase Kayasuk was hiding. Dietz strode away from the crowd. He recalled the feeling from the match just now. What was that moment? Bloodlust? No, it was something else. A pleased smile appeared on Dietz's face. It's been a long time since I've had such an intense fight. Then he turned and walked away with a steady back. No matter. Ase Kayasuk. Dietz chuckled inwardly again. This kid isn't the sort to end here. Holding a goblet of fine wine, Dietz calmly leaned back into an armchair. Gently swirling the glass, he pondered. It's been a long time since a battle truly excited me. He held the glass carefully to avoid spilling. Yet that Ase Kayasuk, he hadn't expected him to be so strong. He recalled the momentary shock during the fight, especially that instant when I actually felt fear. Dietz's deep eyes reflected on the wine's surface. Thinking back, distant memories flooded in. I had felt that once before. A scream from the past suddenly echoed. That person stood before a younger Dietz and gently said, "All right, looks like I win, don't I?" He knelt on the ground and looked up at Kyoichiro, asking, "What was that just now? You've always hidden that magic from me, haven't you?" Kyoichiro laughed, hands on his hips. "You almost beat me over there just now. Besides, I have to keep a card to the end, right?" Young Dietz inwardly lamented that he never changed, always beyond my expectations. As he rose, he sighed. "That's why you are my eternal rival." Once upright again, Dietz invited, "One more match, Kyoichiro." Dietz clicked his tongue, now reflective. "Damn, the wine makes me nostalgic." Suddenly his face darkened. Yet the past has been stained and can't be cleansed. He couldn't hold back a sigh, but he still remembered the thrill. He lifted the glass and sipped, when dueling someone of equal caliber. Dietz's eyes lit up as if anticipating something. "So come then, Ase Kayasuk. Maybe that boy's uncertain future. Show me what you've got." Kayasuk looked up at the deep cavern before him. 20 years and it's still the same. Looks like I can make use of it. He clenched both fists tightly. "Right now I'm not skilled enough to fight Ingolf. I need to train from scratch." The entrance exuded utter gloom. Luckily, this dungeon is perfect for that. Step by step, he moved inside. The pressure here made every step heavy. It had a gravity field, far stronger than outside. Kayasuk realized why Ingolf could strike so hard. If hit directly, I'd be finished. He lifted his hand slightly and resolved. "So first, I must make this body stronger." Just thinking about it made him want to laugh. Once I can face him head-on, the spell I develop will deliver the finishing blow. Before him lay dragon and tiger marshes full of thousands of monsters. Yet he had only one target. "I'm watching you, Ingolf." Time passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days had gone by. Sayoki watched the passers-by thoughtfully. Strange. Since that day, Ase Kayasuk hasn't returned to the dormitory. The black-haired girl wondered where he could have gone. Suddenly, she saw a figure trudging along after class. Sayoki recognized him. Mateo looked wilted like a withered flower, muttering, "No, master. This is boring." Her call snapped Mateo a little more alert. "Hey!" Mateo's eyes widened. "A fangirl of the master, huh?" Sayoki scolded inwardly. "Fangirl my foot." She suddenly saw the advantage of that. Yes, if everyone thinks so, it's even more convenient. "Do you know where Kayasuk is?" Mateo scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm not sure of the exact location, but I heard he went to train in the Eastern Forest or something." Sayoki narrowed her eyes, thinking, the Eastern Forest? Could it be? In an instant, the black-haired girl turned and ran off. "Got it, thanks." Mateo was left waving blankly. "No problem." The red-haired boy naively thought, wow, she's enthusiastic. Before long, Sayoki had tracked down the forest where the dungeon lay. An underground dungeon hidden deep in the woods. Yes, it was the perfect place to train. She pursed her lips and asked herself how he could have known about it. He originally knew nothing of this place. A suspicion rose in Sayoki's mind. Could it be? Bit by bit, she seemed to lift a veil hiding a staggering secret. It's possible. Sayoki's eyes flashed. Sweat trickled down her cheek. Ase Kayasuk is Misato Kyoichiro. The black-haired girl recalled about a month before. Her superiors had summoned Sayoki and given her a confidential order. She remembered the pages of documents handed to her. Investigate anyone who might be Misato Kyoichiro in disguise, and his image appeared clearly. Ase Kayasuk was on that list. Sayoki's hand tightened on her chest. If he truly is Misato Kyoichiro, then Her steps grew heavier with each moment. The pressure here made Sayoki pant. She had been here once before on another mission, and it was as brutal as she remembered. The dark tunnel ahead seemed to stretch endlessly. Ase Kayasuk, have you been training here? Luckily, she found the person she was looking for. Kayasuk stood squarely among the neatly cleaved corpses of the monsters. there he is. But something about him was very different, so much so that Sayuki hurriedly hid and dared not reveal herself. His aura was completely changed. Looking around the cavern, she panicked. Did he really defeat all these monsters by himself? Sayuki narrowed her eyes. An overwhelming presence radiated from Kayasuk, making her swallow hard. It was beyond her imagination. After leaving the dungeon, Sayuki hurriedly contacted someone. Yes, that's right, the black-haired girl said cautiously. At this rate, he might actually surpass Lord Ingolf. The person on the other end exclaimed with interest. What about the possibility that he's Kyoichiro? Sayuki was silent for a moment, then answered, very likely, sir. The person on the line chuckled softly. She spoke with delight. Just as I thought, and at her feet were dozens kneeling. This is about to get very interesting. Borjo spread his arms and announced loudly. Everyone. Her vivid blue eyes sparkled with excitement. Everything was unfolding according to the god's design. In the dim cavern, crystals emitted a faint purple glow. Kayasuk stood by a dragon's corpse and murmured, "It's done." He rubbed his wrist and, with a pleased tone, concluded, "This time it will reach Ingolf." In a modern room, a man was about to leave when the phone on the table suddenly rang. He turned to look at the phone, inwardly wondering who it could be. This man was the five-star saint, Iwako Hideki. Hideki didn't hesitate and picked up. Hello. On the other end, a middle-aged man spoke calmly. It's me. Hearing that voice, Hideki recognized him immediately. Ingolf. He tentatively asked, what's the matter? Only to hear Dietz coldly issue a request. There's something I want to ask you, he continued, about a student named Ase Kayasuk. Hearing that, Hideki grew pale and widened his eyes. After some time, he had told everything. Dietz replied calmly, I understand. That's all I wanted to know. Hideki answered in a trembling voice. Very well. When the call ended, he replaced the receiver. Hideki was horrified and worried. Ingolf asked him about Ase Kayasuk's past, but he couldn't reveal that the boy was actually Kyoichiro. He clutched his head, terrified, wanting to scream. If I speak, I'll die. At Dietz's side, he stared at his phone, deep in thought. His mood grew grave as he pondered. Iwako is hiding something, but I can't find clear evidence. Dietz turned and left, considering what to do next. Suddenly he noticed something on the floor. It was an envelope. Dietz looked at it suspiciously, thinking someone had slipped a letter under the door. He picked it up and opened it, curiosity making him wonder who had sent it. As soon as he read its contents, Dietz's eyes widened in horror. Then he clenched the letter, a surge of hatred welling up. I understand now. Dietz ground his teeth in anger. I knew it. Old memories flashed through his mind. On a high cliff, two people sat there. The short-haired one apologized sadly. I'm sorry about today, Kyoichiro. And the other, barely paying attention, replied, It's fine. Kyoichiro leaned toward Dietz and said, My homeland was destroyed. Of course I have to help. Dietz turned to him, hesitating a little as he advised, Are you sure about this? Facing the dungeon at the nation's request would probably benefit you more. He tilted his head to the sky and sneered mockingly. They're just high-ranking officials showing off their power. Kyoichiro replied calmly, I'd rather help those who truly need it. Dietz laughed and remarked, My God, you're kind to the core. He looked at the scene before them and said cheerfully, And besides, Kyoichiro sincerely praised, This place is truly beautiful. Hearing that, Dietz proudly explained, It's called Keld Hill, the best spot here to watch the sunset. He felt Dietz's pleasure and agreed, I see. You really treasure this place. Suddenly Dietz called his name, Kyoichiro. Kyoichiro glanced at him, puzzled, waiting for him to continue. Dietz's expression turned serious as he declared, I want to become stronger. With unwavering resolve, Dietz confessed, Not just for my homeland. Many places are threatened by the dungeons. Kyoichiro laughed with joy and said, Why not? I'll cooperate with you. He jumped up with enthusiasm and declared, All right, I've decided to train harder while in this country. Dietz couldn't help but follow with a smile. Excellent. He replied happily, It's decided. Back in the present, he stood at the window and let his thoughts sink in. We used to meet on that hill and push our limits together whenever we had free time. Recalling that time, Dietz suddenly furrowed his brow and his gaze turned cold. But he couldn't suppress the resentment that rose. Yet now a sea of flames had completely engulfed his mind. In the past, a youthful Dietz ran desperately through a field of scorching fire. He stopped abruptly at one spot, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. What caused this was the sight of Kyoichiro standing ahead, laughing loudly. Thinking of that, Dietz clenched his fists in fury and vowed silently, "I won't drag Nathaniel, Claudia, or the other five-star saints into this," he declared with hatred. "I will personally end Kyoichiro." At the academy, Kyosuke was walking down the corridor. He walked, lost in thought. "The next scheduled training is in a week. Then I'll have a rematch with Ingolf." Kyosuke swore coldly. "This time I'm sure to," when a voice called out and shattered his thought. "Master!" From behind, Mateo hurried over and shouted joyfully, "Master, you're back." Kyosuke asked curiously, "Why were you running?" Mateo answered honestly, "The headmaster told me to deliver this letter to you." He repeated in puzzlement, "A letter?" His friend confirmed and handed it over. "Here." Kyosuke calmly opened the letter to examine it. After reading it, he widened his eyes in some horror. Mateo leaned in curiously to see what's written in the letter, but Kyosuke quickly folded it and turned away. "Nothing." His friend stood there puzzled and whispered, "Master." Behind them, Sayuki was hiding behind a pillar, watching everything intently. A while later, a figure stood waiting atop the verdant hill. Noticing the movement, Dietz called out in greeting, "You're here." Kyosuke looked at the back of the man calmly and asked, "Keldhill, why did you summon me here?" He replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I know who you are now." Dietz turned to stare at him, his tone cold and revealing, "Ase Kyosuke." "No, Misato Kyoichiro." Kyosuke offered no confirmation and calmly asked back, "You called me here for that reason?" He turned and stated plainly, "Isn't it obvious?" Dietz unleashed his power and said, "I called you here." He erupted in rage and declared, "To erase your existence from this world." Kyosuke replied coldly, "Is that so? Then we feel the same way." He gathered energy around himself and said, "I will send you off myself." Kyosuke stood tall and declared, "I want to ask you something." He warned dangerously, "You claim to be certain I'm Misato Kyoichiro. How can you be so sure?" Dietz tensely dismissed it. "You don't need to know, but I'll tell you this." He frowned and announced, "This has nothing to do with the five-star saints. It's my personal matter." Kyosuke continued, "So that's why you chose this place?" Dietz frankly replied, "Yes." Suddenly he grew large and warned, "Don't make a mistake because of me." Dietz ground his teeth in anger. "I will never forgive you." Kyosuke sneered without fear. "What a coincidence. So do I." The boundary between them crystallized, both bristling with murderous intent. Dietz, full of rage, raised his superpowered fist and proclaimed, "As seen in training matches, my mana armor blocks every attack." His body manifested golden armor. Whether physical or magical, it no longer mattered. Dietz charged forward in fury and shouted, "Kyoichiro, you stand no chance of beating me." No sooner had he finished than he launched a powerful punch at Kyosuke. Dietz kept up a relentless barrage, striking rapidly to prevent his opponent from responding. Kyosuke stood in a defensive stance, ready to receive Dietz's blows. He fixed his gaze on Kyosuke. "So what will you do now?" Dietz recalled the moment Kyosuke fell in pain during the previous spar. "You only knew how to dodge. If it's the same this time." Thinking that, he hastily delivered a finishing blow. "I'll hit you with another shockwave." Suddenly a nimble foot leapt high into the air. Kyosuke emanated a blue light and, face set, lunged forward. Seeing Kyosuke move so swiftly, Dietz froze in surprise. "What?" He watched Kyosuke charge straight ahead. Did he take it head-on? Immediately after, Kyosuke threw a punch to intercept Dietz's attack. Immediately his strike generated multiple blue rings that enveloped Dietz's move. At that moment Kyosuke was right above him, his body wreathed in flames. He stared at Dietz with eyes full of hatred. then assumed his stance for the next blow. Then their hands slammed strongly together. Instantly, a swirling vortex flared between them and tossed both backward. Kayasuk gritted his teeth and planted his feet to avoid being thrown clear. In that moment he realized, so that's it. His armor was as hard as stone. Kayasuk watched each of Dietz's strikes and mused. He can pierce shockwaves, and his attacks are heavier than before. Dietz stared at Kayasuk and thought, that physique. I see you've trained a great deal. Deep within those plotting eyes were schemes, but surely there was more than that. He observed Kayasuk's body changing and realized, don't tell me, you copied my mana armor. Knowing the truth, Dietz ground his teeth in anger and cursed under his breath. Pathetic. Dietz clenched his fist and cried out, Kyoichiro, I understand. I've seen the trick behind your magic. He pointed directly at Kayasuk and declared, your void magic can copy others' spells, right? Then Dietz sneered. But imitation is just imitation. To me that cheap trick is nothing. Kayasuk stood there with a displeased look as Dietz spoke. Your time magic has become something to covet. Suddenly Dietz placed a hand on his chest and hung his head. Even I have to look up now. He immediately shot a sharp glance at him. But you are no longer what you were. You've weakened considerably. Soon after Dietz grew towering and declared, and you cannot pierce my mana armor. His body radiated a brilliant light as Dietz ground his teeth and emphasized, never. But Kayasuk calmly countered, copy? Close, but not quite. He clenched his hand. Void magic is far deeper than that. Kayasuk turned and raised his hand, producing a blue light. It took me a while to visualize it, but now I can show you. Hearing this, Dietz suddenly recalled. Surely that's the technique he tried to use in the spar, the ultimate of his moves. But that did not make him worry. Even so, it did not matter. Dietz hurled himself forward frenziedly. No magic can penetrate my armor. He decisively raised his fist toward Kayasuk, intent on finishing him. Kayasuk's eyes went cold and emotionless as he said, activate void magic. Dietz dashed forward and shouted, take this. But Kayasuk stood there unnaturally calm. Immediately streams of blood sprayed up before Dietz's eyes. He lost his balance and staggered backward. Dietz clutched his wounded arm and grimaced. Did he really injure my arm? He looked down at the bleeding arm, refusing to accept it. Impossible, he broke my armor? That can't be. Dietz remained resolute and brooding. No one can. Kayasuk said calmly, I told you. Void magic isn't just about copying. Dietz looked quite surprised and exclaimed, that is. He stared at the sword Kayasuk held and realized in shock. The flaming sword? Dietz completely lost his composure and shouted, what is this? Kayasuk continued, created by imagination. That's the essence of void magic. He pointed the sword straight at Dietz. Now you should. Kayasuk cast a sharp glance and affirmed, feel its power. Dietz snorted coldly, inwardly fearful and doubtful. How could this be? How can that sword cut through my mana armor? His mind hazily replayed the earlier fight. He was cut off by Kayasuk's words. You seem flustered. Kayasuk rested his celestial flame sword on his shoulder and coldly taunted. You said your mana is capable of blocking every attack, but clearly that's not true. Dietz stubbornly retorted. What are you saying? My mana armor is invincible. My magic has no blind spots, he added. But Kayasuk cut in. It does, because your magic's attribute turns mana into metal attribute. Hearing that hit the mark, Dietz stiffened, stunned. He barked at Kayasuk. How do you know that? Kayasuk replied nonchalantly. Don't be ridiculous. I used it myself. Dietz then recalled Kayasuk's strike and realized in shock. So he did that back then. Kayasuk continued calmly. If I can reproduce it, it means I understand it. He then seriously explained to Dietz. No matter how hard metal is, it's not invincible, so I created something. A sword of extremely high temperature that can melt metal, he finished, pointing his blazing sword at Dietz. Seeing the flames surrounding his sword, Dietz grew even more fearful. My mana armor has withstood countless spells unharmed, even fire. Yet, how much heat did he channel into that blade? Kayasuk arrogantly leveled the tip at Dietz in challenge. Then he coldly spat in his face. Accept it, Ingolf. You can no longer block my attacks. Dietz ground his teeth fiercely and snapped, "Don't underestimate me," he stubbornly said. "A minor trick doesn't mean you'll win." Then a burst of rage erupted from him, hurling debris around. Dietz surged forward toward Kayasuk. He raised his fist and proclaimed boldly, "I'll smash that arrogant face of yours." As his fist came down, Kayasuk blocked it with his sword. A murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. Then he swung the sword. The strike sent Dietz flying. Dietz was hit. The wound on his leg spattered with red blood. He crumpled in pain, then slowly got back to his feet. Dietz looked at him, somewhat astonished, thinking to himself, impossible. Kayasuk remained standing tall and mocked him to his face. "When you're emotional, your moves become stupid and predictable. You still cling to your old habits," he added. "Your bearing now is nothing like when you were inexperienced." Dietz's expression grew complicated. Regaining his composure, he snapped, "Shut up, shut your mouth." Dietz snapped, then unleashed a punch that sent controlled rocks hurtling toward Kayasuk. Kayasuk clicked his tongue and sneered, "You still want to keep fighting?" When the torrent of earth and stones slammed toward him, he simply sidestepped it. By then Dietz had closed in, preparing to throw a punch while Kayasuk was distracted. But he bellowed loudly, "Don't lecture me about the past." Kayasuk was surprised but still dodged in time. Dietz hammered another fierce punch at him, yelling and railing, "You burned my homeland to dust." Hearing that, Kayasuk froze, confused. He calmly wanted to ask, "Wait, Ingolf, what are you saying?" But Dietz was in such a rage that he shouted over him, drowning out Kayasuk's words. Seeing they couldn't speak reasonably, Kayasuk conceded, "Fine." He assumed a fighting stance and drew on his mana. A dense stream of mana fired from him. It surged toward Dietz. Dust and smoke billowed. Dietz grunted irritatedly and covered his face. "Smoke!" He grew angrier and shouted curses. "Damn you!" Suddenly Kayasuk's blazing sword was at his throat, and he fell silent in fear. The air tightened. Both held their positions, neither making a move. Kayasuk glared at him with a scowl. Dietz froze, unable to move. Suddenly he closed his eyes and, unwilling, asked, "Why?" He began to pour out his heart. "I thought you were my rival in a good way, someone I could give my all against." At that he choked up, tears welling as he turned to question Kayasuk. "So why did you not let me believe that?" After several seconds, Kayasuk finally began to speak. "Ingolf, you." At that moment an arrow, coming from nowhere, shot into Dietz's nape. Dietz stared in shock, eyes wide, and collapsed. Kayasuk was equally stunned, instinctively shouting, "What?" He spun and looked toward the arrow's origin as the click of high heels sounded from the cliff edge above. Borjo laughed mockingly and said, "I won't let you end things like that." Kayasuk clenched his brow in anger and shouted, "You!" Seeing her face clearly, he gasped and called out, "Claudia!" Borjo sneered a greeting. "Long time no see, Kyoichiro." Kayasuk was puzzled and thought to himself, "Does she already know my identity?" Borjo cast a spell while smiling evilly. "I'd like a proper chat, but that'll have to wait. After all, the real fun is only just beginning." And Dietz was enveloped by a surge of mana. Dietz involuntarily groaned in pain. Ugh! The mana lifted his entire body aloft. Witnessing this, Kayasuk couldn't help cursing inwardly. "Damn it! It's Claudia's magic." Having achieved her goal, Borjo said with relish, "Now you two, tear each other apart." After Borjo infused him with magic, Dietz not only recovered his fighting strength but grew even more powerful. He steadied himself into a combat stance, his vacant eyes glaring at Kayasuk. Borjo stood on the cliff looking down at the two below. Gusts of wind lightly lifted the hem of her dress. Suddenly a figure approached and called to Borjo, "Miss Claudia, it's time." Kayasuk, sword in hand, looked up into the distance. His face registered surprise. The figure came into Kayasuk's view and he cried out in shock, "Shirato Sayuki." Kayasuk frowned and asked accusingly, "Why did you report to Claudia?" Borjo ignored his question and left only a line, "Then fight with all your heart, Kyoichiro," before turning and departing with Sayuki. Kayasuk, seeing that, wanted to chase after them and shouted, "Wait, Claudia!" But before he could pursue, A presence radiating immense pressure blocked his path. Streams of terrifying magical power flashed and emanated from the man. Transparent plates of armor surrounded Dietz's body. He clenched both fists and let out a long roar. Kayasuk gripped his sword tightly and thought to himself, Ingolf is clearly not in his right mind. He recalled Dietz flattened on the ground earlier. Claudia must have used her hypnotic magic on him. Kayasuk realized a truth. Even the perfect hypnosis he once used on that Yoichi was actually only a copy of Claudia's original hypnotic magic. He stared at the blazing figure ahead and sighed inwardly. If she used it on Ingolf, this will be troublesome. Kayasuk swung the fire sword forward, resolving inwardly that his only option was to rush straight in. At that moment Dietz suddenly threw his head back and let out a deafening roar. After the roar he launched his attack at Kayasuk. Seeing this, Kayasuk took his stance. Plan unchanged. Kayasuk watched every move Dietz made with keen eyes, calm as he read him. Each step Dietz drove into the ground sent earth and rock flying, showing how much force he poured into it. He surged forward with such ferocity that afterimages appeared. In the blink of an eye Dietz was right in front of Kayasuk, his fist trailing immense power. Seeing such terrifying speed, Kayasuk's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted, "What?" Fortunately Kayasuk reacted in time and raised his sword to block Dietz's punch, but the force of the blow still shoved him backward a long distance. Kayasuk felt his hand go numb from the impact. He groaned in pain and thought inwardly, what kind of strength is this? Kayasuk planted his sword into the ground to stop himself from being pushed further back. He broke into a sweat, gritted his teeth, and looked forward with wary eyes. After that punch, Dietz's hand had been seriously injured as well. He clenched his hand, growled, and his muscles bulged to the extreme. Opposite him Kayasuk remained in his defensive stance, watching as those muscles swelled violently. This meant he looked at the unhinged Dietz and guessed the cause. He'd heard that people unconsciously restrain their power. Had she used hypnosis to remove that limit? Kayasuk, furious at merely considering the possibility, cursed, "Damn it, Claudia!" He pulled his sword from the ground, truly the queen of mind control. Kayasuk raised his sword into an attacking stance, reassessing his opponent's combat ability. His speed was on a completely different level. He had to deal with that first. At that moment Dietz was directly in the firing line of the fire sword. In an instant Kayasuk's aura shifted. His eyes filled with killing intent. Target lock. Dietz surged forward again, attacking as fast as an arrow. Wind whipped up around them both. Kayasuk chose his attack point this time, his legs. In a flash, both of Dietz's legs were injured, spurting blood. Kayasuk was pleased to see him wounded at a critical spot that limited his movement. Good, he thought to himself with this strike. But before Kayasuk could ponder further, Dietz acted as if nothing had happened. He lunged forward and threw a punch straight at Kayasuk. Not just one. He kept punching without pause. Under Dietz's fierce assault, Kayasuk could only defend and retreat continuously. Kayasuk struggled in the current situation, fighting while cursing under his breath. Damn it! He watched the unhinged man who only knew how to press the attack forward, even after taking blows. Suddenly, something happened that caused Dietz's movements to falter. Kayasuk also noticed that change. That irregularity made his punch skim past Kayasuk. Kayasuk quickly stepped back and assumed a defensive stance. He watched Dietz, who had suddenly stopped a short distance away, wondering inwardly what was wrong. Dietz's condition looked off. He clutched his face and howled in pain. Kayasuk observed purple auras around his body beginning to dissipate and, unsure, wondered if the poisonous aura was fading. Kayasuk guessed. Had the hypnosis worn off? No, Claudia wasn't the careless type. He adopted a serious, pensive expression. If she planned to use Ingolf, she would have calculated every detail to perfection. Kayasuk closed his eyes and thought it over. Something was missing, but that could wait. The mana armor around him was breaking. Seeing the opportunity, he seized it. Kayasuk began to cast magic. He assumed an offensive posture and said, "Let's end this, Ingolf." With that, Kayasuk shot forward like an arrow tearing through the air. Dietz, sensing the incoming danger, spun around. He reflexively threw a punch. Their attacks collided, emitting a tremendous shockwave. Both sword and fist were knocked back, but it didn't end there. Kayasuk had a follow-up move, Take this. He began to gather energy for his finishing technique, firing a shockwave straight at him. At such close range, Dietz couldn't evade. The shockwave struck his chest squarely. Finally, there was an explosive impact. At that moment, on the vast meadow, distant mountain ranges rolled into the horizon. Dietz was knocked senseless. Kayasuk was holding his body. Dietz trembled and uttered in broken words, "I lost." Kayasuk replied calmly as if nothing had happened, "Yeah, I win again." Dietz laughed with a vague look in his eyes. "Ha ha, you sure talk big," he admitted. "Fighting you always gets my blood boiling. But dueling you has confirmed one thing for me." With sunlight shining everywhere, Dietz used his last strength to say, "You are not the one who burned my hometown." Kayasuk frowned in confusion and asked, "Burned your hometown? What the hell are you talking about?" At night, with the moon high, its gentle light fell over the meadow. Dietz, lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes and woke. Kayasuk, sitting by the fire, suddenly spoke, startling him upright. "You're awake." Dietz stared at the silhouetted figure with astonished indifference and stammered, "Kyoichiro." He looked at the bandage on his hand in disbelief and asked, "You bandaged me?" Kayasuk replied, "Just basic first aid. If you thrash around, you'll mess up the wound." Dietz asked confusedly, "Why?" He repeated cautiously, "Aren't we enemies? Why are you helping me?" Kayasuk answered ambiguously, "I'm thinking about something." Then Kayasuk cast him a sharp glance and asked, "Earlier, before you passed out, you said I wasn't the one who burned your hometown. What did you mean by that?" The fire crackled in the dark as his voice continued. "I heard that 20 years ago someone turned this whole village to ash. Still no culprit found?" Dietz narrowed his eyes, assessing the man before him. "That attitude, just as I thought." He closed his eyes in concession. "All right, I'll tell you." Dietz began to recount. 20 years ago, just 1 week before the SSS dungeon disaster occurred. His eyes grew sad as he recalled the past. "I'm very sure of what I saw, about you, or at least a figure like you that drenched my hometown in flames." Kayasuk, incredulous, asked again, "What?" Dietz confessed, "At first I couldn't believe it. I never thought you were the type to do such a thing." He remembered his hometown engulfed in flames, and amid the burning town and fleeing people, the image of a figure laughing was someone I recognized, Misato Kyoichiro. Kayasuk looked at him in confusion. "What is going on here?" He propped his chin, thinking, of course I would never do such a thing. But who did Ingolf see? Dietz continued. "Right after that," he stared forward with hollow eyes. "We found something in your room. A plan laid out to assassinate all of us." At this, Kayasuk's pupils contracted in disbelief. Dietz recalled the enemy's wicked smile and went on. "Misato Kyoichiro is a wolf in sheep's clothing." That was the conclusion the 5-star saints reached. He added succinctly, "As for the result, you already know it." Kayasuk guessed inwardly that he didn't think Ingolf was lying. That meant someone was pulling the strings behind all of this. He came up with the most likely possibility. The person Ingolf saw, the one impersonating him, was probably just a fake image prepared by that person themselves. Kayasuk's expression grew serious, manipulating someone else's senses and implanting false memories. Only one person could do that. He thought of an image of a woman, Claudia. Kayasuk sat down to analyze. He'd copied her hypnosis magic before, so he understood how it worked. It acts directly on the target's brain and forces their behavior. He glanced at the man beside him and spoke. "Ingolf, could it be?" Dietz's face stayed calm. Before Kayasuk finished, he understood and said, "Yes, I think so too." Dietz continued. "The magic Claudia cast on me just now wasn't meant to help me." He considered a worse possibility. If she could implant a command like "fight until you or the enemy dies," then preventing your ability to verify events would be easy for her. He turned to Kayasuk with a serious look and said, "Meaning?" Dietz's voice rang out in the silent night. "Maybe she made me misunderstand you as the one who burned my hometown." Kayasuk narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. "Right? It's clear now." Dietz pushed up on his knees and stood. "Anyway, I owe you an apology." He placed his hand over his chest solemnly and said, "Kyoichiro, I misunderstood you." Hearing that, Kayasuk looked up. "Ingolf." Kayasuk spoke a truth. "I didn't trust you." Dietz, hearing this, also reached into his coat as if searching for something and said, I must accept the consequences. He spun the knife's handle and handed it to him. Kyoichiro, Dietz, with determined manner, proposed, kill me. He gave a bitter smile. Bury my body here. I deserve it. Kyosuke looked at him and fell silent for a long moment. Suddenly he called Dietz's name. Hey Ingolf. Night breezes ruffled his hair as Kyosuke smiled softly. Look at the view from this hill. Doesn't it remind you of the days we trained together? Dietz, seeing this, called out bitterly, Kyoichiro. His voice continued to echo in the night. We were sworn brothers. That bond doesn't just vanish on its own. Kyosuke's tone turned serious. So who broke it? Are we really going to forgive them after this? He began to stand as well. Now we have a common enemy, so Kyosuke extended a hand in offer. Work with me, Ingolf. Dietz was left speechless, mouth agape at the sudden proposal. Kyosuke added, taking losses isn't your style. Dietz finally smiled. His smile seemed to quietly let go of past grievances. He agreed to accompany him. You're right. They clasped hands as they once did in the past. Their firm grip symbolized the bond between them. I still have things to do. Late at night, the fire had gone out, leaving only the pale light of the moon. Dietz turned and asked, Are we heading to the Mediterranean? Kyosuke replied, Yes. He explained the reason. Claudia is building a city there for her followers. She could use it as a base. Hearing this, he volunteered, Then I'll go with you. But Kyosuke immediately refused. No, Kyosuke told Dietz. Claudia cast a spell forcing us to fight to the death, so she likely believes one of us is already dead. He understood and said, Ah, then we'll use that to our advantage. Kyosuke replied, Exactly. He gave a cold laugh and said, She thinks taking down one of us is enough. It's time to show her that calculation is wrong. Kyosuke began to plan. If she believes I'm dead, I'll be able to operate more freely. Ingolf, you continue acting as a 5-star saint as before. He recalled a sly face and said, Nathaniel's movements are suspicious as well. Kyosuke said with a tone of trust, I'm counting on you. Dietz accepted the new assignment and replied solemnly, All right. The two of them stood on a trail. Kyosuke had his hands in his pockets and tilted his head to look at the sky. He stared at the bright moon hanging high and thought to himself, Many things have happened, but now the next step is clear. Kyosuke clenched his fist and vowed inwardly, I will make you regret deceiving Ingolf and framing me. His gaze sharpened with murderous intent as he uttered the name in his mind. Claudia. Kyosuke stood proudly and said, I want to ask one thing. You look dangerous and said, You claim you're sure I'm Misato Kyoichiro. How can you be so certain? Dietz tensed and coldly ignored him. You don't need to know. But I'll tell you this. He frowned and announced that this has nothing to do with the 5-star saints. It's just my own matter. Kyosuke continued asking, So that's why you chose this place? Dietz replied bluntly, Yes. Suddenly he grew larger and pondered, Don't make a mistake because of me. Dietz ground his teeth in anger. I will never forgive you. Kyosuke sneered without fear. What a coincidence. I thought the same. Immediately the line between them was clearly drawn, and both radiated killing intent. Dietz, brimming with momentum, raised his superpowered fist. As seen in the spar, my magic armor blocks every attack. At once his body manifested golden armor. Whether physical or magical, it doesn't matter. Dietz charged forward bitterly and shouted, Kyoichiro, you have no chance of defeating me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he launched a powerful punch toward Kyosuke. Dietz kept striking hard and relentlessly to prevent his opponent from countering. Kyosuke stood ready in a defensive stance to receive Dietz's blows. He widened his eyes, staring at Kyosuke. So what will you do now? Dietz recalled the moment Kyosuke writhed in pain on the ground during the last spar. You only dodged before. If you do the same now. Thinking quickly, he hurried to deliver a finishing blow. I'll strike you with another shockwave. Suddenly a nimble foot leapt up into the air. Kyosuke emitted a blue light. He set his face sternly and dashed forward. Seeing Kyosuke move so swiftly, Dietz froze in surprise. What the? He watched Kyosuke surge forward. Did he take it head-on? Kyosuke then threw a punch to interrupt Dietz's attack. Instantly, his strike generated many green circles that enveloped Dietz's move. Now Kayasuk was right above him with his body blazing. He glared at Dietz with eyes full of hatred and took a stance for the next blow. Then their hands slammed heavily into each other. Immediately, a vortex flared between them and hurled both backward. Kayasuk struggled to plant his feet so he wouldn't be thrown far. At the same time, he realized, I see, his armor is as hard as stone. Kayasuk watched Dietz's every strike and pondered. He can pierce shockwaves, and not only that, his attacks are heavier than before. Dietz stared at Kayasuk and thought, that physique, I understand now, you've trained a lot. Deep within those scheming eyes were calculations, but there must be more to it than that. He observed Kayasuk's body changing and realized, don't tell me. You copied my magic armor. Knowing the truth, Dietz clenched his teeth in anger and cursed inwardly. Pathetic. Dietz clenched his fist and shouted, Kyoichiro, I get it now. The trick behind your magic. He pointed directly at Kayasuk and declared, your void magic can copy other people's spells. Can it? Then Dietz sneered, but imitation is just imitation. To me, that cheap trick means nothing. Kayasuk stood there with a displeased expression as he said, your time magic has become something to aspire to. Suddenly Dietz put his hand to his chest and lowered his head. Even I have to look up. He immediately shot a sharp glance at him. But you're not what you used to be. You've weakened a lot. Right after that, Dietz grew towering and declared, and you cannot pierce my magic armor. His body radiated a brilliant light as Dietz ground his teeth and emphasized, never. But Kayasuk calmly retorted, copy? Close but not quite. He clenched his hand. Void magic is much deeper than that. Kayasuk turned his face back and raised his hand to conjure a blue light. It took me a while to imagine it, but I can finally show you. Hearing this, Dietz suddenly recalled, it must be the technique he tried to use in the spar, his ultimate move. But that didn't make him worried. Still, it wasn't important. Dietz madly lunged forward. No magic can penetrate my armor. He decisively raised his fist high, aiming to finish Kayasuk. Kayasuk's eyes turned cold and emotionless as he said, activate, void mag. Dietz sped forward and shouted, take this. But Kayasuk remained strangely motionless and calm. Immediately, streaks of blood splattered up before Dietz's eyes. He lost his balance and staggered backward. Dietz grabbed his wounded arm and winced. Did he really injure my hand? He looked down at the bleeding arm, refusing to accept it. Impossible, he broke my armor? No way. Dietz remained resolute and brooding. No one can. Kayasuk said calmly, I told you, void magic is not just copying. Dietz looked fairly surprised and blurted, that is. He stared at the sword Kayasuk held and realized in shock. The flame blaze sword? Dietz seemed to lose his composure and shouted, what is this? Kayasuk continued, created by imagination. That is the essence of void magic. He pointed the sword straight at Dietz. Now you should. Kayasuk shot a sharp look and affirmed, feel its power. Dietz snorted coldly, inwardly both fearful and doubtful. How could this be? How could that sword cut through my magic armor? His mind drifted, recalling the fight earlier. He was cut off by Kayasuk's words. You look flustered, don't you? Kayasuk rested his celestial flame sword on his shoulder and coldly mocked him. You said your magic armor could block every attack, but reality says otherwise. Dietz stubbornly insisted, what are you saying? My magic armor is invincible. My magic has no blind spots, he began. But before he could finish, Kayasuk cut in, it does. Because your magic's attribute turns mana into metal attribute. Those words hit the mark, and Dietz stiffened in stunned silence. He barked at him. How do you know? Kayasuk replied nonchalantly, don't be ridiculous. I've used it before. Dietz then recalled that strike of his and was stunned to realize, so that's what he did back then. Kayasuk continued coolly, if I can recreate it, it means I understand it. He then seriously explained to Dietz, no matter how hard metal is, it's not invincible, so I created something. A sword at an extremely high temperature that can melt metal. With that, he pointed his blazing sword at Dietz. Seeing the flames surrounding his sword, Dietz grew even more fearful, thinking my magic armor has endured countless spells unharmed. Even fire attacks did nothing. Yet, how much heat did he channel into that blade? Kayasuk still arrogantly leveled the tip at Dietz challengingly. Then he coldly spat words in his face. Accept it, Ingolf, you can no longer block my attacks. Dietz ground his teeth in rage and snapped, Don't underestimate me, he stubbornly said. Having one extra trick doesn't mean you'll win. And with that his anger erupted in torrents, scattering earth around them. Dietz lunged swiftly toward Kayasuk. He raised his fist and shouted boldly, I'll smash that arrogant face of yours. As his fist came down, Kayasuk blocked it with his sword. A feral gleam flashed in his eyes. Then he swept a slash with his sword. The blow sent Dietz flying away. Dietz was hit. A wound on his leg spattered with red blood. He doubled over in pain and then slowly stood up. Dietz looked at him, a little astonished, thinking, impossible. Kayasuk still stood firm and proud, stared him down and taunted. When you get emotional your movements become stupid and predictable. You still cling to the same old habits. Your bearing now is nothing like when you were inexperienced. Dietz felt suddenly conflicted. Regaining himself, he snapped, Shut up, shut your mouth. He finished, and unleashed a punch that drove earth and rock toward Kayasuk. Kayasuk clicked his tongue and asked contemptuously, You still want to keep fighting? When the torrent of earth and rock flew quickly at him, he simply sidestepped. By then Dietz had closed in on him, ready to throw a punch while Kayasuk wasn't looking. But he bellowed vehemently, Don't lecture me about the past anymore. Kayasuk was slightly surprised but still dodged in time. Dietz slammed another powerful punch toward him, shouting angrily, You burned my homeland to dust. Hearing that, Kayasuk was momentarily stunned and puzzled. He calmly wanted to ask back, Wait, Ingolf, what are you saying? But Dietz was in such a rage that he roared to drown out Kayasuk's words. Seeing he couldn't have a civil conversation, Kayasuk relented. Fine. He took a fighting stance and began to channel mana. A dense flow of mana erupted from him. It attacked toward Dietz. Dust and smoke filled the air. Dietz snorted in annoyance, covering his face and complaining, Smoke? Huh. He grew even angrier and shouted curses. Damn you. Suddenly Kayasuk's blazing sword was pressed to his throat, and he fell silent in fear. The space around them tensed. They held their positions like that, neither making a move. Kayasuk glared at him with a scowl. Dietz's whole body went rigid. He didn't dare move. Suddenly he squeezed his eyes shut and, unwilling, asked, Why? He began to pour out his feelings. I thought you were my rival in a good way, someone I could pour myself into fighting. Saying this, he couldn't hold back a choking tear, then shifted to questioning him. So why won't you let me believe that? A few seconds passed before Kayasuk spoke, about to say, Ingolf, you. At that moment an arrow came from nowhere and pierced Dietz's nape. Dietz stared in shock and collapsed. Kayasuk was equally stunned and instinctively shouted, What? He turned to look toward where the arrow had come from. High above the cliff, the click of high heels could be heard. Bourgeot smiled mockingly and said, I won't let you end things like that. Kayasuk clenched his brows in anger and shouted, You. Seeing her face clearly, he was shocked and yelled, Claudia. Bourgeot sneered a greeting first, Long time no see. Kyuchiro. Hearing that, Kayasuk was perplexed and wondered silently, She knows my identity? While casting a spell she smiled maliciously, I wanted to have a proper talk, but that will have to wait. After all, the real fun is only just beginning. At that moment Dietz was enveloped by a surge of mana. Dietz gasped in pain unconsciously. The mana lifted his entire body up. Witnessing this, Kayasuk couldn't help cursing inwardly. Damn it, it's Claudia's magic. Having achieved her aim, Bourgeot gleefully said, Now, feel free to slaughter each other. After Bourgeot infused him with magic, Dietz not only recovered his fighting strength but became even stronger. He steadied himself into a battle stance, his hollow eyes glaring at Kayasuk. Bourgeot stood on the cliff looking down at the two below, the wind softly lifting the hem of her dress. Suddenly a figure approached and called to Bourgeot, Miss Claudia, it's time. Kayasuk stood below with his sword and looked up into the distance, his face showing astonishment. That figure came into Kayasuk's view, and he cried out in shock, Shirato Seoki. Kayasuk frowned and asked accusingly, Why did you report to Claudia? Bourgeot ignored his question and left him with one line. Now fight with all your heart, Kyoichiro. Then she turned and left with Seoki. Kayasuk, wanting to chase them, shouted, Wait, Claudia. But before he could pursue, a figure exuding overwhelming presence blocked his path. Terrifying waves of magical power shone forth from the man. Transparent armor plates wrapped around Dietz's body, He clenched both hands and let out a long roar. Kayasuk clenched his sword and assessed inwardly. Ingolf is clearly not in his right mind. He recalled Dietz lying sprawled on the ground earlier. Claudia must have used her hypnotic magic on him. Kayasuk thought of a truth. Even the perfect hypnosis technique he once used on that Yoichi was actually just a copy of Claudia's original hypnotic magic. He looked at the blazing figure before him and sighed inwardly. If she used it on Ingolf, it would be troublesome. Kayasuk swung the flame sword forward, deciding inwardly that his only option was to charge straight in. At that moment Dietz suddenly threw his head back and let out a loud roar. After the shout he launched an attack at Kayasuk. Seeing this, Kayasuk got into a ready stance, the plan unchanged. Kayasuk watched each of Dietz's movements with sharp eyes, calm as he read him. Each of Dietz's steps kicked up earth and stone, showing how much force he was putting into it. He surged forward with such ferocity that afterimages appeared. In the blink of an eye Dietz was right in front of Kayasuk, his punch packed with devastating power. Seeing such terrifying speed, Kayasuk widened his eyes in disbelief and blurted, "What?" Luckily Kayasuk reacted in time and brought his sword up to block one of Dietz's punches. But the force of that blow still shoved him back a long distance. Kayasuk felt his hand numb from the impact. He groaned in pain and thought inwardly, what kind of strength is this? Kayasuk planted his sword into the ground to stop himself from being pushed farther back. He broke into a sweat, gritted his teeth, and stared forward with caution. After that punch, Dietz's hand had also been seriously wounded. He clenched his hand and growled, his muscles tensing to the extreme. Kayasuk on the opposite side kept his defensive stance and observed. His muscles were bulging violently, which, he watched the irrational Dietz and guessed the cause. He'd heard people unconsciously hold back their strength. Had she used hypnosis to remove that limit? Just thinking of that possibility made Kayasuk curse inwardly. Damn you, Claudia. He pulled his sword from the ground, truly worthy of the Queen of Mind Control. Kayasuk raised his sword into an attack posture and reassessed his opponent's combat ability. His speed was on a completely different level, so Kayasuk had to deal with that first. At that moment, Dietz was within the striking range of Kayasuk's flaming sword. In an instant Kayasuk's whole demeanor changed. His eyes filled with killing intent. Target locked. Dietz charged again, attacking fast like an arrow. A gale rose around them. Kayasuk chose his attack point this time, their legs. In an instant both of Dietz's legs were injured to the point of spraying fluid. Seeing him wounded in such critical spots that limited his movement, Kayasuk felt relieved. Good, he thought to himself with this move, but he wasn't given time to think. Dietz acted as if nothing had happened. He rushed forward and threw a straight punch at Kayasuk. Not just one blow. He kept punching relentlessly. Under Dietz's fierce assault, Kayasuk could only defensively block and keep retreating. Kayasuk was in a bit of a bind, fighting while cursing under his breath. Damn it, Kayasuk watched the man who'd lost his reason continue to attack head-on, even after taking hits. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Dietz's movement faltered. Kayasuk had already noticed that change. That oddness caused his punch to miss Kayasuk. Kayasuk quickly backed away and adopted a defensive stance. He watched Dietz suddenly stop and stand still not far off, wondering inwardly what was going on. Dietz's condition seemed off. He clutched his face and growled in pain. Kayasuk observed purple auras around him gradually dissipating and, unsure, wondered if the poisonous aura was fading. Kayasuk guessed, has the hypnosis worn off? No, Claudia isn't the type to be so careless. He said a serious, pensive expression. If she intended to use Ingolf, she would have calculated every detail to perfection. Kayasuk closed his eyes and thought it over. Something was missing, but that could wait. The magic armor around him was breaking. Seeing the opportunity, he seized it. Kayasuk cast a spell. He took up an attack-ready stance and said, "Let's finish this, Ingolf." With that, Kayasuk lunged forward like an arrow tearing through the wind. Dietz, sensing danger, spun around. He reflexively threw a punch. Their attacks collided, sending out a tremendous shockwave. Both sword and fist were knocked back afterward, but it didn't end there. Kayasuk had a follow-up move. Take this. He began gathering power for his finishing strike, firing a shockwave straight at him. At such close range Dietz couldn't dodge. The shockwave struck his chest directly. Finally, there was a booming impact. At that moment, On the vast meadow, a range of mountains loomed in the distance. Dietz was knocked limp, and Kayasuk was catching his body. Dietz trembled and stammered out, I've lost. Kayasuk replied calmly as if nothing had happened. Yeah, I win again. Hearing that, Dietz laughed with a vague look in his eyes. Haha, you're still full of hot air. He admitted, fighting you always gets my blood boiling, but dueling you confirms one thing for me. Sunlight shone everywhere. Using his last strength, Dietz said, You are not the one who burned my hometown. Kayasuk frowned in confusion and asked, Burned your hometown? What the hell are you talking about? At night, with the moon high, its gentle light bathed the meadow. Dietz lay on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. Kayasuk, sitting by the fire, suddenly spoke, startling him upright. You're awake. Dietz stared in astonishment at the indifferent figure sitting there and stammered. Kyoichiro. He looked at the cloth wrapped around his hand with disbelief and asked, You bandaged me? Kayasuk answered, Just basic first aid. If you flail around you'll mess up the wound. Dietz, puzzled, asked again, Why? He repeated cautiously, Aren't we enemies? Why are you helping me? He answered vaguely, I'm thinking about something. Kayasuk then shot him a sharp glance and asked, Earlier before you lost consciousness you said, I'm not the one who burned your hometown. What did you mean by that? The fire crackled in the night as his voice continued. I heard that 20 years ago someone turned this whole village to ashes. Have they still not found the culprit? Dietz squinted, judging the man before him, that attitude, just as I thought. He closed his eyes in concession. All right, I'll tell you. Dietz began to recount, 20 years ago, just 1 week before the SSS dungeon disaster occurred. His gaze grew sorrowful as he recalled the past. I'm very certain of what I saw, about you, or at least a figure like you that bathed my homeland in flames. Kayasuk, as if not believing his ears, asked, What? Dietz confessed, At first I couldn't believe it. I never thought you were the kind of person to do something like that. He remembered his hometown engulfed in flames, and amid the burning town and people fleeing for their lives, the figure laughing that I saw was none other than you, Misato Kyoichiro. Kayasuk looked at him in bafflement. What's going on here? He propped his chin, pondering. Of course I'd never do that, but who did Ingolf see? Dietz continued right after that. He stared ahead with hollow eyes. We found something in your room. A plan laid out to assassinate all of us. When Kayasuk heard that, his pupils contracted as if in disbelief. Dietz recalled the enemy's wicked smile and went on. Misato Kyoichiro is a wolf in sheep's clothing. That was the conclusion the 5-star saints reached. He said briefly, As for the outcome, you already know. Kayasuk guessed inwardly that he didn't think Ingolf was lying, which meant someone was pulling the strings behind all this. He came up with the most likely possibility. The person Ingolf saw, the one impersonating him, was probably just an illusion prepared by that person. Kayasuk's expression turned serious. Manipulating someone's senses and implanting false memories. Only one person could do that. He thought of an image of a woman, Claudia. Kayasuk began to analyze. Having copied her hypnotic magic before, he understood how it worked. It acts directly on the target's brain and forces their behavior. He glanced at the man beside him and said, Ingolf, could it be? Dietz's face was composed. He didn't need Kayasuk to finish the sentence to understand and said, Yes, I think so too. Dietz continued. The magic Claudia used on me just now wasn't meant to aid me. He considered the worst possibility. If she could implant a command like fight until you or the opponent dies, then preventing you from confirming events would be no difficulty at all. He turned to Kayasuk with a serious look and said, Meaning? Dietz's voice rang out in the silent night. She may have made me misunderstand you as the one who burned my hometown. Kayasuk narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Right? Everything's clear now. Dietz pushed up on his knees and stood. In any case, I owe you an apology. He clasped his hands to his chest solemnly and said, Kyoichiro, I misunderstood you. Hearing that, Kayasuk looked up. Ingolf. Kayasuk spoke a truth. I didn't trust you. Hearing this, Dietz reached into his coat as if searching for something and said, I must accept the consequences. He turned the knife handle and handed it to him. Kyoichiro. Dietz, resolute, made the request. Kill me. He gave a bitter smile. Bury my body here. I deserve it. Kayasuk looked at him thoughtfully for a long moment without speaking. Suddenly he called Dietz's name, Hey Ingolf. Night breezes ruffled his hair. Kayasuk smiled faintly and said, Look at the view from this hill. Doesn't it remind you of the days we trained together? Dietz, pained, called out Kyoichiro. His voice continued to echo in the night. We were brothers once. That bond doesn't just vanish on its own. Kayasuk suddenly grew serious. Then who broke it? Are we really going to forgive them after this? He also began to stand. Now we have a common enemy, so Kayasuk offered a hand. Cooperate with me, Ingolf. Dietz was left speechless, mouth agape at the sudden proposal. Kayasuk added, Taking the loss isn't your style anyway. Dietz finally smiled. His smile seemed to quietly let go of old grudges. He agreed to accompany him. You're right. They grasped each other's hands as they used to, it seemed. Their hands clasped tightly, symbolizing their bond. I still have things to do. Late at night, the fire had died down, leaving only the pale moonlight. Dietz turned to ask, Are we heading to the Mediterranean? Kayasuk replied, Yes. He explained the reason. Claudia is building a city there for her followers. She could use it as a base. Hearing that, he volunteered, Then I'll go with you, but Kayasuk immediately refused. No. He told Dietz, Claudia cast a spell forcing us to fight to the death, so she must believe one of us is dead. He understood and said, Then we'll use that to our advantage. Kayasuk replied, Exactly. He smiled coldly and said, She thinks taking down one of us is enough. It's time to show her that calculation was wrong. Kayasuk began planning. If she thinks I'm dead, I can operate more freely. Ingolf, you continue acting as a 5-star saint as before. He recalled a sleazy face and said, Nathaniel's movements are suspicious too. Kayasuk said with trust, I'm counting on you. Dietz accepted the new task and replied solemnly, All right. Both stood on a trail. Kayasuk, with his hands in his pockets, looked up at the sky. He stared at the bright moon hanging above and thought, Many things have happened, but the next step is clear now. Kayasuk clenched his fist and vowed inwardly, I'll make you regret deceiving Ingolf and framing me. His gaze sharpened with murderous intent as he mentally spoke that name. Claudia. One morning, birds circled and chirped, painting a peaceful scene over the sea. Kayasuk stood before that beauty but did not pay it much attention. He brooded. Many things had happened in Germany. Suddenly a cry from the mainland shattered the silence. Master, Kayasuk thought, Matteo in the end still hasn't changed. He also thought that the matter involving Ingolf was an unexpected twist. Recalling the past, he never imagined he would be reconciled with someone he once thought had betrayed him. At the same time, he told himself he couldn't sit here wallowing in feelings forever. What mattered now was that he was on his way to an island in the middle of the Mediterranean. The place Kayasuk was heading to was where Claudia gathered her followers and built her city. He sneered inwardly, ridiculous. But she was there now. Kayasuk calculated that if it was the follower city, he could sneak in pretending to be a follower to find a way to approach Claudia. He also understood that to do that he would have to use this void magic first. It was known as a type of perception-blocking magic. Though not yet perfect, it would let him hide his presence whenever he wished. At that moment Kayasuk noticed a bearded man. The man greeted him politely, saying he too was on his way to worship the Burgos Star Faith. Hearing that name made him suspicious. Burgos Star Faith. Surely the new religion Claudia created. Kayasuk nodded, more or less. Receiving the answer, the man sneered. I see. The most devoted are often the youngest. Devotion alone won't get you far. He didn't hide his ambition. I hope to meet Lady Claudia, so I brought a great offering. Kayasuk thought sourly. I see. He also affected an air of knowing that only high-ranking followers could meet her. This revelation made Kayasuk ponder. He speculated inwardly that the Burgos Star Faith did have a hierarchy of followers. At that moment, an announcement over the loudspeaker. We are about to dock. Please prepare to disembark. The man turned to bid him farewell. Good luck to you. But now in front of him there was nothing. He looked around bewildered. Strange. I just spoke to someone. He tried to recall but couldn't remember. Kayasuk was satisfied. Good. The perception-blocking magic worked. Next on the agenda, it was time to settle the debt from 20 years ago, and the debt in Germany as well, Claudia. After some time he arrived at a neighborhood. Seeing the scene before him, Kayasuk gaped in astonishment. He stood stunned in the street. In front of Kayasuk rose a gigantic tower, towering high. He couldn't help thinking, It's so vast. Not only Kayasuk but many around him were equally surprised. This is the Borgo Star Tower, someone confirmed. Yes. Inside is an entire city for the followers. They admired it greatly. Truly magnificent. Lady Claudia has bought the whole island. Hearing of such wealth made him even more stunned, because in the past, 20 years ago, Claudia had only a small convent here. Kayasuk couldn't have imagined it. She had actually built it. He judged to himself that a tower this large must house countless followers, perfect for sneaking in. Although the tower's security seemed tight, that didn't matter. Kayasuk was confident because he had void magic, so he strode confidently through the gate. A security officer announced, "Check complete. Nothing unusual." Following protocol, the officer informed him he had been accepted as a level 1 follower of Borgo. "This is your token. Inside the tower, each rank determines which floors you're allowed to enter. They made it clear you're level 1, so you may only access the first floor." They added coldly that to be promoted he must pass the challenges set by the Borgo faith. Reach level 7, the highest, and he would meet Lady Claudia. Then they opened the door. "You may enter now." In moments Kayasuk officially stepped into the tower. He breathed out, pleased. The false identity worked. The perception-blocking magic made the guards remember nothing. Suddenly Kayasuk's steps halted. Facing the massive architecture, he marveled inwardly. So this is the followers' city. Many followers bustled back and forth on the suspension bridges above. Statues of soldiers stood along the streets on guard, creating a strong sense of security. As he observed, he was surprised. This is the first floor? Hard to believe this scene is inside a tower. Then Kayasuk wandered through many streets to learn more about the place. Suddenly he noticed something. At the gate area Kayasuk saw a familiar face. It was the bearded man impatiently demanded, "I told you I'm ready to pay. Name your price." The security officer remained firm. "No. Level 1 may not go to higher floors." However, the man persisted. "I don't care," he insisted. "I will see Lady Claudia." The guard shouted, "Hey, wait!" But when he tried to touch the steps, a bolt of electricity was instantly released. It struck him directly. In an instant he was thrown back, hair singed, collapsing to the ground. The sight left the two guards defeated as well. Witnessing that, he understood one more thing. Brute force won't get you through, no wonder. Kayasuk had to admit Claudia stood at the top. That meant he had to be promoted first. Next goal, to overcome all the challenges this faith would place before him. Having decided, he told himself, "All right, I'll climb from the bottom up." Meanwhile, at one of the tower's highest floors, a servant stepped forward respectfully. "Father Samoa, here is the list of newly initiated followers. Please choose today's trials." He sneered in reply. "More pitiful sheep have come through today, excellent." At the same time he decided openly, "This time I will personally examine them again." Kayasuk sat alone in the street, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Fine." I slipped into the tower smoothly. He stared into the distance, pensive. Next he must pass the trials reserved for new followers so he can be promoted. Suddenly a small pigeon flew and landed on Kayasuk's arm. He gently held the pigeon. A letter, perhaps. Kayasuk then pulled the letter from the pigeon's leg. To newly initiated followers, proceed to the northern manor on the first floor. Proceed to the northern manor on the first floor. Kayasuk held the letter with satisfaction and said, "So that's it." He smiled calmly and walked on. It was time to unveil this trial. Whatever it is, I'll crush it. He stood with several others and listened attentively. Surely they were all new followers. "Nice to meet you here." A mild-looking man smiled and introduced himself. "I am Samoa, the priest assigned to supervise level 1 followers." He slowly studied the crowd and asked, "Now then, why have you all come to this tower?" Samoa suddenly called on the girl in white to answer. She flinched and anxiously replied, "Yes." Then the girl in white stepped forward and explained, I came because I want to meet Lady Claudia. I want to reach the highest floor," she sadly recounted. "Recently my village was struck by an unknown illness. Even my grandmother is bedridden." Kayasuk glanced at the girl in white and listened as she said, "So I hope Lady Claudia can lend me her power." He looked at her with admiration. "Coming here alone for family and village, truly admirable." A man in a brown coat said contemptuously, "Look at those ragged clothes. Someone like her can become a follower?" He taunted the man beside him. And she still wants to climb to the top? The blonde man chimed in. Nobody taxes dreams. Suddenly Samoa scowled and shouted, "What's so funny?" He glared angrily at the two men. "Don't you want to petition Lady Claudia yourselves?" The blonde bowed his head. "Yes." And the man in brown apologized. "I'm sorry," but immediately after they spat curses in anger. "Damn it. We're dragged into this because of that useless woman." Samoa turned his back and said, "See, climbing this tower is no easy task." He raised a finger and said, 1 year and 90%. Do you know what those numbers mean? Then Samoa calmly explained, 1 year is the average time for a level 1 to reach level 2, and 90% is the rate of those filtered out before they even leave the first floor. He described the image of many suffering people dragging themselves up the stairs. So many came with hope, but in the end most are crushed. Samoa smiled reassuringly. But having high goals is good. I support everyone's ambition. He announced solemnly, "Now then, the first trial." Everyone present listened intently. "I will give you a total of 3 challenges. The first is," Samoa held his hand forward and put on a fearsome expression, "go to the dungeon in the northeast of this island and kill 500 monsters." The man in brown cried out in alarm. 500! Samoa produced purple mana stones and continued, "Monsters will drop stones like these when defeated. Collect them as proof of your skill." He smiled as he turned away and reminded them, "There is no time limit, so take your time." At the end Samoa declared decisively, "That's all. I hope you all achieve good results." Kayasuk said nothing, only glancing after the girl's retreating figure. The girl in white stood there, staring straight ahead. Kayasuk turned his head back with a dangerous look. She then moved off quietly. Someone spoke up, making the girl in white look up in surprise. "I really didn't expect that." She mumbled and recognized him. "Oh, you're the one from earlier." They walked together. The girl in white asked curiously, "What did you not expect?" Kayasuk answered bluntly, "Everyone was stunned when they heard about the trial, but you didn't even flinch." She smiled gently and lowered her head, saying, "Of course I'm scared." The girl in white placed a hand on her chest and said, "But for the village, I have no choice." She looked at Kayasuk with bright eyes. "You're aiming for the top of the tower too, right? Let's do our best." He replied coldly, "Yeah." Kayasuk glanced and thought, "There's something odd about this girl, but now isn't the time to investigate." That night, outside a stately castle, a hat-wearing man clutched a necklace in his hand and babbled, "Thank you so much, Father. Yes, yes." He held the necklace joyfully. "Now I can climb." Samoa smiled with a hand on his hip. "It's nothing. Consider it divine providence." The hat-wearing man grabbed his suitcase and left, elated. Samoa raised his glass for an attendant to pour another success. The attendant immediately flattered him. "You set impossible trials so nobody can truly advance. Then you secretly prey on the most desperate and fleece them. Admirable." Samoa said calmly, "The dungeon in the northeast houses the strongest monsters. For the weak, even a year means nothing. They'll never get through." He looked at the suitcase of cash and sneered. "Those without even a penny to their name can cling to that hopeless dream until it shatters." Then he laughed wickedly. Kayasuk stood above, looking down at the scene below. He had seen everything. Truly a textbook villain, squeezing people dry while ignoring everyone around him. Kayasuk glanced with hatred. Some followers sincerely wished to see Claudia out of pure faith, while this man trampled all that. He emphasized the filth, disgusting. The next day, in Samoa's large chamber, hearing someone come, he asked sternly, "Who's there?" Kayasuk entered and bowed politely, apologizing for the disturbance. Samoa immediately recognized him. "You're the new follower from yesterday." He slowly looked up and smiled faintly. "I've completed the trials. I brought them here." Kayasuk then dropped the object he was holding to the floor. Inside the bag were hundreds of mana stones. Samoa exclaimed, "These are..." He turned pale as he stared at the stones. Impossible, it was only 1 day. But then Samoa forced a smile. "Wonderful, you really?" Kayasuk sneered. "Father Samoa," he said coolly, "if you don't want others to hear your dirty secrets, you'd better close your windows." Hearing that, Samoa panicked and stammered, unable to speak. The large room fell silent. Only Samoa sat, fearful and thoughtful. Did he hear it yesterday? He trembled, gripping the chair tightly. You bastard. The mana stones spilled to the floor one by one. This is my domain. I won't let some newbie demon make a mess here. Samoa went utterly mad, raving, I'll turn this tower into your tomb. Night fell over the tower and the surrounding houses. Samoa frowned, propping his hand on the table as he brooded. He recalled Kayasuk's image and seethed inwardly. Did he appear just to say that to me? Blasphemy. Samoa stepped over and looked out the large window. Clearly he wanted to warn me, but nothing is more pathetic than cheap righteousness. But suddenly the corner of his mouth curled into a sly smile. Samoa's eyes gleamed with a crafty look as if he'd calculated something. I'll give that little follower a special second trial. Meanwhile, Kayasuk was looking out at the sunlight from a private room, the Burgo followers' dormitory. He slowly put on his outer coat and calmly assessed the situation. That Samoa hasn't acted yet. He lifted his face and glanced outside. Samoa wouldn't be foolish enough to do anything shady inside the tower. Suddenly a white pigeon bearing a small letter on its leg landed on his windowsill. It sat there waiting for Kayasuk to read the note it carried. Details of your second trial are as follows. Enter the dungeon listed below. He smirked and stared at the little letter. So that's the plan. He wants to eliminate me under the pretense of a trial. Grasping the point, he crushed the paper in his hand. Comply with the tower's demand while kicking them away. A two birds, one stone move. Alone, Kayasuk arrived at a desolate place with a large gate. According to the letter, this trial is to defeat the dungeon boss. He calmly climbed the steps, thinking this is clearly a trap, but that doesn't matter. He slowly lifted his shoes as he neared the gate. I'll face it head-on. Kayasuk had arrived at a place of lava and smoke. Southern Bordeaux Island, the lava cave dungeon. Kayasuk extended his arm seriously to survey the area. An eruptive cave. This heat is no joke. The more he thought, the more he recalled Samoa's fake expression. Samoa wants to kill me for discovering his dark scheme. Remembering that, his face turned grave. So that's why the dungeon's difficulty is so high. He expected the boss here would finish me. His gaze remained steady and grew sharper. Just in case there's a contingency plan. Small blue motes of energy continuously gathered around his palms. I'll have some too. Suddenly Kayasuk was startled and spun around at the sound of a noise. A blinding explosion scattered even the small rocks. Opposite him, a creature slammed its foot down on the ground. A monster with razor teeth spewing flames, and he recognized it immediately. A fire dinosaur, a high-grade fire-type beast that always travels in packs. Kayasuk looked at it and grinned with obvious relish. This dungeon is tough, but the blue energies kept being absorbed back into his palms. Kayasuk decisively launched the frost darts he had formed at them. Void magic. Activate. The sharp ice darts shot swiftly toward their bodies and their targets. Those frost darts quickly knocked back every dinosaur that tried to charge. Kayasuk stood still, folding his hands into formation and smiling triumphantly. The training for the fight with Ingolf finally pays off. Before him now lay a pile of the dinosaurs' carcasses strewn about, and fragments of broken ice darts. Keep up this pace. Suddenly a pair of shoes came into view in this situation. A man cloaked with half his face covered appeared out of nowhere. A voice suddenly rang out from a room. Lord Samoa, are you certain about that follower? A middle-aged man, looking petty, flipped through papers. He cleared the first trial and one day he might even be able to beat the dungeon boss. Samoa looked up and firmly stated, that's impossible. Has any level 1 follower ever defeated that boss? His face suddenly shifted into a sly, malicious smile. And to be safe, I've already sent an assassin. The middle-aged man grew concerned. An assassin? At that moment the cloaked assassin was focusing to strike. A professional killer. He won't live long. His eyes strained to observe the target from the darkness. I understand. Kayasuk fell into the assassin's sights just as he finished freezing a large spectral beast. He beat the boss in an instant. Lord Samoa warned me he's strong. But this is insane. The assassin smoothly drew a sharp sword from its sheath, but the target hadn't noticed. No matter how strong, he couldn't react to a perfect ambush. His eyes widened and he suddenly lunged forward at high speed. The assassin raised his sword to strike down while the target was unguarded. Your head will be mine. But suddenly the sword slipped from his hand and his face smashed hard into the ground. The assassin's cloak was pulled off, revealing his face half-closed, one eye barely open. Beneath, the assassin's feet had been frozen solid to the ground. How did he do that? The assassin thrashed at his frozen legs, panicking. How could he know where I was? Kayasuk casually appeared right before him with hands in his pockets and a cold tone. Hunters are careless when they get hunted back. Ethereal butterflies fluttered close before the assassin's eyes. This is, a small butterfly gently landed into the energy in his palm, void tracking magic. The assassin, cloaked in black, paid no attention to those tiny butterflies. Kayasuk watched the little butterflies circle him and smiled. Good thing I prepared a countermeasure. He quickly grabbed the assassin by the collar and hoisted him up. Kayasuk looked him dead in the eye and taunted, "Too bad. Your plan is ruined." Samoa was sitting in his office reviewing papers. Suddenly a severed arm with sharp claws was delivered. Samoa turned pale when he saw this foreign object. "What is this?" Kayasuk appeared before him nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets. "Impossible. He survived and returned?" He spoke slowly as if nothing had happened. "Tough one. I didn't expect the boss to be that strong." On the surface he forced a strained smile at him. "And there was also a cloaked man who suddenly attacked me. Seems someone ordered him to." Samoa was nearly speechless hearing those few muttered words from him. Who would do such a thing? He could only seethe inwardly, that bastard. With that final remark, Kayasuk left the room and shut the door tight. "I'm looking forward to your third trial." Only Samoa remained in the room, scowling in displeasure. He didn't report it? Why not? He pondered deeply to grasp the problem. I see. Outside, Kayasuk strolled down the corridor at ease. He still lacked solid evidence, or even if he reported it, it would be buried anyway. Samoa hung his head over the desk into shadow, then resolved. If so, I'll execute him myself. Samoa opened a small secret door. Though he's stronger than I thought, that's no issue. He took out a special ring and slipped it onto his middle finger. The ring granted to me by Lady Claudia. He raised his hand to admire it with a sly look. I'll definitely wipe him out. A few people returned to their homes as night fell and the lights came on. A blond youth casually put his hand in his pocket and muttered as he walked, "Missed quota again today." The man beside him slumped his hands behind his neck and complained. Since Samoa became priest, things got harder. The blond youth looked doleful and dejected. I finally ran away from my hometown and everything. He kept babbling even as he passed Kayasuk. At this rate, can I even reach the second floor? Kayasuk's eyes flicked quickly toward the two of them. One guard leaning against the wall folded his arms and said, "It's been quiet today." Another squatting guard replied, "Hardly anyone passes through here." Kayasuk suddenly stepped up from behind and waved with an apology. The guard turned, puzzled. Huh? He smiled and put on a friendly expression. "I wanted to ask you two something." After a short while he finished and prepared to leave. "I see, thanks, yeah." One guard broke out in a cold sweat, confused about what had happened. The other could only shrug. What a strange fellow. Kayasuk strolled off with his hands in his pockets, ignoring their murmurs, asking about the day the high priest will come to inspect. Days later, a white pigeon again delivered a letter to his windowsill. Kayasuk slowly withdrew the letter and pondered. They've announced the content of the final first-floor trial. Already the last one? He seemed confident and even sneered inwardly each time he thought of Samoa arranging it today. Bad luck for him, maybe he lacks faith. He opened his palms again to channel the blue magic motes, void magic. He accelerated the outward pressure, sending the white pigeons scattering in chaos. Activate. A middle-aged man nearby gasped in alarm at the spectacle in the sky. What is that? A blue-haired youth was startled as he held a bird with one hand and a small paper in the other. Huh? Another girl releasing her bird was also taken aback. What's going on? A girl at her window also received a letter. This is, a figure in a cloak with white hair appeared on the street. The man grinned as he held the small letter. Oh, Kayasuk fell silent, propped his hand on the windowsill and looked out. Now, everything has finally returned to its place. He lowered his brows slightly and curled a corner of his mouth in eager anticipation. It's time for you to pay for treating followers like trash. At the meeting place a voice rang out, "He's here." Samoa glanced over as if taking note. Now we'll proceed with the final trial. Are you ready? Kayasuk remembered his darkened face and replied confidently. Of course, I'm honored that Priest Samoa will personally oversee this final trial. Samoa, not a fool, immediately read that expression and cursed inwardly. This bastard is playing innocent. The corners of his eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on Kayasuk. He knew I sent an assassin to silence him after learning of my illicit dealings. A building that looked grand and splendid from the outside. Its first floor is my paradise. Samoa stretched out his hand with a sly, prearranged expression. I'll wipe you out right here. Kayasuk's expression shifted and he smiled. Well then, Priest Samoa, seems you have quite an audience today. That remark made him glance back in near panic. What? From the distant door came the noise of a crowd. Hey! Seems it's starting. A woman in orange stepped forward. He reached the final trial at record speed. Right? The youth in a blue leather jacket with red hair smiled in anticipation. Samoa will fight him personally. The girl in the mid-length dress was curious, just like the letter said. Immediately the arena filled with spectators even before the two had clashed. Samoa was overwhelmed, continually glancing around in hesitation. He realized and looked toward Kayasuk, grinding his teeth bitterly. He gathered them himself. What is he plotting? Now he understood, eyes wide and sweating profusely. Don't tell me, just as he feared, Kayasuk loudly announced before the assembled crowd. Hear me, Level 1 followers. I have discovered that Priest Samoa is corrupt. He showed no sign of stopping. His resolute gaze and steely voice continued. He forces people through impossible trials, then lets some pass in exchange for bribes, and when I uncovered the truth he sent an assassin to silence me. Samoa tightened his hands in bitter rage, frozen in place. What, you? Agito remained in the shadows, watching silently with a slight curl of his mouth. Samoa broke out in a cold sweat but forced a strained smile and tried to speak. Ridiculous, what he says is complete fabrication. Every time he glanced at Kayasuk he ground his teeth in anger. This is bad. If Kayasuk really has evidence, Samoa, unable to contain his fury, unleashed roaring magic. Enough talk. Begin the trial, charge. In his mind he fixed on one thought. I'll kill you. Dead men tell no tales. Immediately dozens of purple-hued beasts materialized from the magic he cast and surged forward. The spectators on the stands gaped in astonishment. Isn't that a beast-summoning spell? It's a high-level incantation using magic as a medium to call monsters. Samoa, seemingly losing his sanity, wore a predatory expression. If you can survive my magic, you'll officially become a level 2 follower. However, you'll stop here. He showed no mercy and ordered the pack of phantom beasts to charge and seize him. Kayasuk quickly shifted into combat mode, gathering energy into his palms. Void magic. Independent shards of ice shot forward at his command. Activate. Under his sole control, the phantom beasts were frozen midair. Samoa went pale with shock. What? Kayasuk remained calm and wore an overwhelming smile. Sorry about that. Nobody said I wasn't allowed to defeat them. Chunks of ice tumbled across the ground, thrilling the stands. He wiped them out instantly. Who is he? The girl in the mid-length dress on the stands couldn't believe it. Incredible, overwhelming power. Samoa felt unbearably frustrated, near furious. Don't get cocky. He fumbled through his cloak. Never. I won't let trash like you ruin my peaceful life. He slowly slid a red ring onto his middle finger. It's fine. Samoa clenched his fist and laughed as if regaining his footing. As long as I have the ring Lady Claudia gave me. Kayasuk noticed the item and frowned. A ring. Huh. Samoa arrogantly raised his arm and declared confidently. Come on. I'll show you my true power. Lightning crackled fiercely from the ring. But the arena remained calm and eerily still. Nothing happened. The spectators watched intently. Then the crowd murmured, and his face broke out in sweat. Nothing happened? Is that his true power? Samoa panicked, staring at his trembling hand. Why? This ring should grant me enormous power. He flinched when a third voice spoke from the arena. That ring doesn't work on those with impure hearts. A handsome face with white hair partially covering his eyes appeared. So what he said wasn't entirely made up. Kayasuk raised an eyebrow and sharpened his gaze at the newcomer's arrival. He's here. Samoa looked toward him and faltered in confusion. You are... Agito appeared solemnly and suddenly before him. Lord Agito, 5th floor priest Agito Norman. Agito's face was cold. He fixed his eyes on Samoa and said, "Now, Samoa, a priest who cannot use that ring. There seems to be more to this." Samoa's face felt pale and sweaty. "Why didn't you tell me everything?" Seeing Agito Norman in front of him scowling down at him, Samoa went pale, stammered a small call, "Lord Agito." Kayasuk stood nearby, silently watching Agito and inwardly assessing. A 5-star priest. He hadn't expected someone of such high rank to appear, but this was even more advantageous for him. Thinking that, he slightly curled his thin lips into a faint smile, his gaze growing profound. Only then did Agito lower his voice and speak. "The first time I came to floor 1, I received a strange message." Hearing that, Samoa went even paler and, hesitantly and fearfully, asked him, "A message?" Agito coldly recited every word written in the letter. "I will expose the corruption of the floor 1 priest, Samoa. If you wish to confirm the truth, come to the arena." So the message read. Samoa's face went dead white. He unconsciously gasped. "What?" Agito asked him in a voice cold as ice. "The arrogant scum will be punished according to doctrine. You understand that, don't you, Priest Samoa?" Samoa, too tense to answer, secretly glanced at Kayasuk behind him with suspicion. Could it be that he remained silent all this time to expose me now? There was no time to ponder that. He pushed his mind to full capacity to devise a plan, but he had no proof. If he stayed silent, maybe he could turn the tide. After thinking for a while with no better option, he silently urged himself, "All right." Acting on the thought, Samoa immediately switched into professional actor mode and loudly protested his innocence. "Lord Agito, the accusations that I committed corruption must be some vile misunderstanding. I have devoted both body and soul to Lady Claudia. I swear on my life that I have done nothing shameful," he said, placing a hand on his chest and swearing as if righteous. Agito remained unmoved. He looked directly at the ring on Samoa's hand and asked slowly in return, "If you truly swear with your life, then why does the ring not react?" As if fearing he hadn't spoken clearly enough, Agito proceeded to analyze and explain. "That ring draws out the wearer's latent power based on faith, and it has another function. If someone with impure intent uses it, a signal is sent directly to a high-ranking priest." Hearing this, Samoa's face drained of color. Staring at the ring on his finger, he exclaimed, "What?" The spectators in the stands, learning this new information, were equally stunned and began whispering and speculating. Kayasuk, watching the scene from the side, felt amused and reflective. "I see. So that's a device to root out traitors. They're very thorough." Agito suddenly changed his demeanor, smiling as he reached toward Samoa. In a fond, familiar tone he asked, "Now? Can you tell the truth?" When his hand came down and slapped Samoa's shoulder, he was startled but still forced his jaw tight and said, "Please believe me, Lord Agito, I—" Before he could finish, Agito's sigh cut off the words he was about to say. Agito fixed Samoa with reddened eyes and, losing patience, ordered, "Don't make me repeat myself. Priest Samoa, tell me the truth." Frightened by his terrifying aura, Samoa collapsed backward. Agito didn't stop there and continued to press him. "Just now you interrupted him and forced the exam to start early, didn't you? Isn't that alone proof that you're hiding something?" Samoa could not open his mouth to argue. He kept stammering and repeating 2 words. "It was." Agito frowned, radiating murderous intent, half confirming and half threatening him. "At this point, do you still want to play dumb with me? You will not insult Burgo's faith any longer." Samoa, pale with fear, found his words stuck and choked in his throat. Agito suddenly dropped to his knees beside him. He cast his magic and threatened Samoa at the same time. "I can force you to confess, but do you want to say it yourself?" Samoa froze, his eyes welling with tears. After a few seconds, he finally stammered the words, I. He confessed honestly, "I set unreasonable tests for the rank 1 devotees and extorted them." Hearing of his brutal actions, the audience in the stands was struck with shock and horror. Kayasuk remained silent, standing to the side and observing the situation. Agito rose without many words and tersely ordered the soldiers, "Take him away." The 2 soldiers immediately nodded and acknowledged, Yes, sir. Then the two of them dragged the dazed, desperate Samoa out of the square. Agito returned to his dignified posture and proclaimed, "Now, it's time to handle the aftermath." Standing in the center of the square, he called out loudly, "Rank 1 devotees, you have all heard the situation." He bowed slightly and, on Samoa's behalf, expressed regret. "Priest Samoa's involvement in corruption is truly unfortunate, and I offer my sincerest apologies." Before anyone could voice outrage, he made a decision. "However, we must avoid letting this incident damage the Burgo faith's reputation, so I declare, all devotees here will be promoted to floor 2. No sooner had Agito finished than cheers erupted. People in the stands jumped to their feet excitedly, some incredulous asking, "Have we become rank 2 devotees?" At that moment Agito suddenly gestured toward Kayasuk with a smile and added, "If you want to thank someone, thank him. He's the one who uncovered Priest Samoa's negligence." At that, the cheers for Kayasuk grew even louder. Agito then sincerely told him privately, "For exposing the rot within the Burgo Church, you have my gratitude. As for a reward, I will inform you later." After saying this, he immediately departed. Watching Agito's retreating back, Kayasuk's expression hardened as he thought to himself that Priest Agito was far sharper than Samoa. The cheering and chatter of the crowd did not cease. A girl sitting among the crowd smiled softly and whispered to herself that she must thank him properly later. In a private room, Agito spoke seriously, "My report ends here." Then he continued reporting, "As I mentioned earlier, the recent incident has been resolved, largely thanks to the actions of a devotee. If it had been discovered later, the Burgo Church's reputation could have been harmed. Truly a blessing in disguise." Agito's voice unconsciously lowered at that. The other members in the room reacted variously. Some mourned the incident as regrettable, some were firm and said the devotee's actions were exemplary, and others reflected deeply that he should be held up as a model for other devotees. Agito then slowly spoke his opinion, and with that thought, "I have a proposal," he said, his lips curling into a faint, languid smile. Back in the square, the atmosphere had returned to quiet, with only 2 guards posted at the city gate. Kayasuk climbed the steps one by one. As he neared the outside, light caught and polished the pendant at his throat. He strode toward the magnificent mansion before him. As he walked, he mused that he hadn't expected to be promoted straight to floor 5. This must be meant as an example for the other devotees. But anyway, being promoted this fast was beyond what I expected. Thinking that, Kayasuk brightened noticeably and smiled faintly. He moved further inside. Kayasuk opened the door and politely announced himself, "Excuse me." Hearing him, Agito, who had been admiring the view by the window, turned and smiled. "You're here." Kayasuk approached Agito and sincerely said, "Thank you for promoting me to floor 5. Agito waved, inviting him to sit. He sat in his chair and politely replied, "No need to thank me. If a devotee can prove themselves, promotion is only natural." Kayasuk sat in the opposite chair, still on guard as he assessed the man before him. He couldn't fully read him, but it was clear Agito had a different aura than Samoa. Agito straightforwardly told him, "I have some news to share with you today. I think you'll find it interesting." Hearing this, Kayasuk asked, "What news?" Agito wasted no time and got to the point. "Regarding the recent events, it has been decided that you will be presented to Lady Claudia." Stunned by this shocking news, Kayasuk felt half thrilled, half anxious. Meeting Claudia so quickly was unexpected. Collecting himself, he clenched his hand lightly to encourage himself. Then, moved, he told Agito, "I am honored." After saying that, he affirmed with determination, "I gladly accept." Hideki exclaimed in shock, "Really?" Someone among them confirmed, "Yes." Dietz added that the resurrected Kyoichiro had been successfully defeated. Claudia smiled, and Ingolf sitting here was clear proof of that. He frowned in reproach. "But Claudia, I didn't expect you to do that." She still wore that irritating smile and replied, "I'm sorry, but isn't the result satisfying?" Dietz nodded in agreement. "You're right, we've removed a troublesome enemy. Thanks to you." Inwardly he cursed, "Don't play games with me, you deceitful woman." Dietz realized to himself that now he knew she was the one who had burned their homeland. Before the screen, Kaval was still intently watching the dispute. He quietly observed each person's attitude. Meanwhile, Hideki thought to himself that a lot had happened, but Kyoichiro was dead. This truth devastated him. Hideki's inner voice screamed that all his problems had been solved. Damn you, Kyoichiro. Claudia spoke quietly. The obstacle has been cleared, Nathaniel. She also mentioned that soon they would have to discuss the ritual of bestowing divine power. Mentioning that made him thoughtful. Dietz replayed in his mind, the ritual of bestowing divine power? At that moment Kaval spoke up. That's all for today. He also instructed everyone that because this matter was important, they would discuss it in more detail later. He remained pensive until Kaval announced the next meeting. Elsewhere, Kyosuke received a call. Upon hearing the situation, he nodded and said, "All right." Dietz was a little worried. "Hey, is it really okay for you to sneak in like that? What if Claudia detects that mind-sealing magic?" Kyosuke chuckled softly in reply, "What, you're worried about me?" He reassured him, "Don't worry. I have been honing it continuously since I came to Germany." He reassured himself that it would probably be fine and kept repeating, "Be careful. Warning. It seems Claudia and Nathaniel are plotting something when they speak of that so-called ritual of bestowing divine power." At the mention of the ritual, Kyosuke's expression grew serious. He found an excuse to end the call. "I know. I'll call back later." After hanging up, Kyosuke thought to himself that ritual of bestowing divine power. Apparently Claudia is plotting something. At another time, at the Devotees' Tower, floor 7, he told himself that at last he had set foot in the sanctuary, at the top floor of the Devotees' Tower. Kyosuke recalled that, according to Agito, he had 3 days before meeting Claudia. He resolved that he would stay on floor 7 and confirm one thing before that time. Then Kyosuke suddenly spoke up. "You helped me avoid trouble when I had to find you." He called the name of the person hiding, Shirato Sayuki. She coldly warned, "This place is easy to be spotted. Follow me." After a moment the two reassured each other. "All right. There's no one here." He began. "Let me be direct. I want to ask you something." Kyosuke bluntly asked, "Are you connected to the hypnosis Claudia cast on Ingolf?" In response there was a silence, but Kyosuke continued, "That magic was incomplete, and Claudia is not the type to make such a mistake." He added, "And the only one who could have done that at the time is you." Even so, he wondered, "But I don't understand. Aren't you on Claudia's side?" So Kyosuke patiently asked, "Then why?" Sayuki cut him off. "Because," sadness flickered across her face, "I didn't want him to die again, Kyoichiro." Tears welled in Sayuki's eyes. He was stunned. What did she mean? Suddenly she clutched her own wrist tightly. Kyosuke looked there in surprise. On Sayuki's arm a mark was glowing. He gasped, "Thinking me." Kyosuke told himself he vaguely remembered that mark. He recalled the past. 20 years ago a little girl was attacked by a monster. At that moment she suddenly awakened a power. An incident occurred then. She couldn't control it and went mad. He had thought back then that perhaps their meeting was fate. The girl used the same power as him, the time attribute. At that moment, using that power with no experience had caused severe damage to her body. Because they shared the same attribute, instead of letting that power run wild and harm her, he decided to seal it, and fortunately he succeeded. The girl gradually regained consciousness. Kyosuke remembered that he had saved her then and left a red mark on her arm. Back in the present he was astonished, so she was that girl. She nodded in confirmation. "Yes, when I regained consciousness. Sadly, at that time you were accused of betraying your comrades. There were criticisms everywhere. The one behind the SSS-level calamity, the unusual emergence of dungeons. He wanted to dominate the world. Even so, I knew my savior would never do that. Because of that reason, I approached Claudia. My main purpose was to uncover the truth about the incident 20 years ago. I obediently served and devoted myself to her. After a long road, I finally earned Claudia's trust and she told me the truth. It took me a full 10 years. Then, after the Rei Ruashi incident, I was ordered to find Misato Kyoichiro. When I received the order, at first I was very doubtful. I didn't believe he was truly resurrected. Because of that, when he went to train in Germany I contacted Asahi Karen. From the conversations, when she told me what Ase Kyosuke was like, I became certain in my heart. Sayuki sank into emotion. And affirmed that he was exactly like the Kyoichiro she knew. She expressed, moved, that I'm alive now because of him. And she said sincerely, I really, truly thank you. Kayasuk smiled and replied, Is that all? He hadn't expected that this girl had trusted Misato Kyoichiro for 20 years. Sayoki even revealed, You were my ideal hero, Kyoichiro. Not only that, she hinted, So I'll tell you the truth. Sayoki's expression grew serious. I have seen the worst possible future. Most importantly, and the only person who can change that future is you. Therefore, she suddenly pleaded, Please, lend me your power. And she proposed that we could save the world from Claudia's ritual of bestowing divine power. At those words, Kayasuk was stunned. She had seen the future? A flash of shock crossed his face. Shirato Sayoki. Could it be that Sayoki calmly explained that a stream of mana slowly surrounded her body. She had used time magic and come back from the future. The scene slowly replayed in her mind, and within that timeline. Hearing that, Kayasuk grew even more shocked. Claudia had dominated the world. Sayoki thrust her hand out decisively, her eyes deadly serious. If things continue like this, we'll face a world full of despair. To change that outcome, I need your power, Kyoichiro. He calmly repeated those words. Claudia? Ruling the world? Her face darkened. The calm vanished. In that future, even you die, and I am utterly broken. Sayoki slowly recounted what she had witnessed with her own eyes in that life-or-death moment. Suddenly, a strange stream of mana surrounded her. You used void magic to release the returner's authority. Sayoki continued that you told her to use it to change that desperate future. Back in the present, she clenched her fist and said resolutely, I think the same. I won't let that future happen again. Only then did Kayasuk speak up. So the cause of all this is the ritual of bestowing divine power Claudia plans to perform? Exactly what happened in that future. Sayoki turned her head slightly, her face showing a tinge of sorrow. Under the hand of the monster summoned by Claudia, the calamitous mana beasts, hundreds of millions perished. But he suddenly cried out, Calamitous mana beasts? Kayasuk couldn't believe it. He recalled that 20 years ago there was a monster they couldn't find a way to defeat, even when using future insight. You surely remember that, in the end, the only thing they could do was seal the dungeon. The monster, the eyes of that mana beast always remain in my mind. It was a calamitous mana beast. Sayoki spoke in a low voice, frowning slightly. With a calamitous mana beast in hand, Claudia rebuilt the world's order. She calmly added that those who opposed her were executed, leaving only obedient believers, and she turned it into a world convenient for herself in every way. That seemed beyond Kayasuk's expectations, so that was Claudia's ambition. After a moment he suddenly asked more questions full of curiosity. But she was considered a hero of this world. Would she discard that mask to do such things? Could she really do it? At that instant something suddenly hurtled toward them. A figure slowly descended to the ground with decisive movement. She nonchalantly removed her hood. Faced with that, Kayasuk couldn't help feeling surprised. But Sayoki calmly explained everything. Aisha and I have known each other for a long time. I put her in charge of intelligence inside and outside the tower. Aisha cheerfully greeted them. We meet again, hello? His eyes showed scrutiny as he watched quietly. I thought you said you wanted to save your home and family. She replied calmly, her voice very even. Right, I lied. Aisha casually spoke words that made one shiver. After all, Claudia killed my family and everyone in my village. Each word stiffened him. He could not refute it. The tower she built, this place used to be my village. She slowly recounted the moments that happened then. Claudia turned the place into a city solely to gather her followers. Aisha helplessly gripped her mother's hand, eyes full of despair. Because of that, I lost the people I loved. Tears flowed silently and uncontrollably. I will never forgive her, never. Only then did Sayoki quietly speak. If we let Claudia run rampant, the tragedy will happen again. I cannot accept that. She too couldn't help feeling helpless. You understand, right? Even if people die, she doesn't care. Aisha loudly declared, I want you to lend us your power. After hearing everything, Kayasuk only sighed softly. In the end, he had no choice but to agree to the request. I understand, we must stop Claudia's scheme. Kayasuk added, more importantly, I completely sympathize with what Aisha said. A flash of anger crossed his eyes. Unable to hide his feelings, I will never forgive Claudia. The two fell silent, watching Kayasuk intently without taking their eyes off him. However, he unexpectedly raised one personal condition. I want to ask, if we kill Claudia, will the ritual of bestowing divine power stop? Sayoki hesitated slightly as she answered, unfortunately, no. She slowly explained everything she knew. Claudia plans to summon the monster by draining power from her elite believers as fuel. If that power is released, it will happen regardless, either through the ritual or through Claudia's death. Kayasuk thought silently, trying to find a solution. I see. If it's that simple, then the future she saw in which I succeeded already came to pass. He then calmly spoke, then how do we... Before he could finish, Sayoki suddenly cut in. There is a way. She calmly analyzed everything carefully. Claudia's power is amplified by a device. If we destroy it, we can stop the ritual. Sayoki added solemnly that across 4 failed timelines, this was the only solid clue she finally grasped. The key device sits at the very top of the great cathedral. She then recounted what she had sensed. It is protected by an extremely strong barrier. Even I couldn't get inside. Sayoki gave a faint smile, her eyes gentle. However, our advantage now is that you have reached floor 7, and moreover, you've already been arranged a meeting with her. Kayasuk couldn't hide his interest in his eyes. You mean, if we subdue her during the meeting while Claudia is weakened, Aisha and I can destroy the device, right? However, his expression suddenly tightened. But Kayasuk felt uneasy. There will also be priests and soldiers present in the audience chamber. We'll have to get past all of them and suppress Claudia's power. Sayoki suddenly spoke, cutting through his worry. There's one more important thing I need to tell you. My return ability is reaching its limit, and the time I can go back is getting shorter. She didn't stop and went to the point. This time I only managed to return to the moment just before meeting you, which means what Sayoki said next left the other two completely stunned. This is our last chance. Kayasuk closed his eyes briefly. I understand. Silently he resolved that if they failed, the world would fall to Claudia. But that didn't matter. Kayasuk coldly glanced to the side. I will stop her at any cost. He made a firm decision. 20 years ago, and now again, we won't let you have your victory twice. Kayasuk thought to himself, his gaze growing more somber. This is our final chance. He slowly recalled the scenes that had occurred before. If we ruin this, then what awaits all of us will be the worst possible future. Then he silently resolved again. I must stop Claudia at any cost. In a gloomy, empty city, everywhere was shrouded in cold white mist. At that time, in a very quiet and secluded place, Sayoki calmly walked ahead of the two of them. Here, before them appeared a room cluttered with papers. This was my hideout. Kayasuk was astonished at what appeared. So that's it. This is all Shirato Sayoki built through her repeated returns. Sayoki then calmly explained. First, I'll tell you what I witnessed in the 4 timelines, how we failed, and what we learned. She continued in the same calm tone. In the first world I documented Claudia's true goal. You immediately grasped the implication. She intends to use the ritual of bestowing divine power to summon the calamitous mana beast and wipe out everyone who isn't her follower. Sayoki spoke gently, her voice very soft. And in that timeline you gave me the power to reverse time. She bowed her head slightly, eyes solemn. From the second attempt onward I tried to stop Claudia's ambitions, but it wasn't that simple. Sayoki suddenly remembered the previous attempt. On the second run I made her let her guard down and assassinated her. Yet she still couldn't help being surprised. But Borjo previously suddenly erupted with a strange power, which sent Sayoki flying instantly. She lowered her head in silence. His magic went berserk and the calamitous mana beast was still being summoned. Aisha, standing beside her, couldn't help but speak up. This is not as simple as we thought. Sayoki added, even if we kill her, the ritual could still be carried out by some mechanism, perhaps. She slowly analyzed what had happened before. The third time, I couldn't find Claudia's mana-amplifying device. As if nothing had happened, Sayoki continued. The fourth time I located it, but I didn't know how to destroy it. She recalled that strange gate. I wanted to change the outcome but couldn't, so I kept seeing that hopeless future over and over. Then she raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze very gentle. She went on. But even amid those repeated failures, there were major successes. For example, meeting Aisha. Sayoki's words made Aisha feel proud. Actually, the reason the meeting with Claudia was arranged now was thanks to her. Kayasuk stood in front, bewildered. What do you mean? She calmly recounted the whole affair. Priest Samoa's illicit plot on floor 1 was exposed. The one who caused that breach was none other than Aisha. Images of that time emerged with Sayoki's narration. She ensured the information reached you, and she even pulled strings so the high priest would inspect floor 1 at that exact moment. Kayasuk calmly lifted his head and looked ahead. That's right. If that hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here now. So that's how it was. Kayasuk examined the thoroughly analyzed papers. It's not just these documents. Shirato Sayoki must have used every means possible to create the current situation. He felt silent admiration for that meticulousness. She must have endured far more despair and suffering than she told us. Kayasuk suddenly recalled his words from his previous life. In the first world, I entrusted her with these words. Change that despairing future, and she bore that burden and came here alone. At that moment, Aisha broke the silence. Now we have to stop Claudia's ritual. Sayoki immediately responded. Especially we must destroy her power-amplifying device. That's mandatory. She frowned slightly and slowly laid out her plan. We need you to neutralize her during the meeting. If we can do that, the barrier protecting the device will collapse. The blueprints and plans were carefully recorded by Sayoki. I've gathered all the information about the cathedral's interior. Aisha and I will handle destroying the device. Kayasuk glanced everything over before speaking slowly. But it won't be easy to subdue Claudia with so many priests around. She lifted her eyes calmly and looked straight at him. So I need you to create a spell that can change the future. Sayoki's answer stunned Kayasuk for a moment. No matter how dark the future, and that spell is, on this side, a colossal engine wrapped in mana was gradually revealed. She watched the object intently. Soon the mana needed to summon the calamitous mana beast will be fully charged, and then will immediately carry out the ritual. Borjo's face showed a hint of smugness, and before that he had treated it as entertainment. I'm very much looking forward to it. On this side, thick mist and fog densely covered the entire passageway. Sayoki quickly asked, Is it tomorrow? She couldn't help feeling anxious. Kyoichiro, are you prepared? Immediately Kayasuk softly reassured her. Don't worry. As they spoke, he quietly tapped into his mana. I've spent a long time honing that image in my head, and I've mastered the spell. Sayoki murmured praise, sounding quite pleased. Indeed, you're different. I finally feel a bit of hope. Then she suddenly expressed her gratitude. Truly, thank you, Kyoichiro. No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Kayasuk immediately refused bluntly. You kept resetting the world even after seeing that hopeless future. That left Sayoki stunned. He continued, My power may have been different, but I understand how alone you must have felt fighting after seeing that future. Kayasuk glanced outward. I entrusted you with everything in the first timeline, and you carried out that will, bringing us to today. His expression hardened as he looked ahead. So I am deeply grateful to you, and I want to live worthy of that trust. Kayasuk suddenly voiced heartfelt thanks. Thank you, Shirato Sayoki. Hearing that, Sayoki's eyes pricked with tears. Kyoichiro, she pressed her lips together tightly, trying to stay composed. Then Sayoki suddenly laughed, leaving Kayasuk bewildered. What's so funny? She turned away bashfully, cheeks reddening. It's nothing. I'm just a bit surprised to be called by my full name. Seeing that, he immediately said, Sorry. Suddenly Sayoki reached out her hand forward. She then voiced her wish. Sayoki, just call me by my given name. Hearing that, Kayasuk smiled warmly and brightly. I understand. He suddenly gripped Sayoki's hand, eyes resolute. Let's change the future together. Sayoki. Her face showed a joy she couldn't hide. At that moment Aisha suddenly appeared. Sorry for interrupting the moment. Seeing someone show up, Sayoki protested. Hey, what's this? Is this some romance? The mischievous girl replied, All right. Aisha continued calmly. Anyway, I've memorized the cathedral's layout along with the patrol routes. She also said, We're ready. Kayasuk solemnly laid out the details beside them. Fine. I'll subdue Claudia. Sayoki, Aisha, destroy the device when you get the opening. Then the three of them clasped hands as a vow. We must win at all costs. A few days passed, and the day of the meeting with Claudia arrived. The guards bowed respectfully in unison. You came for the meeting, right? Please enter. Kayasuk calmly stepped inside. Saoki, Aisha, how are you two doing? We're fine. He calculated silently. It seems the plan is in place. At this rate we can reach the top floor without issues. All the information Saoki gathered is really paying off. Even Kayasuk was surprised. I didn't expect Aisha could use long-range communication magic like that. How convenient. He then proceeded slowly step by step. We're near the audience chamber. I'm counting on you too. Okay. Standing before the scene, Kayasuk clenched his fist. This is it. Unexpectedly, Norman was already standing there waiting. I've been waiting for you. He greeted warmly with an outstretched hand and a friendly smile. Come in. Kayasuk looked straight ahead, his gaze full of determination. The scene unfolded before him quickly. We've arrived. Both rows were entirely Bourgeois' subordinates. A wicked smile appeared on her face. Claudia. Determination showed in Kayasuk's eyes. I won't waste the chance Saoki carved out by surviving 4 rounds of despair. He stood before Bourgeois' figure, thinking, never. Bourgeois smiled faintly, his whole body radiating a brilliant aura. Suddenly she widened her eyes as if she'd seen something. A nearby guard quickly cried out, Lady Claudia! Bourgeois remained calm. It's nothing. Hearing that, Kayasuk merely smirked. Watching the space go out of sync, he thought to himself that the perceptual disruption spell he's using now would surely make him look like a completely different person from Ase Kayasuk. Fixing his gaze on Bourgeois, Kayasuk judged that although Claudia would eventually see through it, it could buy time. Recalling when Bourgeois used his power to counter his move, Kayasuk realized that in the future Saoki saw, he used this spell on Claudia twice, and each time it took her about 5 minutes to fully dispel it. With that in mind, Kayasuk shifted his footing slightly, and the activation condition for the spell he planned to use on her. Suddenly he dropped to one knee and bowed before Bourgeois, his mind still deep in thought. A certain amount of time must pass after locking the target with gaze. Seeing Bourgeois' smug face, Kayasuk calculated inwardly that he only needed to trigger the key spell before Claudia realized who he was. At that moment Saoki was standing out in the corridor. She sneaked a glance inside. Sure enough, the guards on the top floor hadn't thinned. Looking toward the 2 guards standing strict watch, Saoki guessed that even if they couldn't pass there, they'd have to take out the guards, which meant suddenly the 2 guards began to leave. Saoki quickly hid behind the wall. An old guard said to the newcomer, It's time to change shifts. The other replied coldly with a single, No sooner had he finished than an explosion rocked him and sent him flying. Then his body was impaled through the shattered stone and lay motionless. The others turned pale with shock when they saw it. Saoki had already gone on the offensive. Just after 1 in the afternoon, we'll act while the soldier's attention is focused on the shift report. Moments later, she accelerated rapidly forward. Despite the shouted, Who are you? Saoki swung her arm back to prepare her finishing move. In the blink of an eye, another thunderous explosion occurred. Saoki was surrounded by rings of light, dust and smoke filling the air. A guard, bewildered, ordered, Hey, summon Lady Claudia at once. But they didn't know they'd already been targeted from above. An arm drew back, preparing to deliver a counterstrike. The brown-haired girl immediately launched 2 punches at once, leaving the 2 guards no time to dodge. She then landed in a defensive stance. Not today. The scene looked chaotic from above. Looking at the 2 guards lying motionless on the floor, the brown-haired girl marveled. Saoki's intel was really useful. Saoki replied cheerfully, Everything went smoothly. She frowned and continued, Now we just need Kyoichiro to hold Claudia in place. Staring at the barrier where bolts of lightning kept emanating, Saoki waited silently for the barrier to collapse. On this side, Kayasuk had his eyes closed. Saoki whispered via telepathy, Kyoichiro. While one priest performed the ritual, Saoki took the chance to report, We've reached the barrier in front of the equipment room. Kayasuk replied via telepathy, I know. He glanced upward. Imagining himself in a chess match, Kayasuk calculated inwardly. The first condition is met. Now it's my turn. Carefully watching the priest's actions, he slowly analyzed. According to Saoki, the meeting always begins with the 6th floor priest's right, but that was merely bait. In the terrifying silence, Kayasuk soon realized Claudia's true purpose on this floor was something else. The image of a stately priest formed in his mind. Kayasuk was certain Sinis Lester, the seventh-floor priest, was measuring his mana. The ritual continued across the vast space. Kayasuk carefully deduced that the meeting wasn't just a greeting. Claudia's goal was to harvest mana from devotees with extraordinary potential. At that moment, a blue energy began to envelop Kayasuk's body. So if I don't meet their standards, they'll immediately shorten the process. Witnessing this, the priest's eyes widened in astonishment. He watched the surging energy and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Incredible! What terrifying mana levels! I've never seen a devotee like him." The priest turned his gaze to Borjo. "Lady Claudia, we must keep him." Kayasuk smirked in satisfaction. He set the priest piece down and thought with pleasure, "Good, second condition met. All that's left is to satisfy the spell's activation requirement." Suddenly, the corner of Borjo's mouth twitched upward. She abruptly burst into an ecstatic laugh. The female priest, puzzled, called out, "Lady Claudia?" Borjo sauntered forward, voice laden with implication. "At last I understand what that unease felt like." She slowly approached Kayasuk and said softly, "So you're still alive, Kyoichiro." At her words, everyone around gasped in shock and shouted, "Kyoichiro?"
Impossible, Misato Kyoshiro?
With half his face under the disruptive spell, Kayasuk gritted his teeth, thinking he couldn't hold her off as long as planned. Suddenly Borjo gripped his chin tightly. A moment later she pressed her face close to his and, in a terrifying tone, hissed, "I've seen everything." Borjo widened her blue eyes and warned, "With that dreadful amount of mana, I can tell exactly what kind of spell you're using, Kyoichiro." Afterward she released his chin and said, "Actually, I'm impressed. I thought you'd have died from the hypnotic art I used on Ingolf." Having said that, Borjo turned her back and walked away. "There are many matters here, but those can wait." The priests immediately formed a protective barrier around her. Borjo arrogantly pointed at Kayasuk. "If I kill you here, everything will end." Outside, Sayoki panicked and telepathically called, "Kyoichiro." The chess pieces were deployed defensively. Sayoki conceded inwardly. "Right? Someone as cautious as you will let the priests go first, and you'll make them do what you intend." Borjo bellowed orders, "You heard me. Destroy him." Seeing the syringes of red liquid in the priest's hands, Sayoki quietly decided she knew what to do. Moments later, the priests simultaneously drove the syringes into their own necks. Borjo's voice rang out, "Make sure he's wiped out permanently." A cruel expression crossed her face. Rei Luashi's enhancer drug. Watching the energy enveloping Kayasuk, Sayoki guessed to herself that with this many enhanced soldiers, even Kyoichiro wouldn't be able to fight them. In the blink of an eye, Kayasuk swung his arm, drawing forth the surging blue energy. The priests could only stand and take it, unable to react in time. Before this display, Borjo gaped, thinking enhanced ones. Realizing the power gathering in Kayasuk's hands, Sayoki smiled inwardly. Everything is going according to plan. Observing Kayasuk's overwhelming presence, Sayoki felt satisfied and steadied herself. "Now, finally, we're ready." Kayasuk spoke slowly in a calm, deep voice. "This place is a space completely cut off from the outside world. You cannot interfere with anything out there, nor draw power from outside, which means that now you are only a bird trapped in a cage." Borjo, confused, asked hesitantly, "Completely cut off from the outside world? What purpose did you have in creating this?" Facing the barrage of questions, he calmly replied, "I will destroy the mana-amplifying device you rely on and prevent the emergence of the catastrophic beast." Kayasuk frowned slightly and continued slowly, "If I seal you here, the barrier protecting the device will disappear, right?" A flood of mixed emotions rose within Borjo. He knows about the mana amplifier and even about the catastrophic beast. Could he have been monitoring me with void magic? Then she voiced her worry. "No, more importantly, what is Kyoichiro's real intent? After all, aren't you trapped here too?" Borjo's gaze revealed scrutiny. "How do you intend to destroy the device?" She frowned slightly, thinking to herself, "I understand now." Kayasuk then spoke slowly in an unusually composed tone. "It seems you finally understand now, don't you?" Borjo clenched her fists in anger, eyes full of rage. "So that's it. You have accomplices helping you. She pressed on, her tone growing sharper. If that's the case, no wonder you know about the device. You handed the task of destroying it to your accomplices. But Kayasuk remained unfazed and calmly admitted, yes, we will stop the catastrophic beast from appearing. I have no reason to hide that purpose. He pointed directly at Bourgeot with resolute eyes. You will stay here until the device is successfully destroyed. Many thoughts stirred within Kayasuk. On reflection, she was in a position to constantly watch over me as an aide at my side. He gradually recalled earlier events. I haven't seen her these past few days. Moreover, I set up the board so that either Ingolf or Kyoichiro must die. There's no way both survive. Kayasuk continued pondering. Back then, at that place, someone interfered and ruined my hypnotic art. Sayuki's image suddenly appeared vividly in his mind. Sayuki, you're one of Kyoichiro's accomplices, aren't you? But Bourgeot suddenly spoke up, disappointed. How disappointing. I had high expectations for you. Her face hardened with a cold, vicious expression. If your time power had fully awakened, you could have become an extremely useful puppet. Bourgeot casually delivered a killer line. But now you're useless. Honestly, it feels like someone stole the harvest right before I could reap it. After a moment, she simply stood there with her hands on her hips, watching. From thin air, Bourgeot suddenly produced a gleaming sword. I just need to kill you and get out of here. She gripped the sword tightly, eyes cold, with this blade. From below, Kayasuk watched the sword intently. It was the thing Sayuki had mentioned. He slowly recalled what had happened. By using it, Claudia had harvested mana from talented devotees who came to see her. Kayasuk frowned colder, his gaze sharpening. So that's it. You intend to drain my mana and break this barrier. He immediately drew that conclusion after careful thought. Claudia wants to kill me to escape. Bourgeot merely smiled confidently. Fine, I'll come. Her steps decisively lunged toward him without hesitation. Though his goal was to restrain her, Bourgeot coldly raised the sword high. However, with extraordinary reflexes, Kayasuk easily dodged. He slowly remembered Sayuki's words. According to her, even if Claudia is killed, the catastrophic beast will still be summoned. Kayasuk quickly teleported behind Bourgeot, so at this moment, she reflexively turned her head to look at him. I must not let her die. Bourgeot suddenly swung a leg to attack him. His mission was to prevent her attacks from succeeding until Sayuki and the others could destroy the device. That was his role. Before that strike, Kayasuk calmly evaded. He taunted in a provocative tone. You're so naive. Dodging strikes from someone like you is nothing. Those words only made Bourgeot explode with anger. Oh yeah? How about this then? No sooner had she spoken than she abruptly produced a crossbow. Without a word, Bourgeot fired an arrow straight at him. Kayasuk's eyes focused solely on the arrow hurtling toward him. A volley of arrows suddenly poured in around him. Kayasuk silently assessed the scene. One crossbow bolt was imbued with hypnotic magic, the same spell used on Ingolf. Bourgeot burst into a manic laugh that chilled the air. Just a scratch of skin and you're finished. Then a strange arrow suddenly shot toward him. An arrow enchanted with hypnotic magic. Annoying, but Kayasuk leisurely leaned aside to dodge. I just need to avoid it. If you think you can take us down, go ahead and try. Bourgeot spoke confidently, voice unwavering. Kyoichiro, let me tell you something interesting. Her eyes darkened with malice, a gleam of killing intent flashing. My useful pawn isn't just Sayuki alone. Bourgeot began to assertively prattle on. I told someone about the device's existence. Do you know what that means? On this side, a silhouette gradually became clear. Found you. She decisively pointed at the thing before them. That's the mana-amplifying device. Sayuki quickly stepped forward. If we destroy this, but the fifth-floor priest, Agito Norman, unexpectedly stepped in to stop them. That won't happen. A blinding light immediately wrapped his body. Anyone who stepped into that area must be annihilated. That is Lady Claudia's order. Both froze, as if unable to believe their eyes. Fifth-floor priest Agito Norman coldly stared at them. Shirato Sayuki. His gaze revealed no pretense of goodwill. You're Lady Claudia's aide. Why are you doing this? Faced with that, Sayuki remained calm and replied, I don't have to answer you about anything, especially not to someone blindly loyal to that woman. She clenched her teeth, quietly calculating her next move. As she had seen in the future, Agito Norman is truly Claudia's right hand. Sayoki murmured to herself that, if she wanted to destroy the device, she had to take him down first. Norman closed his eyes briefly, then slowly spoke. I understand. What a pity. He couldn't help but praise her boldness. No, perhaps this is something to be glad about. Then Norman decisively pointed at her. At last we can decide who is worthy to stand beside Lady Claudia. Sayoki refused to yield and shot back firmly. I don't care about that. His eyes narrowed with increasing displeasure. Even without you, I have my reasons for doing this. Norman suddenly recounted his childhood. When I was small, my parents abused me cruelly. That image remained engraved in his mind. The one who saved me then was Lady Claudia. The woman beside him couldn't help but interject. She's only gathering gifted children. It's not like she wanted to save you. Nevertheless, Norman remained steadfast in his decision. Even so, she is my light. She taught me that only power allows you to survive in this world. He added slowly in a very composed tone. Since she saved me, I swore loyalty to Lady Claudia. I want to stand as close to her as possible to assist her. Norman glanced at Sayoki, but she keeps her by his side because she possesses a special temporal attribute. His expression briefly grew dark and menacing. That's why she always interferes with me. Norman, feverish, slowly raised his hand. I must thank God for granting me this opportunity. The woman awkwardly but insistently tried to persuade him. Do you realize what you're saying? Claudia plans to dominate the world with the catastrophic beast. But Norman simply responded calmly and tersely. So what? He raised both hands high, eyes quietly closing. Realizing his lady's ideal is true salvation. Sayoki at last couldn't hold back and interjected, Enough, Aisha, regardless we have to defeat him. She said coldly, with an indifferent tone. We will not let you stand in our way. Never. Sayoki began silently sizing up the person in front of her, Agito Norman. He didn't resemble an ordinary priest at all. She felt a momentary awkwardness and quietly calculated her next move. His position watching the 5th floor of Branch 1 was just a disguise. His true identity was Claudia's right-hand man. Suddenly Sayoki remembered something from before. Claudia herself had personally assigned him to guard that device because he was very strong in combat. Before the regression, he had killed her once in the previous timeline. She affirmed what she had just realized. But this time she couldn't lose. Norman noticed and spoke softly, his voice calm. To me, Lady Claudia is a god, and I am the enforcer chosen by the god to carry out her will. His face darkened into a cold gloom. I will annihilate you and complete the mission. Sayoki paid him no mind and spoke up. Aisha. Aisha immediately replied. Claudia destroyed my village 10 years ago. There's no way I'll lose to someone who worships that woman like a god. That surprised Norman greatly. 10 years ago? I see, so you are a survivor from that village. She only frowned slightly, her expression cold. So what? Aisha didn't hesitate and bluntly spat out. Don't think you can escape blame now by pitying me. He just stood silently and waved his hand. I don't pity you. Norman's gaze sharpened as he quietly probed the other. What you've been through. His next words made both of them widen their eyes. It should be considered luck, after all. Norman added nonchalantly. A god's decisions are always right, regardless of the circumstances. As if guided by Bordeaux, he began to prattle on. If Lady Claudia decided to destroy your village, then that was the directive. Norman didn't hesitate and decisively pointed at Aisha. If someone witnessed a god's directive at such close range, that should be considered luck. She trembled with anger. Her hand clenched. Shut up, you lunatic. Unable to contain her fury, Aisha suddenly drew her blade. She shook with rage, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. I will never forgive you for mocking my past. But Norman merely drew a sword calmly. It's just another perspective. I only want to explain it to you. He swung the sword forward and continued. As Lady Claudia said, this world truly needs to be purified. Faced with that situation, Sayoki still showed no fear. Agito Norman, I know you've been blindly devoted to Claudia. If that devotion has brought you to this, then there's no way we'll lose. Norman replied calmly, his tone challenging. Very well, then try me. He curled his lips slightly and asserted decisively. You don't stand a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Norman suddenly vanished right before their eyes. Aisha couldn't help but doubt what had just happened. He vanished, just as Sayoki had said. Sayoki stood nearby, puzzled and trying to analyze the situation. Teleportation magic? Camouflage illusion. She thought to herself, trying to piece things together. Agito used that to launch a surprise attack. While Sayoki was still lost in thought, Norman moved behind them. Shirato Sayoki possesses the rare attribute of time, but now that power was sealed, so she couldn't use it. At that very moment, a sword shot forward, meaning that he attacked without mercy and struck immediately. She couldn't block the blow. Aisha stood there dazed, completely unaware of what had just happened. Norman swung his sword wildly, aiming straight at Sayoki. His whole body wavered and lunged forward. Norman couldn't believe what he had just seen. How did she dodge? My attack came from a perfect blind spot. Unwilling to accept it, he immediately tried to repeat the move. I've never used an invisible illusion before, Shirato Sayoki. How could she know? Shock showed plainly in Norman's eyes at the scene. A wave of power enveloped Sayoki, her face remaining utterly calm because impossible time magic. That made him furious. You learned to use it? The legendary attribute that once belonged to the sinner Misato Kyoichiro? However, Sayoki nimbly tilted her body and avoided the attack. She clenched her teeth, eyes resolute. The power she received from Kyoichiro in the future wasn't just regenerative strength. Now Sayoki could read every motion of Norman, the microvision, a spell that lets one read the immediate future for a second. She thought to herself that she couldn't see as far as Kyoichiro could. Sayoki's face stayed calm and steadfast. Yet even so, this spell was extremely powerful in combat. Aisha quietly transmitted a reminder. Sayoki, use long-range message magic so we can coordinate in real time. She frowned slightly, seeming to understand everything. I got it. Norman, now enraged, dashed forward without hesitation. I've heard Misato Kyoichiro could use time magic and also had future sight. While running, he rapidly thought, it's likely Shirato Sayoki has similar power. If so, at that moment Sayoki sensed something. Aisha left. Instantly, Aisha leaned aside in time to avoid Norman's invisible strike. He was baffled, suspicion rising. She's reading me too. They're sharing information? Sayoki stood by, thinking to herself that they might not win in a pure fight. But using long-range trust magic, she could share info with Aisha. She suddenly recalled an important detail. At first she worried separating Kyoichiro from us would be disadvantageous. Kayasuk then suggested, I'll hold Claudia back. You two destroy the device while we have an opening. Sayoki gradually understood the whole situation and realized there were things only she and Aisha could do right now. A brilliant golden light surrounded her body. Sayoki transmitted a warning to Aisha. Aisha, Agito is about to fall back. That made her even more confident. With my style of magic, I won't let you escape. That made her even more confident. You even think you can predict where I'll dodge? Gritting his teeth, he swung his sword to block the incoming strike. Aisha's stream of blue energy struck repeatedly without pause. A massive explosion suddenly rang out, shaking the space. But then a chilling laugh echoed through the air. Unexpectedly, Norman could survive that blow. It turned out to be the time magic Lady Claudia desired. No wonder she kept you by her side. Unbelievably, Norman could survive that strike. But that's why you're only an obstacle. Sayoki frowned slightly, thinking to herself, there it is. She stared intently at the figure opposite her, the ring Claudia had given to unlock latent powers. Norman continued speaking, his tone as cold as before. I was born to serve beside the divinity. His arm suddenly warped in a grotesque way, to become the one closest to the god. I only need to wipe out the rest. Sayoki and Aisha could only stand frozen at the sight before them. In an instant, Norman had transformed into a huge monster. Then the god would look only upon me. He slowly raised his massive hand high. Then he swung down with tremendous force, striking the ground. Chunks of rock fell like a hailstorm. Norman was elated, mouth wide in a gleeful laugh. Wonderful. This power is as glorious as she is. He immediately sneered with contempt. Pathetic fools who dare oppose the divine. I will crush you with this very power. But Sayoki calmly asked, Aisha, ready? Aisha stared resolutely ahead, eyes steady. Of course. She added, the real battle has begun. She gritted her teeth, trying to calmly assess the situation. The ring Claudia gave him turned him into this monster. The real battle has begun. Norman roared again, the sound reverberating through the space. Soon Lady Claudia will create an entirely new world. I want to see that paradise with my own eyes. Without hesitation, he slammed his arm into the ground. Anyone who opposes her will be crushed. That is my duty. Norman continued babbling madly, his tone deranged. Especially you, Shirato Sayuki. You were close to Lady Claudia yet betrayed her. I cannot spare your life. That massive hand rose higher, bearing tremendous weight. I myself will carry out the judgment. As soon as he finished, he smashed the gigantic arm down into the ground. Aisha struggled to brace herself, thinking inwardly that if the shockwave alone was this strong, a direct hit would surely finish them. Her whole body kept retreating backward. Aisha refused to give up and swung her blade in counterattack, but his body was larger now, so he was just a bigger target. Blue slashes of light tore through the air toward him. Take this. Norman calmly raised his crude hand in front of him. To everyone's surprise, he used his bare hand to block the blade. Aisha was stunned by what unfolded. He crushed that magic with his bare hands? A nearby pillar suddenly snapped in two in an instant. In the moment Sayuki wasn't paying attention, it hurtled toward her. Norman wildly swung the column, attacking repeatedly. Both Aisha and Sayuki were unprepared and slammed into the wall behind them. Norman slowly set the column down on the ground with calm composure. He calmly praised the power itself. This is the strength Lady Claudia granted me. Norman stood there, continuing to ramble on, strong, rigid, and iron-like. In her hands, power can reach this level. He suddenly taunted with disdain. Even if you use time magic, you cannot defeat someone blessed by the divine. Sayuki couldn't hide her surprise. She had dodged a lethal blow with microvision, but the power from that ring was indeed formidable. She slowly recalled each strike just now. That endurance is tough. Aisha's magic barely fazed him. Then Sayuki slowly turned her head toward Aisha, but Aisha only gave a slight nod in response. She rose from the ground step by step. Sayuki felt a fierce determination well up. We still have a way, like Kyoichiro told us. Seeing that, Norman mocked sarcastically. You're still getting up? I don't understand why you keep fighting. She immediately taunted back. Isn't it obvious? I fight to stop Claudia's scheme. He replied calmly. That's why I don't understand. Norman suddenly asked, why would you deny a god like her? Sayuki shouted firmly. Claudia is not a god. She kept her eyes fixed on him. She has harmed many people, and now she plans to go even further. Sayuki suddenly recalled earlier images of harmony, and even the place she once held. Borjo's words echoed in her mind. We only want to create a safe, stable life for everyone. Sayuki calmly criticized that it was gained by betraying her comrades. She spoke loudly with contempt. Calling someone like her a god is blasphemy. Norman replied coldly. I see your obsession with Lady Claudia comes from Misato Kyoichiro. He shamelessly added brazen words. So what? He's just someone who's dead. Norman slowly lifted his heavy arm. You and that girl whose village was wiped out are no different. Don't chain yourself to a useless past. Look to the future. He suddenly let out an odd laugh. The future Lady Claudia creates is everything. Norman looked around slowly. If you can be a sacrificial offering to it, you should be proud. Then he lifted the pillar from the ground again. If you deny even that truth, fine. Norman hugged it to his chest, eyes burning with zeal. Anyway, you will all die here. Sayuki suddenly interjected calmly. For someone always preaching about the future, that sounds shallow. That left him momentarily stunned. What? She faced him and slowly reproached. Agito Norman, you don't even try to look at anyone besides Claudia. Sayuki clenched her hand in pain. The past people carry and the future they fight for. Nothing about them is light. Those tragic images rose in her mind. We tasted despair, and that's why we had to crawl up and escape it. Resolve flared in Sayuki's eyes. We will not lose to someone who only carries out Claudia's will. Hearing that, Norman's anger flared further. You bastards, your despair is worth nothing. He crazily charged forward. I'll shut you all up. Keeping calm, Aisha slowly swung her blade. Give it to me. Sayuki gripped the blade tightly, unmoving. Norman paid it no mind. A weapon? That's just a cheap trick. He roared in anger, opened his mouth, and lunged forward. That can't defeat me. She immediately focused intensely, her gaze sharpening. The moment Norman charged madly forward with the pillar, Sayoki suddenly appeared from above, closing in right behind him. She quickly cast magic, and the light flared violently. Without hesitation, Sayoki drove the blade hard into Norman. He gritted his teeth in pain, his face turning fierce. Then Norman mercilessly used magic. Do you think such a tiny knife can fell me? Still, he roared, the pain contorting his features. Sayoki immediately landed safely on the ground. Norman couldn't believe his eyes as his body slowly returned to normal. Impossible, why is my body? He angrily turned and demanded loudly, did you use time magic? She simply admitted it calmly. Yes. Sayoki slowly explained everything, reversing fate. Her eyes suddenly glowed a brilliant gold. It manipulates cause and effect and drags targets back to their past states. All of this left Norman stunned. Dragging me into the past? You reversed me to before I wore the ring. He bit his teeth in anger. But, even so, he secretly calculated, what if I hide myself with an invisibility illusion? But from behind, blue sword strikes came flying. You won't get your wish. Norman turned in panic. What? A series of blue slashes rained down like a storm. He squinted in confusion toward the front. Damn. You planned this? At that moment Aisha lunged forward like lightning. We told you so. From this side, a blinding beam also shot through. We won't lose to someone like you. Then a powerful palm strike slammed straight into Norman. Overconfident and underestimating them, he took the full hit. Norman's body crashed hard into the wall behind him. In your eyes there is only Claudia. Sayoki slowly wiped the grime from her face. So someone like you has no right to preach about the past or the future to us. At that moment, a strange source of power suddenly reacted. Over there, Borjo suddenly sensed something. She suddenly broke into a cold sweat from the unease. This is impossible. From that expression, Kayasuk guessed the situation. It seems Sayoki and Aisha pulled it off. The precious mana amplifier of yours has been destroyed. Then he coldly glared at the person before him. Now, I won't hold back anymore. Borjo still couldn't accept what had happened. No way. My mana amplification device has been destroyed. Kayasuk immediately taunted in a mocking tone. From your expression, you seemed very confident it wouldn't break. Huh. He kept his composure and coldly added. Well, you hid the device's location and formed a barrier. To be safe, you even made Agito the guardian. Then Kayasuk's gaze narrowed slightly, a flash of coldness showing. This reveals how much you relied on summoning those cursed beasts, but he bluntly asserted that the will of Sayoki and Aisha is firmer than yours. Borjo's face twisted with intense anger. Damn you, are you mocking me? How dare you compare my great ideals to those sacrificial pawns? But Kayasuk showed no fear at all. That's right, you are that kind of person, Claudia. He angrily shouted straight at her. You treat others as objects. If they cross you, you destroy them. If you can use them, you treat them as sacrifices. Kayasuk bluntly recounted what he had witnessed. To make Ingolf oppose me, you burned his homeland. He recalled that painful image from that day. To build a city to gather believers, you destroyed Aisha's village. Images gradually surfaced in his memory. How many people you've trampled on, and now you want to sacrifice even more for your foolish ambition. A surge of power instantly erupted through Kayasuk's body. Now that device is gone. I can kill you. His face showed a flash of anger, his gaze sharpened. Prepare yourself, Claudia. Borjo bit her lip. You're still as troublesome as ever. Kyoichiro. Her expression turned clearly angry as she pointed her sword forward. Actually, your so-called spirit of justice is the truly foolish thing. Then Borjo fired another volley from her crossbow. 20 years ago, I was already sick of that. Kayasuk moved nimbly, calmly dodging each arrow. Her face was furious, brows knit. Just as I expected, Kyoichiro is wary of that mana-absorbing blade of mine. He won't carelessly approach. A dangerous, seductive gleam flashed in Borjo's eyes. You think destroying my device gives you the advantage? Look, I can restore it with my own power. She slyly licked her lips. If I kill you and escape this place, that will become reality. Borjo schemed silently, quickly plotting in her mind. and I'll deal with the traitors as well. She stared intently at Kayasuk. His win condition is to kill me, but I won't let that happen. Her eyes grew mad, filled with frenzy. I already have a plan to defeat you. But Kayasuk unexpectedly spoke, his voice very calm. I see. You were trying to lure me closer. The space warped in an instant. An invisible hand squeezed Borjo's whole body, but her face showed panic, a flash of fear in her eyes. He calmly cast magic without the slightest hesitation. You think you can? In a moment, Kayasuk's gaze turned fierce. Defeat me? That surge of power instantly sent Borjo flying backward. She froze, beads of sweat falling silently. What kind of pressure is this? Borjo stared at Kayasuk in shock. If we fought head-on, I certainly couldn't win. Still refusing to yield, she immediately counterattacked. By any means, I must lure him there. A barrage of arrows fired in a torrent. Kayasuk merely coldly dodged, effortlessly avoiding all the arrows. A glowing magic circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet. So you are. Borjo thought eagerly, excitement flashing in her eyes. I've got you. Kayasuk merely cast a brief glance down at the ground. Immediately a series of magic matrices activated around Kayasuk. Binding magic. Chains immediately tightened around his entire body. You let your guard down, Kyoichiro. Borjo stepped forward calmly, her voice oddly steady. Do you think I was just firing arrows randomly? That was to set up this spell. She aggressively raised the dagger, her eyes full of murderous intent. Now, I'll kill you. Without mercy, Borjo lunged the dagger straight forward. She laughed excitedly as her hand drove it in deeper and deeper. Borjo stabbed frantically, the motions growing more violent. Die, die, die. Her face became increasingly distorted with madness. I've won. The dagger struck the most dangerous spot instantly. A spray of red burst from the corner of her mouth that caused Borjo to freeze, her eyes wide with shock. Ironically, she had inadvertently ended her own life. Kayasuk remained unharmed behind her and spoke calmly. Absolute hypnosis. That's the spell you used. He coldly glanced back with indifferent eyes. The version I replicated is slightly different. The condition was to break your mind. Borjo couldn't believe it, her eyes wide with terror. Break my mind? She stammered, trying to recall what had just happened. Don't tell me. At that moment, then Borjo's whole body wavered and collapsed to the ground. Impossible. Kayasuk coldly watched the scene unfold. Killed by the very spell she cast. Pathetic, Claudia. In the blink of an eye, the space returned to normal, but he silently looked at Borjo lying collapsed on the ground. This is an ending fitting for you, isn't it? He silently watched Borjo lying on the ground. Lord Kyoichiro. She suddenly stood frozen in panic. What does this mean? Sayuki's eyes briefly softened. It's over now, Lord Kyoichiro. Kayasuk smiled gently in reply. We've won. Tears fell from her eyes in an instant. Sayuki hurriedly wiped her tears. At last we can. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations, Kyoichiro. Kayasuk flinched and immediately turned to look back. That voice? Could it be? Memories from long ago surged up like a rolling tide. Nathaniel. Kaval spoke slowly, his deep voice echoing. I've been observing the cathedral. You've killed Claudia, it seems. He couldn't hide the contempt in his eyes. She was useless, but that's fine. A stream of red mana immediately entered Borjo's body. I'll use the remaining mana in her body, the corpse of Claudia. Her body instantly transformed under Kaval's words. It can't reach the power I originally intended, but it's still enough to wipe you all out. Kayasuk couldn't help but be stunned, his eyes briefly showing astonishment. A monster was reborn from Borjo's body in an instant, the accursed mana beast, ancient Dragnil. Kaval spoke nonchalantly, his gaze icy. Now try to resist.